partner, and they being my customers, and the end businesses being their customers, so indirectly serving them. We will take you through a video of our proposition. It's not a new ERP, it's not a new interface, and it's not a new workflow of doing business. Your businesses, your end users will continue to use your products, they'll continue to be your customers. Using your interfaces, the only change that is happening is the disjointed jump around. Create an invoice, export in an email, send it as a PDF, then another person punches that data in on the other side. Those things have been taken away by connecting all the ERPs, accounting players, and vendor management softwares together on a real-time interoperable system. The underlying fundamentals are about all the records are immutable in transit, meaning if I am a buyer and I have sent a purchase order, my supplier will not be able to modify that purchase order unilaterally. If they have to modify that, it will come back to my system that they are wanting to modify it, and if I accept that change, then it will reflect in both places. Otherwise, it will be out of sync. So, we have made sure that all your data is always in sync. We will take you through a video, but always keep in mind that we are interested with building digital infrastructure for the nation. That essentially means we have to remain size, sector, segment agnostic. We will always be the fair play umpire of the system, nothing more than that. We are the referee which makes sure that game is fair for everybody, right. The vision is very simple. How do we remove the disjointed inefficiencies from India's business flows? The business, commerce, trade, those are all having lots of disjointed things. We have solved some of them now, and in future we will solve multiple other aspects, right. Some countries have tried it, but none of the countries have tried it at our scale. You will find one equivalent example in Europe, where government accepts all its invoices from one place, but nothing of this nature where truly distributed, non-invasive. Non-invasive means you don't have to learn new things. Your existing things will continue to work the way you are, right. So, non-invasive methods of making this possible. So, truly unique in the world today as we speak. And with that, I will request my team to play the video. Sound.
I think can we restart the video once, just again? Yeah, I'll just help explain what's happening on the screen, right? So yeah, I think you can play this. So what you will be seeing now is how from Tally, like sir said, your way you create your invoices, nothing changes. This is the way customer creates his invoice, line items, all of it. The way you do your GST, here the next prompt will be share this invoice via Bharat Connect. Immediately this invoice will reach the buyer. This is in the buyer's system. The buyer can look at the details of the invoice, all the line items, he can accept. Now here, because it is interoperable, the data has gone from seller in Tally to a buyer in Zoho. So what you're seeing here is the buyer is able to see all the details. Accounting is invisible now. There is no need for accounting, accounting is automatically done. buyer can also send an acceptance of the invoice. So he sent an acceptance. The acceptance will immediately reach into the ERP. आज के दिन में sir invoice मिला नहीं मिला, all that thing happens. Here, as soon as you get the invoice, acceptance is received, you can see the status is changed to accepted. Now once this is done, the next cycle comes is invoice हो गया, due date पे payment करना है. So payment rails can be your existing payment rails of NEFT, RTGS, or an integrated way in Bharat Connect. Either of it is flexible. You select the invoices which are to be paid and send a confirmation. आज के दिन में जो email पे आती है payment advice, फिर उसको लोग automate करते हैं कि email automatically आपके system में आएगा, फिर ये हो जाएगा, AI लगाना पड़ता है. यहाँ पे what will happen is, as soon as the payment is done, it is pushed into the seller system. Now after this you will be able to see the payment confirmation. There is an acknowledgement pending, there is a payment received, which invoice, those details are there. You click on it, accept, create a receipt. It will automatically knock off the bills. The bills are also knocked off. The receipt is also accounted for. And when you will do the bank recon, it will automatically match with your receipts. So the entire cycle hai, from sales to purchase is automated on one side. Same ways when you do the payments, the payment to receipt is also automated. So that is a very quick snapshot. And this is just the invoice and sales, but Bharat Connect will be able to also do your entire journey, right from sending and requesting for a performer or let's say a purchase order, raising of purchase order to the end-to-end cycle. So it covers the entire chain of activities, all happening between two systems with the click of a button. आज के दिन में जैसे UPI just scan किया pay हो गया. For B2B, this is the transformation where accounting, invoicing, everything will be embedded, invisible, no need to go out of the system. So that's the true power of how the solution operates. Yeah.
And for that, thank you, Rupesh. Please do join me on the stage. And I would also like to call Amit from EaseBuzz, who is another partner, onto the stage, and Ashok from Zoho, another partner. Please do join me on stage. We will together conduct this session. Mostly we will prefer it to be a Q&A because that way we will be able to address your questions deeply. Thank you. Please, Rupesh. And this is also in the same spirit that we operate through our partners rather than unilaterally. All of these partners are long-standing old ones. So questions, any questions till now? This flow has covered some of the aspects of invoicing and payment and accounting, but then the flows start right at catalog exchange. Your buyer-seller will have individual, specific, custom catalog. Same catalog is not available to others. Because of whatever brand guidelines, whatever contracts that you have, and prices will also differ. And all of these are stitched together. So if using a catalog, you can create a purchase order. Using a purchase order, you can create a performa invoice. And that performa invoice then later gets converted to an invoice and so on and so forth. If I can invite, let's say, Zoho to share some of their experiences that they have had with their customers on such workflows.
Yeah, thanks, Shailendra. So, yeah, before we start, I'll give some history on how we did things before Bharat Connect and what has changed after Bharat Connect came into existence, right? So, before Bharat Connect, Zoho proprietarily we developed a technology called networking, wherein if the customer and the supplier is on Zoho, we can seamlessly exchange the information with a click of a button, and there's no data entry in both the book of accounts, right? But this is limiting, right? We can do it only within Zoho to Zoho. With Bharat Connect, what has come is like a truly interoperable system, wherein if the customer is, one end of the customer is in Zoho, and if their supplier is on Tally or EaseBuzz, then the transfer, the exchange of information, the invoice information or the purchase order or the sales order information can seamlessly flow across the system. This is what the demo also showed. And with this system, it's truly interoperable, and it doesn't solve the problem of a customer residing in Tally or Zoho, right? A lot of ERP systems are coming into the Bharat Connect ecosystem, and when more player comes into the ecosystem, then it's going to have a multiplier effect. So that is what is going to happen. I'll give you some real-time examples of how this has benefited our customers. We have a large marketplace who's our customer, and they have a lot of intercompany transactions, right? So earlier what used to happen is like they'll raise the invoice from one entity, the same invoice will go and sit in as a bill in another entity. They'll have to manually record it, and a lot of times, because humans are doing it, a lot of manual error had happened. Now with Bharat Connect coming in, there is zero data entry which is required, and there is no manual error that are happening. And with this, the marketplace company has reduced the humans by at least 50%. The workforce has reduced. The people who sat in this operation has reduced at least by 50%. So that's a huge benefit. And when we talk about truly interoperable, just a couple of weeks back, we were seeing a customer from Zoho raising several thousands of invoice to their suppliers who's in Tally, right? So this makes it truly interoperable.
Thanks, Ashok, for that. And so, key points that I would like to bring it to the audience's notice. You would see that he spoke about reduction in the required manpower to run same operations more efficiently, more accurately, and always on time, right? That doesn't mean that your manpower, you can get rid of it. You can do more business with the same amount of manpower, right? If you are a system integrator, if you are doing this for anybody else, you build the plugin for this kind of connectivity once and deploy it in multiple places, and then you have to only do small amount of customizations. Then you always know that, okay, on the other side it is going to be, it'll appear real time, always correct, always in sync. So that's one part. The second part is, and here is my previous life experience. So I used to work for a very large MNC, a Europe-based MNC, and because of the several M&A, we ended up with 4 different versions of SAP. One of them was on-prem and 3 of them in S4 HANA. And trust me, they don't talk. If this was there 7 years back, my life would have been much simpler. All those things are possible today. Your migration strategies are possible today. You want, or your accountants, let's say, many businesses use and outsource the CA, common CA, right? CAs who are serving thousands of firms. You can give a read-only interface to them. It will appear there also, as long as you have authorized them. So many such things are possible, and Tally has made this available as a global option with their 7.x release. I would let Rupesh talk a little bit about that and how and why Tally believes that this is a transformative step that Indian economy is taking.
Yeah, so thanks, Shalendra, and thanks for your introduction as well. And I think it's a true example of collaboration because I think we are all live in an ecosystem of people, of businesses, and hence transformation is inevitable, right? There was one example when typewriter was introduced in the US in the early 1900s or sometime. people went on strike because अरे ये आ गया तो हमारा काम चला जाएगा, right? So I think technology will transform, right? How things work. Each decade, things have changed. Now it is a matter of few years where things will completely transform. And this is a very apt need that is being solved for right now. We have seen disruptions happening on our own as individuals, right? I don't remember when was the last time I went to an ATM also. I don't carry even my purse or my debit card, credit cards. So it's completely transformed. But transforming businesses has always been difficult, which is all the ERPs and softwares exist to solve for. And there has been challenge of different applications, different platforms, different same thing being spoken about differently in different places, right? Like this bottle of Bisleri is maybe a 250 ml Bisleri being sold by Bisleri, but the receiver is accounting it as Bisleri 7 rupees, right? So it's the same product, but it doesn't interact and talk to each other, and hence all the discrepancies come into play. So these are some of the real life problems, right? Like when we were talking about the earlier example where the invoice has, let's say, it's an FMCG or a pharma company, right? Small value invoices, but invoices running in 5 pages. 5 pages, 50 line items would mean minimum 400 or 500 data points. And those data points don't just have to be entered, they have to be entered accurately. Then only your system works perfectly, because it's not about just the cost of efficiency, it's also about the cost of errors, which is much more than the cost of speed. The cost of errors will actually destroy businesses, accounts being unreconciled, not matching. You think that you are going to receive 10 lakhs from this buyer, and the buyer says, my and your books are not matching, and you are constantly in a struggle just to solve this, right? So all of these frictions, especially in a business-to-business environment, are huge, which is where now what Bharat Connect brings in is complete clarity and transparency on how businesses will talk to each other. My sale becomes his purchase automatically. There is no differentiation of what I sent and what he's accounted for, right? And on top of the layer, like in Tally also and in other systems also, the way other use cases get built on, right? Like I have received, like I said, this Bisleri, the next time I will map it to my line item, it automatically records it and saves it for the next time. So if I have received the same invoice, next time I have to close my eyes and just click, right? So it is basically transforming not just efficiency, but accuracy to a great level. It also is helping businesses run very fast, right? Right now, if a textile trader in Surat, right, he writes his orders in books, but he's shipping products to Dubai and other places, right? And then at the end of the day, in the night, he's trying to figure out inventory, there is a mismatch, accounts, there is a mismatch, banking, there is a mismatch. So all of this actually causes friction. So, and this is the friction that nobody wants. So hence, I think it's about a lot of value that such a system is going to create. And it's already live in action, and all of you are also businesses. If you're using any of the platforms which are there on Bharat Connect right now, it's very simple to register, to find your network or invite your network to join in, and automatically 2 of you then start interacting on a daily basis without even knowing that you are interacting, right? It's no longer that you have to interact on WhatsApp or pick up a phone. Your systems directly speak to the other side. So that's the true power which is coming in. And we have seen clients really liking this concept, many of them trying it, but the true power is also going to be in terms of popularizing it to an ecosystem level and driving this change for the customers. I think this is that stage right now of the first 6 months or 1 year where we will have to drive that change, and then once this is done, it will automatically spread like virality. So that is possibly the hope that we have, but I think it's a very sweet spot, and it's basically the time when B2B is going to really drastically change.
And thanks for that. And one very critical point that you alluded to, the consistency of data, right? And pivoting on that, I would like to bring to focus, consistency of data also enhances the trust in data. Today, our lending lags the global peers because partly we don't trust the data. When consistent data and authenticated data or accepted data by both buyer and sellers are existing, that's when the financing will take wings. That's when it will start becoming more and more autonomous. And Easebuzz, who is also having a backing up of NBFC, which would like to get into these kind of corporate financings and invoice financing. Maybe I'll bring Amit to share some of your views about how financing can be expedited using our platform.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Alindras. And just to resonate, and I'll come back to your question, resonate with Rupesh that the transformation and the disruption is inevitable, and I'm so excited to see that this DPI is scaling and scaling so fast that it is actually built to solve the kind of a problem with all the businesses. If you look at how a shopper used to have an experience in 2015-16, and now we are having an experience of our shopping or the customer a purchase experience. It has drastically changed. But if you look at the B2B side of the story, it has just moved a bit, right? So whatever business we are doing, with their invoices, supply chain, it just has moved a bit. There could be a little bit of optimization. There could be a little bit of technology inclusion, but it doesn't have moved that much. So that is which was required while NPCI has really brought in this vision. Where they are building world's first DPI for businesses, not for consumers. And this is first ever DPI, and like Shailendra mentioned in the beginning, that this DPI is built to enable all the businesses with all the capabilities which they would require to operate fast, accurate, and to convert their businesses with the highest ROI which they can, right? So that's the motto with this DPI, this infrastructure coming up. We as a payment gateway, primarily as a Easebuzz, we come into in the picture where we are one of the partner with Bharat Connect platform as an OU and the payment aggregator as a regulated entity. We enable all the payment mechanism while we have kind of come out in this whole payment story. With a differentiation that we built, domain-specific workflows on top of the payment infrastructure, and we enable all of the ERP systems. We work with a lot of ERP systems. We work with a lot of businesses, where we enable them with the capabilities so that they can solve their reconciliation problems, so that they can solve their payment collections and the payment disbursements problems, right? So that is where we come in. While Shailendra mentioned that there are a lot of financing options which is coming on this platform, where we are trying to enable the businesses to pay via their corporate credit card. We are also talking on bringing some kind of co-branded card for Bharat Connect or some organization where businesses will have a liberty to get the transactions with the lowest MDR which is possible, and this will provide the seamless transaction and the payment experience for the customer. So that's where and there are a lot of lenders who are very interested, where they would want to kind of find the comfort with the data which has been provided by your ERP systems, the system integrator which is working with a lot of other businesses. If that is being solved, like the data availability and the data accuracy is solved, lot of supply chain financing, invoice discounting solutions will come onto this platform. So the responsibility is on us, how we can empower this system, how we can bring in the missing components in this system and enable all of the missing pieces, be it the financing, be it the reconciliation, be it the domain-specific workflows which is required for the ecosystem to grow. Yeah.
Thanks, Amit, for that. Just one small clarification. We may not bring in a co-branded Bharat Connect card. The SME and MSME card that the government of India has already approved and it is in force. We may introduce some kind of tweaks on that. But we as an entity don't bring in co-branded cards because we are not issuers. Issuers are banks and PA and PGs. The PA and PGs can get into co-branding exercise backed by an issuer bank, which is Universal Bank, right? And with that, I really want to open up. A few of the gentlemen had some of the questions, and if I can please invite my colleague Shailesh to assist them with an speaking. So that they can. Please feel free to voice your questions. And this is a deep dive session, so don't worry about the situation, right? So go ahead, please.
Yeah. So my name is Naveen Mahadule and I am one of the implementation partner for Dynamics ERP. So I am traveling from here in Mumbai. So my question is, that is very nice and superb because the data capturing point really a painful area that can't solve by the renowned ERP also. So you guys are doing very well work. My question is related to one business scenario. Suppose the vendor invoice quantity discrepancies against the actual quantity which we have received. Because there is a lot of manual email exchange by the purchase team, then finance team, then store team. So how this solution will be useful in that particular scenario, please?
So thank you, and possibly you joined us a little late.
Yeah.
Is it okay if we play the video again? Okay. So in effect, what happens is every transaction has to be accepted by your counterparty.
Okay.
An invoice, if you don't agree with the quantity or quality, you can return it with comments saying that I don't accept this. You have to correct it, right? So either your supplier corrects it or your supplier gives you a credit note. One of these two things. Once it is accepted, once you as a buyer has accepted the invoice, that invoice cannot be edited.
Okay.
But before acceptance, it can be edited, you can return it. You can even short close it, saying that I will issue, me as a supplier can issue you a credit note and short close it, saying that, okay, we did not agree on quality and hence we can resolve this dispute. And the system allows this for today. The credit debit note capabilities and returning of invoice. In fact, returning of purchase order is also allowed and supported, desired, because these are expected user behavior in the business world, right? So every activity that you are doing has to be accepted by your counterparty.
Okay. So let me clear my scenario. I think still I didn't get my answer. So my question is simple. The vendor has sent the material. The vendor invoice has 100 quantity. And while receiving by the store people, they are recording the quantity is 99. So the GRN quantity is 99. Because of the GST framework, I have to book my vendor invoice of 100 because I have to take a GST credit. Now the thing is, my warehouse people make a comment, no, we didn't receive 100, we receive only 99. So that is again a manual intervention in so-called the branded ERP also. Now for resolving this issue, the warehouse team will coordinate with purchase team will take a approval from the supplier for issue the credit note of one quantity. Then again, our finance team will validate that credit note, then it will get settled. When we will post the credit note, then this one additional quantity which I have received, that will get set off. Then the entire loop of transaction will get resolved basically. So this is basically the pain area really exists in the industry, although they are using a SAP or Dynamics ERP. So how your system is resolve this particular problem, that is.
Yeah, and I'll try and answer. I think it's a very in-depth question with multiple layers in it, right? So one is what is NPCI is doing is giving a layer of interoperability and a way of communicating. And this is being enabled across the entire document flow right now, right? And now let's say this invoice has come and like sir explained, you can accept, reject, return. But now this is, if the access is only with the accounts team and you don't build internal workflows for, that's where the ERP's role will also come in terms of how they build those internal workflows within such that this kind of connects back to the whole system. So if you would have known that this is 99 upfront through your internal interactions, then you would have immediately sent back a return saying, please edit the invoice and send it back to me. There are options in that, right? Okay. So I think the system will also evolve. That's why B2B disruption has been so difficult, and for decades people are still kind of trying to figure out. So this is, I guess, this system will also evolve to all of that. Like every client that we meet comes up with some new nuances. So the diversity is immense. So I think it will be a role of both ERPs, how to build and embed into the Bharat Connect workflow. It is also for Bharat Connect team to keep adapting, right? Like I'll give you an example. Right now, the system works on document first and payment later. Right? But the business reality may be very different. People will just send the payment, price list hai, payment bhej diya, abhi mere ko maal bhejo, fir invoice bhejo, right? So those kind of realities is what the system is constantly evolving and adopting to. I think the system currently supports to a certain layer. The ERP will have to play a certain more role into it. And I think together, all of these key patterns which are there in the business, once we go through this, once this ecosystem evolves, it will perfectly fit in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
sure.
so much.
I can invite Ashok on this because they have particularly dealt with multiple such scenarios and they have observed the speed of book closure and reduction in the disputes. So let me
Yeah, like Rupesh rightly mentioned, so the systems are evolving. So in this scenario, upfront, if the businesses know that there is a reduction in the stock or if there is a missing item in the GRN, then they can probably raise a credit note and then that also can flow into the counterparty system automatically. This can be done automatically by configuring some workflows. Whenever you record the GRN, there can be an automated workflow that can automatically raise a credit note and that can go automatically through Bharat Connect to the counterparty system as well. So these are some of workflows which can be configured internally so that, see, the system actually captures multiple things. Whenever an invoice is created to the counterparty system, the bill gets recorded. Same is the case with purchase order, sales order, credit note, debit note, all these things. When during the collection of inventory, when the inventory, if there is a mismatch, then all these workflows can be automated seamlessly.
Yes. So yeah, I was trying to add the same, like the credit note, debit note, all of these, even advance payments has been kind of solved on the same platform. So the fundamental idea of this infrastructure, that Bharat Connect, is to offer the rails to build on top of it, right? So ERP companies are the innovator on top of these fundamental rails. And and probably this is the time to get deeper, like Rupesh mentioned. These are the complications why B2B was not getting picked up, right? So that was not meeting with the transformation. Now it is the kind of a opportunity to address the larger and the deeper issues into the domains. So if I kind of talk about so largely ERPs are more generalizing stuff. But I see now the country needs more verticalized ERP softwares, right? Which can address deeper problems of the particular business and kind of even get stitch themselves into their ecosystem so great so that they are becoming part of their business's ecosystem. So that is where we should look at as a easebuzz, like while we are working with thousands and lakhs of merchants, where we are processing more than 2,000, 3,000 crores every day. So we come across all of these scenarios where we see a lot of reconciliation issues at the merchant ends, at our end as well, right? Where all of these credit note, debit notes, everything has to match to 3 decimal places so that this can done automatically. So that is the larger moat of this infrastructure.
So, and just to add one more point, in our platform there has been like more than 10 million transactions which has been processed through Bharat Connect. So I am pretty sure that lot of these edge cases has been already solved in Bharat Connect for business.
Question? Yes, please.
So Ashok, for you and for Tally, sir, you can answer. One of the questions that I've been dealing with is that you had a large merchant base or a customer base where you had built a solution called as network, right? So it was sort of a closed loop ecosystem, right? And with B2B Bharat Connect, you have pretty much made it an open ecosystem. So as any ERP in the country, right, how should they think about converting their closed loop ecosystem to open loop ecosystem? What were the thoughts that you had gone through? And why did you decide to make it an open loop ecosystem?
First of all, we didn't make this as an open loop ecosystem. Credits to the NBBL team for making this as a open loop ecosystem. And the moment we realized that this is going to be an open loop system, then it's a no-brainer, right? So instead of like solving the problem only for our own ecosystem, if there is a way to solve this problem for the entire business across the country, then that's the way to go, right? So that's the reason why we immediately latched on to Bharat Connect for Business, and we put our entire energy in this system rather than on the closed loop system. So that, solving the problem for certain set of customers is one, and solving for the entire country is completely another level, right? So this is what NBBL has done, and we are happy to be a part of this ecosystem, and we are playing our role in this.
Just a follow-up question.
Yeah, any next question, because any gentleman, any question, please? Yes, go ahead.
ये very important question है.
हाँ,
चार्जेबल होगा या फ्री चलेगा?
आज फ्री चलता है, भविष्य में सस्टेनेबल बेसिस पे चार्जेबल होगा. रीजन आई एम टेलिंग यू, देयर इज नथिंग विच इज वैल्यूएबल दैट कैन रिमेन फ्री फॉर एवर. हम फ्री चलाते रहेंगे तो आप भी वैल्यू नहीं करेंगे उसको, राइट? सो एवरीबडी शुड अंडरस्टैंड कि अगर फ्री मिल रहा है तो आप प्रोडक्ट हैं, अगर आप उसके लिए पे कर रहे हैं तो आप कस्टमर हैं. सो लेट्स नॉट लुक एट फ्री, लेट्स लुक एट सस्टेनेबल. और इसका दूसरा आंसर मैं देता हूँ कि वी आर सेटअप एज अ कंपनी बाय RBI and of course under the guidance of all the ministries, with the primary focus to build digital infrastructure for nation. तो हमारा जो चार्जेबल होता है वो भी सस्टेनेबल होता है, क्योंकि प्रॉफिट मैक्सिमाइजिंग हमारा फोकस नहीं है. हमारे पार्टनर्स मतलब इंडिया में इन दोनों को जोड़ लें तो वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट पोर्शन ऑफ द इकोसिस्टम इज दीज टू गाइज टुगेदर. And if we add easebuzz, then a lot of educational ERP also get covered, right? They are with us because they also understand. आज नहीं कल उनको भी प्रॉफिट कमाना है, वो भी तो प्रॉफिट कंपनी है ना यार. मतलब समाज सेवा हम कर सकते हैं, वो नहीं कर सकते, राइट? तो चार्जेबल होगा, सस्टेनेबल होगा. इट विल नेवर बिकम कि इसके कारण आपका बिजनेस पे इम्पैक्ट आएगा. वी विल नेवर डू दैट. सेकेंड पार्ट इज, हमारा जो चार्जिंग डिसाइड होता है वो इकोसिस्टम प्लेयर्स मिलकर के करते हैं. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है कि मैं जोहो को दे दूंगा और टैली को नहीं दूंगा। मेरे रेट्स जोहो के लिए अलग नहीं होंगे, टैली के लिए अलग नहीं होंगे। और ऐसा नहीं होगा कि जोहो को पता नहीं होगा कि टैली को क्या लग रहा है, वो भी नहीं होगा, बिकॉज इट इज़ अ कलेक्टिव वे ऑफ डूइंग थिंग्स। अदरवाइज नहीं तो सोचिए कि हम बिल पेमेंट्स का इतना बड़ा रिटेल का इकोसिस्टम चलाते हैं, यूपीआई का इकोसिस्टम चलाते हैं, आईएमपीएस का चलाते हैं, एनईएफटी आरटीजीएस, आप एनईएफटी आरटीजीएस तो आरबीआई का है, एनईटीसी टोल प्लाजा पे चलाते हैं, राइट। अगर हमारा चार्जिंग सस्टेनेबल नहीं रहेगा तो ये सब बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट हैं जो पेड हैं। आईएमपीएस पे डे 0 से पैसे लगते हैं, राइट। यूपीआई में गवर्नमेंट आकर के बोलती है कि यूपीआई फ्री दो, तो गवर्नमेंट हमको सस्टेनेंस देती है। सस्टेनेंस जहाँ नहीं दे रही थी वहाँ भी हम वायबल चार्जिंग का मॉडल रखते हैं कि ये प्रोहिबिटिव ना हो जाए।
Yeah, my only humble request to the organizers, not for us, but for the interest of the audience, to allow for 5 more minutes, at least, because I think a lot of inquisitive questions are there. We won't lose, it's the audience that will lose, so we don't want that. Yeah. So maybe a quick, any key important questions you guys can.
The discussion what is going on, I feel that it is related to the manufacturers only. But as we are belongs to the service industry, the consultancy industry, as well as we have some manufacturing products also. So this is very good with the manufacturing activity. But what about the service related industry? Because here something has been decided, but at the 11th hour something has been disagreed and the system is not followed. And this is how we stuck for the payments.
हाँ, 45 डेज का रूल,
MSME रूल,
एमएसएमई का रूल। तो इसका दो पार्ट है, एंड आई एम गोइंग टू ट्रांजिशन बिटवीन हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश। 2 पार्ट में है। पहला तो ये कि आप क्या रूल ला करके हर चीज़ सॉल्व कर सकते हो, एंड वी हैव सीन कि हर चीज़ सॉल्व नहीं होती है। दूसरा पार्ट ये है कि क्या ये एक बिहेवियरल एस्पेक्ट है। यस, ये एक बिहेवियरल एस्पेक्ट है। कल्चरली हम अपना पैसा नहीं देना चाहते हैं, दूसरों के पैसा यूज़ करना चाहते हैं। कल्चरली हमारा मेंटालिटी यही है। तो आज की डेट में ये इसलिए चल जाता है क्योंकि कोई सिस्टम नहीं है जो ट्रैक कर रहा है बिटवीन दीज टू बायर्स एंड सेलर्स। नोबडी इज़ हैविंग ए विजिबिलिटी। अब सपोज आप एक बैंक के साथ बैंकिंग कर रहे हैं एंड आपका जो सर्विस कंज्यूमर है वो दूसरे बैंक के साथ बैंकिंग कर रहा है। ये सारे बैंक हमसे कनेक्टेड हैं और आपके अगर ERPs कनेक्ट हो जाएंगे तो आप बैंक के पास जाके बोल सकते हैं कि भाई देखो ये वाला बायर है ना, इसके साथ पैसा मिल जाता है तो आप मुझे इसका डिस्काउंटिंग दे दो। सो उस बायर के लिए वो आपको डिस्काउंटिंग देना चालू करेगा। धीरे धीरे जब सिस्टम में ये आदत बनेगी ना, तो जो लोग आज 45 डेज में नहीं दे रहे हैं ना, वो इस चीज़ पे देना स्टार्ट करेंगे कि मेरा मेरा सप्लायर मुझे टाइमली पेमेंट करने के 2% डिस्काउंट दे सकता है। द सप्लायर लेट डिस्काउंटिंग विल बी मेड पॉसिबल। सप्लायर का 1000 रुपये अटका हुआ है, अगर उसको 980 रुपये आज मिल रहा है वर्सेस 1000 रुपया 6 महीने के बाद मिल रहा है, उस 1000 रुपये की वैल्यू आज 980 से कम है, राइट। सो दोज काइंड ऑफ मॉडल्स विल बी इनेबल्ड बाय दिस प्लेटफॉर्म एंड ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम। ये एक बार में नहीं होता है, स्लोली होता है, डेल्टा होता है, छोटा छोटा स्मॉल पॉकेट्स विल चेंज एंड देन suddenly you will see so many pockets and all those pockets will connect। जैसे यूपीआई किसी ने डे 0 पे बहुत कम लोग अडॉप्ट करने को तैयार थे, वो उस दिन भी लाइन में लगने को तैयार थे, नोटबंदी के बाद भी, राइट। लोग लाइन में लगने को तैयार थे, बट धीरे धीरे जब लोगों को लगा यार, और कहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ पता है, ऑटो ड्राइवर्स, आपका सड़क पे मोमो बेचने वाला है, वो पानी पूरी बेचने वाला है, वड़ा पाव बेचने वाला है, जब उसके पैसे रात में घर जाते समय पिक पॉकेटिंग नहीं होती है, चोरी नहीं होती है, उस दिन उसको समझ में आया कि यार ये यूपीआई के कारण ना मेरा पैसा बैंक में सेफ है। मेरा जेब किसी ने लोकल ट्रेन में काट लिया या बस में पिक पॉकेटिंग हो गई तो मेरा लॉस नहीं हुआ है आज की कमाई का। जिस दिन बायर्स एंड सप्लायर्स के बीच में ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग आने लगेगी कि भाई मेरे इस बिहेवियर से मुझे फ़ायदा हो रहा है, एंड दिस प्लेटफॉर्म विल इनहेरेंटली वर्क टुवर्ड्स दैट। क्योंकि यहाँ पे हम जिसको बोलते हैं ना कि हम लो ट्रस्ट सोसाइटी हैं, सो वी फिगर्ड आउट दैट द लो ट्रस्ट सोसाइटी दो लोगों के बीच में नहीं है, दो लोगों के बीच में ट्रस्ट है, बट वी हैव लो क्वालिटी ऑफ सिग्नल, जिसके कारण कि बाकी की चीज़ें नहीं आ रही हैं। जब वो क्वालिटी ऑफ सिग्नल इंप्रूव हो जाएगा धीरे धीरे, मैं बोल रहा हूँ एक बार में नहीं होगा, इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल, आप कुछ भी कर लो, है ना। वो एक स्टोरी है, सांप पकड़ के लेके आओगे तो 2 रुपये मिलेंगे, तो लोग पकड़ करके सेब सांप को 5-5 बार जमा कर रहे थे, वो नहीं चलने वाला है। स्लोली द बिहेवियर विल चेंज एंड देन सडनली यू विल सी अ लार्ज चेंज। इंडिया वैसा ही सोसाइटी है, वैसा ही काम करेगा। सो आवर एफर्ट इज टू ब्रिंग ऑल ऑफ द प्लेयर्स टुगेदर।
Yeah, I just wanted to add one last point, and yeah, we can wrap it up.
सो डिस्काउंटिंग में इसेंशियली 3 पार्टीज हैं, एक बायर है, एक सेलर है, एक फाइनेंसर है। समटाइम्स सेलर कैन इटसेल्फ गिव डिस्काउंट कि मुझे 5 दिन में, जैसे हाँ, एज ऑफ नाउ यू आर डूइंग दैट प्रैक्टिस, बट आपका ये रिकॉर्ड नहीं बन रहा है ना कहीं पे, वो उस रिकॉर्ड को बैंक नहीं ट्रस्ट कर रहा है। करेक्ट, हाँ, तो आप सिस्टमिकली नहीं कर रहे हैं। सिस्टमिकली जब करेंगे तो उसका रिकॉर्ड बनेगा, राइट। जब आप सिस्टमिकली करेंगे तो उसका रिकॉर्ड बनेगा, जो एक वेरीफाइबल रिकॉर्ड है कि इस 2 बिजनेस के बीच में अच्छा ट्रांजैक्शन होता है। तो उस बेसिस पे अगर ये वाला बायर है, ये वाला सेलर है, आई कैन फाइंड, इंस्टेड ऑफ यू गिविंग दैट डिस्काउंट, बैंक विल से यार इसको पैसा आज दे दो, 5% मैं बाद में कलेक्ट कर लूंगा बायर से।
Correct. So, yeah, because I also have a banking background, I'll just add a piece, right? So, Bharat Connect is an intermediate layer. इसमें सिर्फ ERPs नहीं होने वाले हैं, इसमें lenders भी connect करने वाले हैं, banks भी connect कर रहे हैं, right? अभी अगर आपने बाहर बोर्ड देखा है तो वहाँ पे SBI भी है, बाकी भी लोग हैं, ट्रेड्स प्लेटफॉर्म भी इस पे आ जाएगा या जो भी है। सो इससे आज के दिन में बैंक्स को लेंड करने के लिए 2 चीज़ होती है, एक तो SME को अंडरस्टैंड करने के लिए उनके पास टाइम एंड एफर्ट नहीं है, इसके लिए 18% 20% चार्ज करता है। दूसरा है कि SME जिसको माल बेच रहा है, दे आर कंफर्टेबल विद दैट, तो दे हैव टू मेक, आज के दिन में वो बड़े बड़े सिस्टम्स बनाते हैं कि यार यहाँ पे आके इनवॉइस अपलोड करो, वो इनवॉइस एक्सेप्ट करेगा तब मैं दूंगा। तो ये साइकिल भी बहुत डिफिकल्ट है। तो भारत कनेक्ट से क्या होगा कि अगर सामने से आपने टाटा मोटर्स के आप स्पेयर पार्ट सप्लायर है, आपने भेज दिया, टाटा मोटर्स ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया है, तो बैंक उस क्रेडिबिलिटी के बेसिस पे एक्सेप्टेंस जो भारत कनेक्ट पे आया है उससे इनवॉइस आप ERP में ही बोलोगे कि अब मेरे को इसका फाइनेंसिंग दे दो, इमीडिएटली ये फाइनेंसर को भी जाएगा। दैट इज द रोड मैप हाउ भारत कनेक्ट विल हेल्प मेक ट्रांजैक्शन बेस्ड लेंडिंग मच मोर ईजियर। हाँ, या और एक है कि एक ये 45 डेज वाला जो टॉपिक है, इज देयर आर 2 एस्पेक्ट्स टू दिस, राइट? वन इज द इंटेंट एंड अदर इज द एबिलिटी, राइट? सो अगर इंटेंट का प्रॉब्लम है तो भारत कनेक्ट सॉल्व नहीं कर सकता है। मेरे हिसाब से भारत कनेक्ट इज ऑल्सो नॉट अ रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम। हमको अभी भी लोग पूछते हैं कि इसमें मेरा डेटा गवर्नमेंट तो आके नहीं लेके जाएगा। हमने इन्होंने लास्ट वीक दे हैव पब्लिश्ड ऑल द सर्टिफिकेशंस दैट दे हैव, इंक्लूडिंग privacy certification, so they themselves cannot see the data within. So that is one part. So it's not a regulatory system, it is for business convenience system. But अभी के दिन में because of physical delivery notes, जैसे आप सर ने बोला था, तो वो डिलीवरी नोट ही अकाउंट्स टीम के पास पहुंचता नहीं है, तो वो अकाउंट्स वो इनवॉइस भी नहीं चढ़ाता है या पेमेंट भी टाइम से। तो एफिशिएंसी वाइज इट विल हेल्प, कैपेबिलिटी एबिलिटी इज गोइंग टू बी सॉल्व। जैसे चेक्स आज के दिन में जितने थे पहले अभी भी उतने ही है, एंड डिजिटल पेमेंट्स हैव गॉन 100 times more. Same ways, I think once the ecosystem evolves, we will become a more evolved society in a sense. Capability है, अगर मुझे भी सामने से पैसा मिल रहा है तो मैं भी रिलीज कर दूंगा। And there are lot of fintechs who also solve for different kinds of problems. I'll just take one example, something called as early discounting. आज अगर मेरी कंपनी है, मेरे पास 1 करोड़ रुपया है, मैं बैंक में रखूँगा, मेरे को 6% मिलेगा। बट अगर मैं उसको अर्ली डिस्काउंटिंग पे डाल दूँ कि मेरे पास 1 करोड़ है, मैं सारे अपने सप्लायर्स को बोल दूँ किसको पैसा चाहिए, कितना तुम देने को रेडी हो, पीपल आर विलिंग टू गिव डिस्काउंट्स ऑफ 3 to 4% फ्लैट। and that 1 crore that I have extra can earn me anyways, it increases my ROI. So ऐसे भी fintech solutions है which I'm sure Bharat Connect as it evolves, they will also bring in where business to business can lend themselves faster or release goods faster. So yeah. Sir, आपने लेकिन time का बोला था इसमें.
You are again our vital sponsor, so that's why I'm giving another one question. That is, what is the criteria for that? Anyone can apply or join with the Bharat Connect, or there is a criteria of the turnover, something like that. And again, minus plus something like that. Again, there is some hidden. So no one showing that thing. Hidden terms condition over there. Anything.
सो हिडन टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस नहीं हैं. हम हिडन टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस डालेंगे तो ये लोग नहीं आएंगे. सिंपल सी बात है. नहीं, छोटे वाले भी हैं हमारे पास बहुत सारे. और यहाँ पे हम इसीलिए आए हैं कि अवेयरनेस रेज कर सकें एंड बहुत सारे ऐसे जो लोकलाइज्ड काम करते हैं वो भी हमसे जुड़ सकें. राइट. सो जुड़ने के मैकेनिज्म्स हैं. देयर आर कपल ऑफ रोल्स विद इन दिस सिस्टम. वन इज one set of people who serve the businesses, one set of people who will sit within the fund flow. Fund flow मतलब पैसा पेमेंट ये वो सब. फंड फ्लो सिर्फ रेगुलेटेड एंटिटी, RBI रेगुलेटेड एंटिटीज़ जो डायरेक्टली जिनके पास RBI से लाइसेंस होता है सिर्फ वही फंड फ्लो में बैठ सकते हैं. राइट. सो उस रोल के अलावा बाकी जितना भी इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सचेंज है उसमें कोई भी ERP आकर के पार्टिसिपेट कर सकती है. नॉट जस्ट जोहो, नॉट जस्ट टैली. हमारे पास छोटे छोटे जिम्बोक, ओडू लाइव होने वाला है बहुत क्विकली. तो ऐसे छोटे छोटे भी हैं. छोटा नहीं बोलना चाहिए, ऐसे फोकस्ड भी हैं. सो दैट्स वन थिंग. सो आई होप आई आंसर्ड दैट. कोई कुछ भी ऐसा बिजनेस हमसे डायरेक्टली नहीं कनेक्ट होता है क्योंकि हम फ्रंट एंड नहीं बनाते हैं. हम प्लेटफॉर्म हैं, बैक एंड में बैठते हैं क्योंकि हमको ERP बनाना नहीं आता है. यस.
Is there a plan for some rating like what we have, civils, key ratings or K ratings, something like that?
So ratings will become inherently embedded by the banks. We are not a rating agency, please. We are not a rating agency. और rating agencies के अंदर भी फिर से regulation है. Only the lenders can become part of that ecosystem. वो ये पार्लियामेंट का एक्ट है तो हम उसको चेंज नहीं करेंगे और करने की कोशिश भी नहीं करेंगे. पार्लियामेंट का एक्ट है कि रेटिंग एजेंसीज को जो कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है दे हैव टू बी अ लेंडर एंड ओनली दे कैन रेट. हम न लेंडिंग एजेंसी हैं न ही ब्यूरो हैं. हमारे पास न ब्यूरो का लाइसेंस है जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया देती है और न ही लेंडिंग का लाइसेंस है. हमारे पास अपना कैपिटल ही नहीं है. राइट. तो हम नहीं बनाएंगे. बट व्हाट विल हैपन इज, आज बैंक को ये विजिबिलिटी नहीं होती है. उसको ये विजिबिलिटी है कि बिजनेस A बिजनेस B को इतना पैसा दे रहा है. उसको ये विजिबिलिटी नहीं है कि क्यों दे रहा है. एब्सोल्युटली. तो वो हाँ, सो वो गुड बायर रेटिंग बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट हो जाएगा क्योंकि उसके बेसिस पे फिर फाइनेंसिंग चालू हो जाएगी. तो वो इनहेरेंट है, एक्सप्लिसिट नहीं है. वी कैन नॉट मेक दैट एक्सप्लिसिट. सॉरी.
To your question also, Tally is also not a regulated entity, but we are part of this ecosystem. And if you also have a use case, you have clients, and you come to Bharat Connect team, they're the most supportive. They have a very open layer of certification and steps to follow, but they also engage much before. So Shailendra ji hai, Shailesh hai, Kapil ji kal aaye the. So the team is very supportive. I think I'm saying this word for them. It's a very open framework. NPCI doesn't look at any ERP differently. They will have their basic checklists, and if you have a strong use case, because if 100 people come at same time, for them to implement also may be a challenge, but I'm sure they will figure out. And I think the reason why they are sponsoring this event as a key sponsor itself is obviously to make this a countrywide ecosystem, and hence they are here. So I think that intent itself is pretty much powerful than what any of us is here going to say. Yeah.
Any other questions, sir? Yes, sir.
Integration with Bharat Connect, what any such kind of
So, हाँ वो you.
apart from Tally and Zoho, let's say the Dynamics come, and I wanted to connect my ERP with Bharat Connect. So from where I can get a support to do the integration?
So तीन रोल्स हैं. एक TSP का रोल होता है एंड मेनी ऑफ आवर पार्टनर्स आर प्लेइंग टेक्नोलॉजी सर्विस प्रोवाइडर रोल जो एक्सेलरेट कर देते हैं आपके इंटीग्रेशन को, विच इज़ द एक्चुअल इंटीग्रेशन वर्क. दूसरा रोल होता है एक ऑपरेटिंग यूनिट का, एंड ऑपरेटिंग यूनिट का के पास ये पॉसिबिलिटी है कि जिनके पास RBI का लाइसेंस नहीं है उसको स्पॉन्सर करके हमारे सिस्टम से कनेक्ट करें. And that's how Tally is not a RBI regulated entity, but वो हमसे इसी तरीके से कनेक्टेड हैं कि इनके पीछे एक स्पॉन्सर है जो RBI regulated entity है. एंड हमारे पास काफ़ी सारे इस तरीके की एंटिटीज़ हैं जो बहुत सारे ERPs को स्पॉन्सर करना चाहते हैं. सो दैट मॉडल इज़ डेफिनेटली देयर. हम ये व्हेन वी केम इनटू दिस इंटायर बिजनेस of making it possible, we are very aware कि number one इसमें डाइवर्सिटी, द B2B के जो वर्कफ्लोज हैं उसमें डाइवर्सिटी पेमेंट से 1000 गुना ज़्यादा है. नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स पॉसिबली 10,000 गुना हैं. वॉल्यूम्स तो UPI की तरह नहीं होंगे, बट वैल्यू UPI की तरह ज़रूर होगा और उससे ज़्यादा हो सकता है. Right now we settle around 2.5 lakh crores of UPI value every 3 hours. तो I hope कि उससे ज़्यादा हो. तो ये जो डाइवर्सिटी है एंड स्केल है, इसको हमने सोच करके ही सिस्टम के अंदर पार्टिसिपेंट्स के रोल्स बनाए हैं. ऑफ कोर्स अगर हमें बोला जाएगा कि 1 लाख एंटिटीज़ के साथ डायरेक्टली काम करो, हमारी कंपनी 200 लोगों की भी नहीं है. We are not even 200 people and we run 4 different infrastructure for the nation. आपका बिल पेमेंट, आप जो भी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, वाटर, प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स जो भी करते हो, सब हमारा बिल पेमेंट हमारे सिस्टम से होता है. इंटरनेट बैंकिंग को हम हार्मोनाइज कर रहे हैं. B2B का प्लेटफॉर्म है और एक सेटलमेंट एज ए सर्विस नॉक्स जो ONDC के लिए हम चलाते थे वो भी है. तो 200 लोगों में 4 DPI तो हम चला रहे हैं. आप NPCI जो हमारा पेरेंट ग्रुप है उनकी बात छोड़ दो. तो अगर आप ये एक्सपेक्ट करोगे कि हम 200 लोगों में 1 लाख टच पॉइंट्स को सर्व कर पाएंगे, दैट्स नॉट फीजिबल. तो हम क्या करते हैं कि वी वर्क विद वेरी कमिटेड ओपन पार्टनर्स. हम ओपन को एवरी एंगल ऑफ आवर थॉट प्रोसेस वी अडॉप्ट इट सो दैट everybody and anybody who is willing to come and contribute to the growth of nation, we are willing to talk to them. You know?
So whoever is willing to kind of participate in this program, we are one of the providers sitting in Pune, headquartered in Pune, where we are TSP partner to Bharat Connect, and we are working very closely to enable all the ERP system integrated to have all the APIs and the channels connecting to this infrastructure. Yeah.
And with that, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Over to you, Farman.
Yeah, I think just 1 minute of closing remark I would take. So I think as first of all, thank you so much, Shailendra sir and dignitaries from Zoho, Tally, and Eastbus. I think as everybody's heard, right, this is a DPI that we are trying to create. The intention here is how to develop the ecosystem, how to develop the nation. The problems in B2B transactions ultimately lead to productivity loss, ultimately lead to errors, lead to financing gap as well. So as an ecosystem, I think all of us want to take this forward. We have a QR here, we have a booth there. We would want to kind of get more and more ERPs on board. The value that each ecosystem member derives from an ERP increases as and when one more ecosystem member gets added. So I think let's all join hands together towards nation building and look forward to getting most of you on board very, very soon.
Hello. Let us give a big round of applause and thank the experts and this informative session by Bharat Connect. Thanks a lot. यानंतर लगेचच उदयकुमार अप्पा दुराई यांचं कीनोट लेक्चर होईल. उदयकुमारजी अतिशय एक्सपर्ट आहेत. TCS आयॉनचे बिझनेस रिलेशनशिप मॅनेजर मिस्टर Uday Kumar. I am colleague also. Jitendra Makwana will be joining. Yeah. And Mr. Jitendra Makwana is also joined Mr. Uday Kumar for this session. जोरदार तालियों से हम स्वागत करते हैं. Mr. Uday Kumar is head of sales West Zone for TCS Digital Manufacturing ERP at Tata Consultancy Services. He brings 24 years of professional experience, and what makes his journey unique is that he began his career in finance and operations, working across software education, banking with ICICI, and then spent nearly 13 years in the freight forwarding and logistics industry, where he grew to the role of senior manager finance. So, first of all, I will welcome Mr. Jitendra Makwana and hand it over the center to Mr. Jitendra ji.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My colleague Uday will be driving this session. I'll be also supporting him. I hope we are audible. Yes, thank you. Yeah, just give. No, but
ये मेरा मोबाइल वही कनेक्ट करना है नहीं वी हैव अ लैपटॉप
Hello. Hello.
Sorry, it's taking a couple of times actually.
Yeah, we request everyone to be patient with us. We are just connecting it. There is some issue with the, yeah, now it has started. Thanks for your patience. Uday, you can continue.
Hey, Jizu, give me, it's not working. Hello. Hello, hello. I don't know why. Yeah, thank you. Uh, Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us here in Pune. कहाँ से? वहाँ से होगा क्या? हाँ करो ना. वहाँ से चेंज करो. हाँ. Hello.
Hi everyone, I'm really sorry for the technical glitch. Being TCS, I guess we'll also have to go through some technical glitch that you could see here. Just give us a minute, we'll get it across. Just wanted to gauge the mind towards y'all that being in TCS, we have bought the ERP for y'all and would like y'all to have the minds picking up on how scaling with cloud ERP would get the benefits out of here. So just stay with us. I'm very sure that this session would be a very fruitful session for y'all. We'll just dig on how the cloud ERP would take us to the next level through TCSI. Over to you, Uday. Thank you.
Thank you, Sita. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining us here in Pune at ERP Expo 2026. My name is Uday Kumar Padre and I lead business development West Zone. So today I would like to have an honest conversation. I mean, it's not the product page, but generally we do it, and about what it takes an SMEs to digitalize themselves using cloud ERP. And we'll go through some, real challenges, real journey, and practical framework which generally, SME can start adopting from tomorrow. So these are the roadmap for the next 30 minutes. So, we'll start grounding ourselves by, putting ourselves in the SME landscape. The markets are very huge. Which is generally underappreciated. And there are certain, we'll bust some common myths actually, which is around, we still hear hesitation from the SME entrepreneurs. We'll try to burst it actually. We'll try to open the mind of the SMEs and we'll go through some reality as well. And there are certain key drivers which generally now SMEs started thinking that why they want to go for ERP. Why they want to adopt actually and which drives. So that we can discuss on that. Then we'll share you some success story, in real world success story, from concept to reality we'll move, and we'll share our experience. What is the benefit actually after using ERP the SME is gained. Then we share some practical TCS adoption approach, how we overcome the common challenges when we go through the implementation process. Then the road ahead by 2030. And of course, we wanted to be interactive, so we had reserved 10 minutes for the Q&A. So you can hold your deeper questions till that. Now let these figures land for a moment. And these numbers are real, and it shows a lot of facts actually. In India, we have 63 million MSMEs, and we contribute almost 30% of GDP and half of our exports. But still, only 12% have adopted ERP, any form of ERP, maybe in legacy system, Italy, in any other form of ERP. It's not a complete integration. And this 12% stat is actually very important, stats in this slide, and it gives an immense, enormous opportunity, digital opportunity we can say specifically. Now this 110K, it's all recognized startup, and this is a new breed of business actually which entering the economy, and they're expecting digital tools. They are expecting that someone will help to identify the problem and to digitalize themselves, because they don't have the baggage of large enterprises. So just remove this 12% means 88%. This is not a challenge actually, it's an opportunity. And these are the generally common myths actually which we had experienced during our decade of experience when we interact with the SMEs and entrepreneurs. The first biggest myth is that ERP is only for large enterprises. To be very frank, this was true 10 years ago, but now it's not actually. Because now the scenario is different. The equation has been changed. The cloud has changed the entire equations differently. Because now we can start from day one also. It may take hardly 12 to 14 days to go live. Because cloud-based ERP is basically, you can access from it, it's highly scalable, access from anywhere else, and you don't need high investments. And again, second is too expensive. It's again a biggest myth. Generally, SME thinks it's for a large enterprise, not for us. And now if you see it's a cloud, it's a shared infrastructure. You don't need any upper capex investment. It's an operation model, OPEX model. You don't need any investment. It's like hiring one associate in your organization. Hardly have to pay something on a monthly basis or rental basis, and you can start working on it. Third one, high complex. This is again, those days, if we talk about 15 years ago, on-premise implementation was there, and it does not suit to the industry. Again, the biggest challenge is that they don't choose the right partner. That when you choose the right partner, definitely the success rates are very high. So in this scenario, if I say that it don't take long time, although it takes hardly 14 to 12 weeks to be a success to go digitalized. And again, there's again the biggest myth is it requires a large IT team. See, ideally cloud is maintained by vendors, and again there's no IT guys required to be there placed in your organization, and there is no infrastructure, there is no server. It's all maintained by vendor. So again, it's the biggest myth actually.
One second. So here what he means to say is like, through TCS, what we are trying to do, we are trying to ensure that most of the SMEs, they still work on, they don't want to give controls to the, employees. They would like to retain all the controls. Through this ERP, see what will happen, the more you spend time on doing day-to-day work, you will not be thinking of, future. Through ERP, what we are trying to do is, your team should work on day-to-day basis. You should focus on planning. Now, earlier till now, the thought process of entrepreneur was ERP की क्या जरूरत है? Tally से काम चल रहा है या कोई दूसरे एक्सेल से काम चल रहा है, why I should invest in ERP? That thought process is now changing. What Uday was trying to tell you is that कि जैसे ERP बड़ी कंपनी को चाहिए, बहुत एक्सपेंसिव होता है, मेरी कंपनी नहीं अफोर्ड कर पाएगी, मेरे पास वो प्रकार के मेन पावर नहीं है, पीपल विल नॉट बी, you know, it's a change management. When you implement in ERP, it's not just implementing a system, it's a change management. There will be resistance from the users because they are comfortable in their comfort zone, they are working on certain systems since like 10 years, 12 years. All of a sudden they have to start adopting new system. So, you know, these are all somewhere, you know, एक सिस्टम बना हुआ है, सोच है लोगों की कि हम नहीं कर पाएंगे, राइट? नाउ हाउ TCS is supporting you? Uday will take it forward now. Thanks.
Thanks, Jitendra. But still now people are changing the mind, and you know, the entrepreneurs are coming up front, and you know, they wanted to implement an ERP in the organization, and what it drives basically. Of course, there are a lot of things to fuel to highlight. Is one is speed to market. Speed to market, and you know, we are in this competitive world. We understand what is the speed. Like customer expect आज immediately मुझे purchase order चाहिए. I want immediate sales order. Dispatch का tracking चाहिए. You know, but that can be possible only when you are digitalized. Your हर एक transaction has to be digitalized. Like when they raise a sales order, even the associate would like to know that what is the inventory in place. It's all real-time data actually there. No more, those days are gone actually, we checked the historical data, but now real-time dashboards, real-time inventory is required. So, you know, we can talk about e-commerce and quick, you know, Zepto and all. So it's all speed to delivery. Similarly, more cost efficiency. Like, you know, during the course of my interaction with SMEs, they don't understand the problems actually first. That the biggest problem is that they could not recognize what is the problem. Second thing, whenever they feel that, yeah, mera quality mein staff kam hai. When the volume increases, they'll add on adding the staffs. But the crux is that actually they don't need a staff actually, they need a proper system in place. That system will work, and see, with the same time, limited time, the same resources, they can work more. And the work can be for a volume, bigger volume. I mean, if you see here, after, you know, the cost efficiency implementing ERP, that almost 20 to 35% of average can be, you know, eliminated, because now generally where has been, it's a 5 to 8 multiple, you know, spreadsheet has been used on an average. Each in every company generally normally use 5 to 8, which are still allowed generally. And one more biggest factor is the data driven. People take decision based on the historical data, past month data. But even worse, actually, based on the gut feeling, they take the decision. But in this real challenge, we have to go with the live data. Every month, customers are getting dropped. Every month, new customers are getting added. Now, based on that, the live data gives you the enthusiasm that what has to be taken. What is my focus should be. So, live data is very much practical and, you know, solution oriented. So, you should have a live data dashboards. And of course, now we had talked about a lot of things actually during even panel discussion. Ecosystem integration. Now it's not only no more, we cannot stand alone. Now there's a lot of ecosystem. Like if you're into export import, we need to generate the SI, shipping instruction. We need to file a form 16. You know, again, we are using different platforms. And we have a bank. We have a e-commerce, Amazon. So, you know, this all, again, it has to be in one platform. So, you don't have to use multiple, you know, schemas to log in, again, enter the data. You know, multiple entries can be reduced over here. So, that's we are talking about ecosystem. Then, of course, compliance. Now, we had a lot of discussion on the GST, MCA 21 and all. You know, again, we are using a different portal. Once the data is already there in your system, then why should you bother to, again, enter the same data in the portal, in the MCA portal, or, you know, so it's a duplication work. So here, once we integrate, the moment you enter the any data, it's automatically get triggered into the system. So that's how we are enhancing ourselves to integrate multiple ecosystems. Then it's highly scalable. You can start with a minimum number of users. You can start cloud. This is actually, you know, very crux about a cloud ERP is that you can start with one number of users and you can enhance yourself to more than 500, 600 users as per requirement. So it's highly scalable. And these are the real, now we'll move from concept to reality. We actually, whenever we go for a, meeting the customers, prospects specifically, so a lot of groundwork we do it actually before hiring on board. First of all, what we do is that we do the discovery. I mean, most of SME don't know. Suppose when you go to a doctor, if I tell them directly I have a headache, he'll give me the medicine for headache. But if we don't know what is my issue, then we go through the diagnosis. Similarly, many organization does not know what is their issue, what is the concern. Then we go through a process actually, and we discover, then we define the scope, then we do the implementation. Like for example, we have a Hyderabad-based company, pharma company, wherein for them it's a fire drill to get through the audit process. They don't have batch record. It's all maintained in Excel and manual. But we had discovered the issues. We had implemented our batch recording system, and we had implemented our compliance, and we had implemented quality. After implementation, then there is a drastic change. We can see here audit reduced by 95%, batch cycle time is reduced by 35%, and they got the return of ROI in 11 months. Similarly, we have one of the discrete manufacturing company in Pune. For them, there is completely floor, floor supervisor are running, flying blind. They don't know what to do actually. You are completely, their production is in havoc. Here, what we have done is that we had implemented our bill of material, and we had implemented planning engine. After implementation, there's a lot of actually improvement. On-time delivery, 38% has been increased. Work in progress inventory reduced by 27%. Revenue by 31% in a year. And finally, there's another company in Chennai, which we have multiple SKUs. They are, frustrated with, a lot of expiry material. There is no tracking on inventory. There is no flow management, nothing. So here, what we have implemented. So basically, if you see here, if you all see all the three scenarios, what we have done is that we have discovered the issues. Concern, what is the concern with SMBs? Then we do as a study, then we do, what's supposed to be current state and future state. Then we decide what should be the, we define the value and percentage wise, what should be after a year. So that's how we, go for the implementation, give the success story.
One second. So, sir, basically what Uday was trying to tell here was why SME or small company should invest in ERP. What are the benefits they will be getting, right? So just now in the morning we were talking about agility, working as a team rather than every department working in silos. So having an ERP and a proper integrated solution. These are the few examples what Uday has shown. These are the tip of the iceberg. Like currently, as an organization, if I have to say, we have many customers and where, we have added values. We don't believe in just implementing a product. We deliver the value. So whatever numbers Uday had shown here, these are few indicators how it has helped them, right? It's not only about increasing your bottom line. Bottom line, anyhow, your turnover will go up, your number of SKUs will go up, it will come. But then your processes, your other factors, your efficiency of your team, the agility of the team, go-to market, how ERP can help, right? So that is what he was trying to, tell here. Yeah,
Thank you, Jitendra. And again here, not as a product pitch, we are trying to make awareness what we have actually over here. As a TCS, we also have an ERP, and just, to make people aware, to make the SME aware that this product is indigenous, the product is designed by TCS, developed by TCS, even implementation will be done by TCS. There is no third party node over here. Again, it's supported by Tata Consultancy Services, is one of the strategy unit of TCS. And again, what we give is here is that similarly, whatever we discussed, it's an integrated application. Like we are trying to, digitalize the entire process like CRM, which is generally used for sales people who goes into the market and generate leads and develop business. Then we have a complete manufacturing solution wherein, you do the procure to payment cycle, order to cash. Then if you have export import, we do have export import management along with the compliance. Like if you are into MEIS, if you are into advanced licensing and all that. So and we create a SION, standard input output norms, which basically record for your compliances. Then again we have planning engine. Then again it's tightly integrated finance and account solution. We have a HRMS, we have payroll. It's all completely integrated solution. And again, it's highly configurable. We cater to more than 40 micro vertical like pharma, chemicals, auto components, discrete manufacturing, FMCGs. It's a code few, but we similarly cover 40 micro verticals. And it's highly scalable. It's a per user model actually. It's you can start from 1 users and you can enhance to our 500 or whatever users. There's no limit. And again, important thing that it's auto upgradation. It's not like when you buy iPhone 14 and when iPhone 16 comes, you have to throw away the iPhone 14. But here, this is a perpetual beta model, what you call. We enhance our solution every now and then. So, and whatever the enhancement we do it will be given to you free of cost. And again, increase agility. It's based on the environment as per the customer feedback. The solution get enhanced every now and then. And again, it's a business continuity. Since as I rightly said during the panel discussion, it's a journey. It's like a marriage. So it's not a 1 year, 2 year plan. It's a long journey. So how we are different from others actually, like what we do it differently than what others don't. So here, as I said, whenever we go to the prospects, we do a lot of discussion, like with each and every section of the organization, like production, inventory, quality. We will have a complete round of discussion with all of them. And after that, we walk through the shop floor, we walk through the production floor, we walk through the organization, we discover the issues. Then we define the scope, what has to be implemented. For example, suppose there is a concern only in batch manufacturing, then we initially propose to implement those solutions rather than, bundle and implementing in a one shot. So that, they can start by one solution, then moving forward, they can continue others. Then second is the design. It's basically a blueprint, what we're going to gain by implementing this solution. That's what we submit a blueprint. Third is deploy. Deploy is basically our team go into the premises, they do the deployment. Like we have a standard industry employee. We are experienced people and we have highly, engineers who go for the deployment. So we have highly skilled people who goes into the, industry companies. They do study again, they do the implementation. And again, it's a completely change management. It's not only, 1 day. It's a completely, suppose we have to implement anything in Chennai, we send the people who understand the local languages so that they can mingle with the people who they can understand, talk to them in local language. And so to reduce the barrier on implementation. In the organization, we see if the management is directly involved, almost 50% of the problem is solved. If there is no involvement of management, then the change management has to be driven. Then again, it's a continuous. After go live also, there should be a continuous support because we enhance ourselves. Continuous support should be there online. So that's how actually it's a, 5 Ds we call it actually. Discover, design, deploy, drive and deliver. Now, how do we overcome the challenges? Now, wherever we go, people generally say, ये SME के लिए नहीं है, हमारा budget constraint है. So generally what we say is, sir, आप पूरा implement मत करो, आपका problem क्या है, let us identify it. There is no cost to it. Let us go through your process. Let us understand. Let us discover what is the issue. Then you start implementing that solution. Once you get a ROI, then you can proceed further. Second is change reason. As I rightly said, जहाँ पर management involved है highly, I mean, the problem is reduced to 0.5%. Then the bigger role plays where the change management and the partner should be right, who can understand, who has the industry knowledge, domain knowledge, who are highly experienced. Now the data security. Again, people had talked a lot about data security. I'll tell you that we are the one actually who maintain the passports data. If you are, if you say that SBI Bank's money is safe, the SBI Bank data is again maintained by TCS. So your data will be maintained in the same server where all those data are maintained. Again, legacy system. Now people say that, sir, मेरा 10 साल का data है उसमें, मुझे अभी found a shifted here. So how do we do it? Now there are a lot of connectors actually in the market wherein we can do that as well. Then again, it's not today connectivity in tier 2 and tier 3 city. Now we are moving ahead that when if suppose you are in offline, वहाँ पर connectivity नहीं है, तो वो कैसा करना? That also a huge challenge. We are trying to overcome that as well. Now this is the road ahead, and people generally think there are a lot of questions actually during the interaction panel discussion also, where we are going to head towards. Now in this and particularly to our ERP, what is our road plan? By beginning end of this 2026, probably maybe beginning of 2027, it's already work in progress now. We already started many of the AI related features, functionalities and all. Suppose if I say that मुझे auto जैसे मैं prompt डालूंगा मुझे purchase order raise होना चाहिए, उसकी history मालूम पड़ना चाहिए. It's all under process. So in the our target in the year before 2027, mid of 2027, our target has to be in AI enabled, wherein I can maximum HR work, finance work can be automated. Then again, when we move ahead with 2028, we are trying to attract, to tier 2, tier 3 cities, wherein, they use local language, vernacular languages. उनको उनके local language में suppose they want to say, मुझे purchase order raise करना है. Then that way we are trying to move it in the year 2028. Again, when we talk about 2028, our agenda is to for RPA plus and AI plus. I mean robotic automatic process. जहाँ पर हमने most of the operations work, most of the finance work, most of HR work should be almost 70 to 80% of manual work has to be reduced. And when we are moving towards 3030, like we are trying to integrate the entire ecosystem, like what we have discussed in NP with the Bharat Connect. Similarly, what the agenda for here is that entire India, like logistics, like we have a lot of government agencies, banks, all that has to be integrated with our solution. That's what our agenda. So here the key takeaway is that now we cannot say cloud ERP is no longer a luxury. It's in fact a necessity. If you don't go with cloud, actually your competitors are always watching you. Anytime they can take over you. That's how simple it is. And adoption barrier, definitely. Even whatever we discussed, but still we have a lot of challenges to be faced. And how do we have to overcome that? Definitely we have a certain framework wherein we can do that as well. And most important, to be very successful ERP, if you want ERP to be successful, find the right partner who have a domain knowledge, who had implemented a lot of, hear the success story of them, and get the right partner on board. That is more crucial for ERP success. Then again, don't start by मुझे सब कुछ चाहिए, मुझे एक ही साथ में चाहिए. That's a wrong approach. Start small and move forward. And again, it's not a project actually, it's a culture. What we discussed during it's a culture, it's a journey. It's not a, एक बार मैंने कर लिया, project खत्म हो गया, finished, that's it. It's a culture, it's a journey, which has to be continuously move ahead. So, any questions?
Yeah, so basically what we are trying to convey here is having an ERP or having a digitized platform, till now it was a luxury, right? Now it has become more of a necessity. So if you have to grow, you have to scale up, you need to have some supporting system, right? And ERP helps you in, achieving all those process and numbers. So basically from TCS, the intention is that we should be able to reach out to maximum SMEs so we can support them, because they are the key drivers. Entire economy, it is, though SMEs might not be that big like, big organization like Reliance or say Adani. But yes, they are, because of them, the other big players are, they are able to serve the country better. So our intention is that we should be able to support our SMEs or MSMEs for their digital growth, right? Any questions anybody has, we will be more than happy to answer any queries.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are using MySQL as a backend and Angular Java as a frontend.
You mentioned we have to do phase-wise while implementing. We have to understand the requirements of the,
Right.
So how many days it takes to implement to
Implementation, it depends on the organized size and volume. It, as I said, 4 to 12 weeks. But before implementation, we're talking about like to discover, that may takes around a week time. Because it's a, you see, it's a first day we understand the requirement. Based on that, we demonstrate the solution. Then we deep dive into the operation process. Then we understand what is the key pain area. Then we define our scope. Probably it may take around 10 days, we can say, define the scope. And we set at the agenda also, what is the target. Suppose मुझे inventory में मेरा issue है, तो क्यों inventory में issue है? Because work in progress में कुछ identify नहीं हो रहा है, या raw material procurement ज़्यादा कर रहा है, there is no tracking, there is scrap, anything get generated. So based on that, we implement the solutions.
This is built by TCS, right? So it is mainly focusing on manufacturing, or there are other modules as well?
No, it covers the entire model, like it's manufacturer related services. Like as I said, suppose you are doing subcontracting में आपको invoice raise करना पड़ेगा services के लिए. Then we do have that service. It's manufacturer related services.
No, basically, to answer your question, yes, the focus is on manufacturing industry. We don't focus on, say, real estate or, say, service industries. This is basically for manufacturing industries, because the biggest challenge is in manufacturing, right? So every company has a different requirement, different expectation, right? So that's it.
Size, small size?
Yes, we do cover, we have a customer from even 10 crore also, I can say. Even look, I mean, those days we started from 2 crore also. So we have a range of customers from 2,000 crore to even, 2 crore to even 2,000 crore and 7,000 crore also.
So, yeah, to answer your question, as Uday rightly said, it's for MSME, SME to a large organization.
Even some companies, they just started up and they want to go with ERP because, they want to have better management control, that way starting it's very easy for them. It depends on the, thoughts and, what is their ambition and what actually they require generally. So it does not matter with the turnover actually.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there is no third party. We as a TCS, our own staff will go wherever we stay there for a month or 3 months or 6 months, whatever time it takes actually. Till it gets succeed, we will be there. Our staff will be placed over there only. No partner.
So basically we have a domain expert. We have a dedicated delivery team. They are spread across India. So wherever you are, our domain experts will be visiting you. They will understand your business process, what are your pain areas, and based on that, solution will be configured and they will be doing the implementation.
Then after go live, then it will be transferred to centralized team, then online support will be there. It's a continuous 24/7 support. Yes, sir. Oh, thank you. I can see.
I'd like to know the methodology which you use to find out the implementation is on track or it is getting delayed?
Of course, we prepare a project plan actually before on the day of activation. What we do is that once we understand the customer's process, we based on the requirement, based on mutual discussion, we do the project planning. Then based on the project planning, in a given particular project, actually minimum there will be 3 people is involved. One person who will be driving the show. Second person is then a manager of those person, change manager, who understand if there is a halt in the process and all, then he will again drive. So what happens actually, we have a tracker. Based on the tracker, what are the actual date it has to be implemented and what is the actual date implemented, what are the delay. And every week actually we send the reports and we sit and discuss where there is a challenges. The most challenge generally we face is on the data collection. That actually we face that, because since it's a ERP, actually it's cloud ERP, it's already configured. Once you upload the data, it's an Excel format. Once you upload the data is there in the system. Then we can start the training. The challenge about it, because most of the people don't have the data, because generally they use Tally and Excel format, which is scattered. It's again they spend a lot of time using multiple Excel sheets reconciling. So they don't have the data. Data is available, then it's easy. And one more important thing is the management involvement is must. If the management, wherever we find we have faced a lot of challenge where the direct management is not involved. I hope I have addressed your query. Yes, sir.
Users who are in comfort zone with their old systems.
Ye challenge hai, sir. That's what change management is a player role. Abhi aap suppose, see, there are two things actually we do it generally. We sit together with the staff. I mean, if they speak.
I'm sorry, I'm coming in between. I would just like to take that question. So basically, sir, any change, people are reluctant to adopt, right? That's a normal human tendency. That's why TCS as an organization, we do the delivery, we do the implementation, because we know we are not delivering any product, like we are not just implementing it. We need to add value to that business process, right? And that's the reason TCS, being an Indian company, and we have domain expert, they make them understand that we are not here to take away your jobs, or we are not here to change your approach. We are here to help you how you can grow. Until unless the person who is the actual user, he is convinced that yes, through this ERP, I am going to save my half an hour, or I'll be able to, add value rather than doing a clerical work. I'll be able to provide more insight to my management. Right? Until unless he gets that confidence, and that's the reason we have this domain experts. That's the only reason we are doing that implementation. We have not kept any partners, because product, whether you take SAP or my product or any other product, 19-20 का फर्क होगा. In some solution you might find some more features. Mine would be little lesser, but I might develop in next 2 months and I'll be equal to them. What differentiates TCS with others is you have to speak to only one organization, that is TCS. Product is built by TCS, delivery will be done by TCS, training will be provided by TCS, and post-sale support is also by TCS. So you need not have to speak to 10 different people.
Who are going to lose their importance after implementing the ERP, and those create the majority problem in implementation.
Correct, sir. That is what I was trying to say. See, when I'll feel insecure, if I feel that ERP आएगा तो मेरा नौकरी चले जाएगा या मेरा importance कम हो जाएगा. Importance कम हो जाए. I'll give a typical example. सबसे ज़्यादा challenge कहाँ पे आती है? Finance वाले से. क्योंकि जब तक कंपनी में ERP नहीं होता है, डायरेक्टर हर चीज़ के लिए उसको बुलाता है. चेक लेके आना, इसको पेमेंट करना है, तो ही फील्स, अरे साहब मेरे को 10 बार कैबिन में बुलाते. आपका ERP आ जाएगा, सब कुछ ऑनलाइन हो जाएगा, मुझे बुलाएंगे ही नहीं. This is a thought process, correct? See, until unless that accountant, the person who is going to work on the solution, he sees के यार तू क्लेरिकल जॉब कर रहा है, 20 साल का तेरे को एक्सपीरियंस है, और तू ये क्या कर रहा है, रोज वाउचर बना रहा है, अप्रूव कर रहा है. दैट इज योर जॉब आफ्टर स्पेंडिंग 20 years. व्हाट यू शुड डू, यू शुड टेल योर बॉस कि कैश फ्लो का ये परिस्थिति है, मेरा एजिंग इतना चल रहा है, मेरा लास्ट ईयर टू दिस ईयर प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी कम हो रहा है, ज़्यादा हो रहा है, वेयर आई शुड इन्वेस्ट, मेरा रॉ मटेरियल का एजिंग क्या चल रहा है, मेरा नॉन मूविंग स्टॉक कितना पड़ा है. वो शुड प्रोवाइड ऑल दिस इनपुट्स. अब वो कब मिलेगा, जब वो ERP यूज़ करेगा. जब उसके पास वाउचर बनाने में पूरा दिन डालता है, उसकी जगह पे अगर उसका 2 घंटा बचता है, देन ही विल डू ऑल दिस एनालिसिस. देन व्हेन ही विल गो इन फ्रंट ऑफ द मैनेजमेंट और बताएगा सर ये देखिए ये मैंने ग्राफ बनाया है, ये है. इनफैक्ट हिज बॉस विल अप्रिशिएट हिम कि यार अभी तू दिमाग लगा रहा है. So until unless you have to teach them, you have to guide them, you have to make them comfortable कि सर we are not here to reduce your importance और नौकरी वोकरी खतरे में नहीं आने वाली. We are enablers, we are supporting you. So how you can become more efficient? So that's the idea, and this is how we do the, you know, as Uday rightly said, we provide them with the complete service delivery plan. And this is how we do, our approach is totally different.
So there are 2 more approaches generally follow. And the number 1 is actually generally whenever the management faces these challenges, they will go for a external hiring. They will do a fresh recruitment only for ERP implementation. So since they face the internal challenges, second approach that they'll set the KPI for each and every associates. अगर आप ये मॉडल आपके डिपार्टमेंट इंप्लीमेंट हो जाएगा, देन आपका फाइनेंशियल ईयर में आपका ये इतना इंक्रीमेंट. They set the KPI. They set the performance KPI. These 2 factors actually worked a lot actually in an organization to be successful. Sorry, sir. There was someone raising hands. Sir, yeah.
Give a testimony that after implementing TCS IM, their bottom line has a multiple of 5, 10, 15.
See, I'll tell you our customer satisfaction is around 94 point.
Very concrete results of bottom line multiplication.
So you want the number of customers who can share the testimonial?
Who will give a testimony that their bottom line profit after tax has multiplied by 5 times, 10 times, 20 times.
For that you want number of count of customers you're saying?
No. Is there any customer who will give ready to give that their bottom line has increased?
This the 3 real story which I had shared. It's all based on our customers. About net profit. So net profit has a multiple factor. It's not even because of ERP, right? अगर inventory cost मेरे historical में ज़्यादा था 60 था, ये कम हो के आ गया after implementation. That we can show it, but net profit is as a multiple factors, right? वो only ERP की वजह से कैसे define कर सकते हैं? That's very difficult actually. No straight answer. Definitely they are getting impacted by in the way of net profit actually. But specifically इसकी वजह से नहीं हम लोग बोल सकते हैं. इसकी वजह से cost reduction कितना हुआ? Definitely there will be a, but ऐसा हम लोगों ने कैलकुलेट करी कोई बताया नहीं कितना मेरा प्रॉफिट है. Nobody actually, to be very frank, no customer will share the net profit मेरा इतना शेयर गेन हुआ इसके वजह से करके. Our agenda is that inventory हमने implement किया, उसमें post and after that what is the effect? Raw material कितना, shrinking cost कितना कम after that. Indirect we can calculate unless until if you know that what is the cost. But that's very difficult actually. No direct answer, but definitely there is an impact in the net profit. Yes, sir. Yeah, sure.
So there are 2 schools of thought, right? And one may be somewhere in between. It sits between standardization versus customization. There are some people in between. Okay. So what is your take on that?
See, if I want to precise, sorry.
To follow up on that, okay, you will find customers who will constantly ask for customization. No matter what you do. Customizations in the beginning are bound to break.
Right.
So you need to standardize. They listen. Right. There is no flavor there. Right. So what ERP company is. Yeah, basically I just want to know that.
Yeah. See, we are still facing this challenge actually, but only thing what we request every now and then, give a time of spare of 6 months. Let the entire process get run through the system. Then once we have done that, then we slowly we go for enhancement. In a case that if we cannot do it, then we go for nut and bolt approach. किसी और के साथ करना है, integrate करना. But we suggest that let's the entire process run for a moment. अभी पूरा problem हमको आया नहीं, अब और भी आएगा. Because now we're telling one problem, then you'll come bring with another problem also. Once you are settled for a year, then you will come to us, we'll do that.
One second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one sec. I'll just answer this. I'll just add to what Uday has said. So, sir, customization is very loosely used word. अगर मुझे एक माइनर मेरा GRN होने के बाद मैं क्वालिटी कर रहा हूँ या GRN करने के पहले क्वालिटी कर रहा हूँ, जस्ट अ प्रोसेस. बट फॉर अ कस्टमर इज द कस्टमाइजेशन. मेरे वहाँ ऐसे होता है, आप कस्टमाइज कर दोगे क्या? सो करेक्ट. तो सी until and unless if the process is not configurable or it is something new which is out, which is not practiced anywhere in the industry, then it becomes a customization. If it's a generic customization, we will do it. But it's a specific customization which is only meant for you. We need to understand how it is going to impact, what value is going to add it to you as well as to my other customers. If it sits properly, we will definitely go ahead and do that customization.
So TCS does it, takes it on its own?
Yeah,
we do that.
We have our, we have our solution team, we have our developers. So we do all the customization development in-house only.
So if something that is useful, let's say to everybody, that is taken up by TCS and provided as a part of the product as a feature.
Correct.
See, after onboarding, if we think that any process is acting as a stoppage, for this manufacturing company, this process must for them to proceed further. That will be taken as a hot fix. That will be go for a development, immediate development, and with the mutual discussion. When it's a generic discussion, then we give a timeline. Generally, we give a timeline with that for a, after deep study, then we give a timeline that itna din mein ho jayega, then definitely we deliver that.
Particularly, I am asking a question. What customization is looking for? The customer is not able to tell what I want. Only what customer is.
No, they are very specific. मेरे पुराने सिस्टम में ऐसा होता था, मेरे को ऐसा ही चाहिए. They are very specific and they fight for it. So it is not something that, so it's not a blur. They are very specific. Okay, you have a workaround which is workable, but they say no, मेरे को ऐसा ही चाहिए.
Sir, one sec. I have one question. Sorry, Vishal. Sir, tell me one thing. Today you must be using one mobile, or you must be driving a car. Tomorrow you buy a new car or new mobile. Will you be able to start using that car immediately? There will be little discomfort. That is what we need to make them understand. Sir, correct. That is what I'm asking.
Being an ex-TCS, sir, I think. Answer to your question is simply, this is an expectation management, right? So when you are at this kind of juncture, your answer should be, there is a process. There could be anything that is asked as a custom solution, okay? But there is a process and you have to normalize the thing, right? Whatever you are asking as a new solution or maybe a new custom development, you have to tell that this is the normalization process that we follow, okay? Because we have not only you, but 100 customers, right? We have to cater to them and their requirements. So, and we work on the best practices in the market.
So that is what TCS does, what you're saying, right?
That is what TCS does.
That's what we do. Just
everybody does that. Right.
So this is happened after sales or pre-sales?
It is simultaneous process.
Sorry, we are, I think, short of time actually. Yeah. Last year, yes, sir.
Yeah, so you all there for 3-4 decades, right?
Yes. For this actually, ION, it's almost, we are implemented in the year 2011. It's one of the, so yeah. I mean, see, we pick and choose basically, and we have around 1,500 customers. Okay, and we cover all over India, and we particularly catered only, as I said, only 40 micro vertical. No. See, we pick and choose. That's one. Ours is, for example, we count matters. And if you can tell me, if we say that we are running a profit, we may not be, probably. But because the matter is that we are enhancing, we are actually counting ourselves how many SMEs are onboarded into the system. That's what our major factors. SaaS-based model.
It's all most of the 90% of SMEs.
No, sir. It would be difficult to some particular numbers. To be very honest,
I said, no. Yeah, 1,500 customers I said. SMEs. See, it's a commercially, we have a stall actually, we can, because it depends on that actually.
What he is asking, no, so you mean you would like to understand approx number of users. On an average, you can take it around 25 to 30 users. Average I'm talking about. Some could be 10, some could be 50. Average, you can take it around 25 to 30 users. That's an on an average we deliver, like we serve.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Be here, sir, please. I request Mr. Prashant Gaikwad on behalf of Exponomics Events Private Limited to felicitate Mr. Uday Kumar as well as Mr. Jitendra Makwana. Mr. Uday Kumar. Just give a big round of applause. And we'll thank you to Uday Kumar as well as Mr. Jitendra. Mr. Prashant, sir, I will request you to felicitate Mr. Jitendra Makwan also from TCS, Yon. Thank you. Thank you. Now, here is one more panel discussion is going on. So for that, I will request the panelist on the dais. First of all, Mr. Dharmendra Singh, who is the Vice President of Spine Technologies India Private Limited. Also, Neeraj Bharatiya, Vice President of Human Resources and Administrations, D-Decor Home Fabrics. Mr. Pavan Rastogi, who is the Director VTS Infosoft Private Limited, as well as Dr. Deepika Jagtap, MD Abhinav DG Comsoft Services. Also, Mr. Birendra Jamdade. And moderator will be Mr. Pavan More. Mr. Dharmendra Singh is the Vice President of Growth and Strategy at Spine Technologies India Private Limited, bringing over 20 years of experience in driving businesses, growth, strategic partnerships, and sales excellence in the IT and SaaS space. He is known for his expertise in consultative selling, enterprise solutions, and go-to-market strategies with a proven ability to scale businesses and enter new markets. Also, Mr. Neeraj Bharatiya is an experienced HR leader with a strong track record of working with leading organizations such as Mahindra, Hindustan, Coca-Cola, also Bridgestone, Phenolics Pipes and Fittings, Suzlon, Ashok Leyland, One more panelist is Mr. Pavan Rastogi. He is Director VTS Infosoft Private Limited. Dr. Deepika Jagtap, MD Abhinav DG Corp Soft Services. And moderator is Mr. Pavan Muri. एकदा सर्वांचं आपण स्वागत करूया आणि त्यांना विनंती करूया की आपण आपल्या ERP संदर्भातल्या चर्चेला प्रारंभ करावा. यापुढची सूत्र मिस्टर पवन मोरे यांच्याकडे. थँक्यू.
Hello, check.
Yeah, hello.
बरं ठीक आहे, चला मी तुमच्या कानात येईन. द्या त्यांच्या बसा. या इकडे. ठीक आहे.
मला फक्त टॅप करत. So, welcome everyone. So ideations for this particular panel, that the subject is ERP beyond technology, people, change and adoption. In the ERP circuits, basically we will take it mostly towards the HRMS part of it. So human resource management systems and similar practices. So the whole thematics is around that. I would like people to be more interactive in the panel discussions. Audiences will obviously add on to it. Multiple people are going to come. The dignitaries who are sitting on the dais are expert in their own different fields with different product experiences, company experiences with number of years, as well as problem statements that are coming. So I'll be focusing on that. Sir, we'll start with the very basics of it. Meanwhile, let's see how many people are joining in, right? So one is people versus technology, okay? I'll just elaborate on the subject. ERP projects are often seen as technology initiatives, but many failures happen because of people-related challenges. In your experience, what matters more, the software or the people adapting towards it?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Pawan, to put this question forward. I believe both the things are very much important, people as well as the technology. Without technology, the growth cannot happen in the organizations. And for technology, people must be needed.
But then we see in ERPs, what happens now, people are very resistant to changes. Like they are like, I don't want to adapt to some new software or new technology. I will not put this. My attendance policy is morning 10:30, but I will come at 11 and nobody has to record. And ऐसा ही चलता है attitude, right? So this is gonna be there. And अगर वो employee आपका बहुत पुराना employee है, कुछ 5-10 साल से आपके साथ में है उस manufacturing या किसी company के साथ में, आप उनको निकाल भी नहीं सकते because उनका experience भी उतना important है. तो ऐसा तो challenge आता है कि system might change.
Yeah, absolutely. See, resistance always be there. It is there since many years, and it always be there whenever the new changes will come, new technology will come in the organization. And the resistance is not only in the organization, it is everywhere. If you see in your family, in your neighbors, in your society, everywhere the resistance is there. Resistance comes from the old employees, as you mentioned, right? So what you have to see is how you can manage the people, how you can go with the psychology of the team members. When you are going to implement anything in the organization, most of the cases what happens is they don't take all the managers or all the stakeholders in the confidence. They don't try to delegate what will do what. And the standardization, the documentation, what and how you are going to implement and what kind of side effects would be there. So if you take your people in the confidence, then I think you can avoid that kind of a resistance.
Does monetary help?
I believe no. So I'll give you one example here. Recently what happens with my, in my family. about the resistance. So currently, my son has passed 10th standard, okay? So he's a football player. He was playing since last 4-5 years. And now he want to pursue the football. And when he told to me कि मुझे football academy में जाना है, and I started looking कि which all football academies are there in the Mumbai where we can put him. Then I got to know that after 16 years of age, there is no football academy who can provide you the continuous sessions. And there are the residence schools where you can continue your academics along with the football on a daily basis. So what I did is, I knew कि मैं उसको बोलूँगा कि भाई अभी हॉस्टल में जाना है, तो वो नहीं जाएगा. Then what I did is, I shared certain academics links to him कि you evaluate. Then he found कि कोई विले पार्ले में है, कोई कहीं है, कोई वीक में 2 दिन ही ट्रेनिंग देगा. Then he will not be get the exposure what he want to do.
So you mean the selection part of it rather than the monetary benefit?
Correct. So what I did is, in this case, the psychology played an important role. Then I shared, later on, I shared certain residential schools के link, कि now you see, अगर मैं upfrontly उसको बोलता कि आपको residential school में जाना है, then he might not be ready for that. Because of the change. Since last 16 years, he was staying with us. Now suddenly if you say कि you have to be a part of the hostel, and then you can get all these benefits. Then later on I shared the link of the hostels, the known hostels, then he evaluated and he himself decided कि okay, I want to go this. Instead of I forced him कि तुमको इसमें जाना चाहिए. So that's kind of a people management you have to see. I think you all can.
Neeraj sir.
Yeah.
Should I or? No, I actually want to some points added towards this because then we can keep on adding with the points.
My colleague has already put up a lot of points which are very good, but I would like to add few more points here. I'm going to speak mainly from the manufacturing perspective. Nowadays, if you are working in any manufacturing organization, you will find all type of generation people are working over there. Gen X is there, Gen Y is there, Gen Z is there, then now the Alpha generation is also coming over there. So it's the question of change or adopting to the change is not based on the number of years a person has put it into the organization. It is only the mindset which is there. And the mindset, I take it in the two perspectives. One is the individual mindset, second is the organizational mindset. If the velocity of change, if you find in any organization which is going on a continuous change basis, then the people who are working over there definitely adopt to the change. But there are certain organizations which do not adopt to the change and they don't run this change management program. You will find if you do any change, then it becomes difficult. And if we are looking into the manufacturing organization, if there are people who are into the Gen X, I have seen they are also ready to change, provided right type of tools, right type of advice, right type of things are given to them. Nowadays,
on the same point, so how do we measure the adoptions and the success rates for this?
So basically there are 2-3 factors. One is the thing, what we can see is what is exactly is the commercial benefit which we are getting, because ultimately businesses are for making the commercial successes. Success, that is the one parameter, that is the qualitative parameter. Then there are quantitative parameters also. What culture of change has already happened? How many people have accepted the change? How many people at what level of their individual they have adopted the change or they have implemented the technology in their day-to-day work? All those things, can be measured. We can have the different matrices for the different functions, for the different set of level of the people, and that it can be measured.
So mostly we say KPIs, parameters, by हम लोग define कर देते हैं कि work efficiency matrix बन सकते हैं, कितने jobs complete हुए हैं, bonus, monetary helps. मेरी साइड से मुझे कभी-कभी लगता है कि monetary helps. आप किसी employee को बोलो कि this HR practices have to be implemented, and अगर आप follow कर लोगे and you'll be given a Diwali bonus with some percentage or something, I think it will have a faster implementation sometimes in comparison to the culture. Yes, obviously culture is also, culture works thoda sa slower. You know, we might have a thought around that.
Yeah, there are very few organizations where I've seen, people are ready to move into the culture things. But there are people, right now, there are pulse surveys which people are doing. Now, if you work with the Mahindras, as soon as you enter, based on your face, they are able to recognize whether you are going to stay with Mahindras or you are going to leave. That is the tracking. They do it on a day-to-day basis, on a weekly basis. It gets, measured, it gets analyzed. So it also depends on the organization's values as well as the person or management, what is the focus they are having.
Ma'am, the next question is to you. So this is for basically leadership and organizational culture. Okay. So how does leadership influence ERP adoptions and HRMS adoptions? Can even the best implementations fail in the organizations where management is not actively involved or actively participating in the process?
Definitely.
Okay.
So ERP implementations fail all the time because management is not involved. Because first of all, we have to realize ERP implementation is not about the technology. 0 into anything is still 0. You need the one is the person, your employee. And technology is going to 10x your employee's output. So you need their buy-in. You're not going to get their buy-in if you are not involved. So somebody from the management needs to be the, what you can say, the owner of this implementation. They need to take charge. They need to sit with the team day in, day out. They need to track progress. That's how you're going to get buy-in. That's how you're going to get your employees to accept this change. That's how you're going to, because they are going to realize this is happening, this is the future, and this is permanent. If they see that the management is not involved, the management is not following up, or they're still accepting Excel, they're still accepting workarounds, then they're not going to be as motivated to adopt.
But don't you feel the challenge sometimes? This happens, the business owners are like, I'm running this for past 20 years and this is my SOP. I don't want to follow your SOP and stuff like that. ऐसे कभी nitty-gritties आते हैं, challenges आते हैं. But owners are like, boss, I'm running an 100 crore company and मैंने 100 crore company यही process बना के बनाई है. So your software is a good one, your practice is a good one, but still I want to have ये थोड़ा सा icing on the top kind of a situation. फिर उसको कैसे negotiate करेंगे?
तो वो थोड़ा customization हो जाता है. We have always worked like this is, yes, if you can convince them that there's a better way to do it, of course, any businessman wants to make more money, so they will adopt. But yeah, a little bit of customization is required because people don't want to change their workflow overnight. And if it's working for them, then why not?
I'll add you 2 points. One is the last, to the last point which you were talking about, the monetary benefits. Yes, it is there in a different ways where the organizations are implementing it for the adoption. One is in the format of the gamification, where the employees can enjoy whenever they are using the applications, they will earn certain points and they will then redeem those points. That is one aspect where the companies are following up. The second is, they are giving more responsibilities and the ownership. If this will happen, then you will get this. In terms, not directly in the monetary benefit. And the third is for the blue collar or the lower grade employees, how they can show to their families they are linked with the technology, what kind of benefits like pay slips and other things they are getting on the email. These kind of things the companies are trying to implement for the adoption. The second point, which you rightly mentioned, recently एक example I would like to quote. There is a company of more than 1,000 crore, very big name in printing, packaging, and they have more than 4,000 employees, more than 30 location plants and offices. When entire HRMS has been implemented, for them earlier they were using in-house. पूरा HRMS implement होने के बाद it came to the PMS, Performance Management System. The CHRO was very well versed with this PMS and other things. अब PMS में कैसा होता है, अगर आप थोड़ा सा आइडिया है कि आपका normalization होता है after all the ratings and everything, right? Basis on that, your appraisals will begin. अब उसमें बहुत सारे employees ऐसे थे जो 20 years, 25 years, 30 years से काम कर रहे हैं, and उनके केस में कैसा है कि management, the MD himself, give the rating कि ठीक है इसको 10 पॉइंट मिला है तो इसको 10, 11 कर दो, like on the paper. अब ये सब चीज़ें आपका टेक्नोलॉजी में नहीं हो सकती, then it got stuck, क्योंकि that will go in the workflow. Now you cannot take the MD in the workflow, कि आप सिस्टम लॉगिन करो, और MD was not in the position कि वो लॉगिन करें और जाके करें. So what she mentioned in that case, कि sometimes for these kind of systems, they have to change their processes either, or to come to the standardization, or you have to go with some kind of a small tweaks, customization, some thoda bahut convince karna, thoda sa customize karna, then only you can through with these kind of problems. But these problems lies in the system.
Pawan sir, to you. So you are a person who's in IT and IT, what we were discussing. So that's a very fun part of it. I will give you the chance to explain, because I really love that one. Please, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I come from a chartered accountancy background, so I will have a different perspective to start with earlier discussion. I will pick little small discussion. When we talk to people management, this word itself is negative. People don't like to be managed. What we are talking till now, monitoring, benefits, we are seeing it from a very narrow perspective, right? From manufacturing, my white collar, blue collar. We have this habit to see people like this, right? I have a different view in this. If you want to get the best result, if you want to do the adoption of ERP, what we are talking of, it's like adopting any other thing. You have to make this decision as it's taken by them, right? Like you give the example, but concluded little differently. You gave the perfect example. You made your son part of that decision making, right? So when you make them part of this decision making, you see adoption, right? So what we do till now, we try to manage people, right? We try to do the people management is the main HR, human resource management, right? That's probably the biggest fallacy that need to be changed now. They are like us, right? What made us different than them, blue collar, white collar, is very, very thin line. Right?
That is just some way of saying. So
I'm just giving a different perspective to this, that I've seen a great success in my that experience, that things changes when we, and I can tell you as a business owner, we can drive the result. We can actually make them decide what we want them to decide, but they decide, right? And that's the success point, right?
So, sir, see, decision making of selection of an HRM system, when we say, okay, we have multiple HR systems right now, okay, to name a few who are already exhibiting here.
Yeah.
There's so many. So the person who's gonna use that system, how will you ensure 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 strength gets to decide?
Yeah, I can give you a solution. You have to make them decide their representation, right? Make them part of what we do. We ask them to select maybe 2 representatives who they decide who will represent, and truly want them to be part of the decision making when we decide that we actually have certain problems and how to solve this problem. These are the solution. Selecting a good application, not for doing something wrong, for their benefit. This will get this benefits. We had these options and they have to decide on one of them. Right? Is still out, they will be 2 and you will be 10. You mean the management side. Right? We believe on a decision making which is taken not by one person, by a collective group of people. Then, and the decision is same. You need to understand. If as a business owner I want to make a point, right? Say for example, I want to make a point that we have to go and do participation in this Pune exhibition, right? I should have taken this decision individually. But instead of that, we have a system. We have a team, a strategic team. We gave the proposal to them and asked them to decide. They did the same thing that I wanted, right? Then the ownership of this exhibition, ROI of this exhibition is not mine. They own it. They own decision. When people take the decision, they own decision, and then they are ready to even fail, and you should also be ready. Because failure or success is not driven by that. Right? When we take a decision, we also fail. Let them take a decision with you and let's fail. And adding to one thing that we said, that how the management is responsible for this. So I have a very real case study where with all efforts and everything done, it's a British company in India, and all the best of the best ERP and everything implementation done, it was failing like, it was right implementation, with after 3 months, 6 months, the performance and everything was dropping down. I was part of that organization as an implementer. For so many years, I was part of that organization as a consultant, as a chart accountant. So we discussed, we knew that the biggest problem is CEO of that organization has never opened that ERP even once. Because we know by logs that this login ID is never used. Right? So depending, if you are depending on someone else to look at your reports and then telling you, then the problem is not that employee's adoption. The problem is the top management adoption. If top management actually adopt an ERP, it will be successful for sure. Because then they start seeing it from that way, and then the whole organization will start working accordingly. So I'm not saying the only top management is responsible, but based on your question, for that question, the top management is responsible.
Interesting. अच्छा, so in HR we mostly see HR बोला ना तो payroll आ जाता है. कुछ भी हुआ हाँ HR से मतलब payroll, salaries, calculation, attendance, time shift management हो गया. This is HR is not just that. HR is all about people. You know, your employees who are working with. So culture becomes a very significant factors in that. Ma'am, this question would be to you. So how do you think the cultural development can help us to implement HR systems better, as in technicality as well as the practices also?
So HR is not just payroll. Yes, rightly said, sir. Because HR, when we want to start an ERP implementation, they are the first people we should talk to. They know, like sir said, choosing representatives. HR knows who are the influencers in your company, who are the people who everybody else will look to. So they will bring those people forward. We can have, when we start implementation, we can have trainings with those people first, because once they decide that we are going to use ERP, the rest of the company is going to fall in line. HR plays a very important role there. They also play a very important role in handling objections, handling conflicts. If the system is not working for somebody, if somebody is not able to understand the training, or training once is never enough. So HR decides how often we need to retrain people, on what topics we need to give more time, more sessions. They are the people who are going to drive the change through the organization.
What should be the ideal size of such kind of a team, say maybe 1,000 employee company?
HR team.
HR team, or maybe representative team for decisions? Because decisions, what happens, the more the number of people come into this, some of my experiences, it starts creating multiple iterations and problem statements, and a lot of ifs and buts statement happens, right? So, yeah, please do, yes.
See, the best one to handle that is moderator, sir. So whenever you get a team, 10 or plus 10 people, you decide first that this person will be the moderator. And the responsibility of moderator is to drive the discussion, not to go off. The moderator is the most important person in that discussion.
That works. Thank you for this. So, yeah, ideally, this is what we are trying to bring in. Sir, to you, because you are planning of leaderships and similar elements also, you know, how would you say ki getting HR applications, ERP applications decided by the top leadership? See, they, like sir said, कि sir top leadership ने कभी system open भी नहीं करके देखा है, right? So ऐसी situations में obviously leaderships is also very important. How do you nurture them and how do you influence them to, you know, at least start lead by the example kind of a segment?
Okay. Practically, I mean, to be honest with you, Pawan, all my MDs were super technical people. You know, means they were more qualified than me as far as, you know, things are there. So they were knowing more technology than what I was knowing. But if we, I mean, I'm just taking now a little theoretical view. I mean, if we want to nurture and all that, reverse mentoring is the one thing which helps. Because I've seen very next level. After MD, I've seen there are people, right now also, I'm seeing, there are people who are in the next level, but they face that technological adoption is a very, difficult. Even for them, we have to send a person to operate their laptop. That is the thing. So how to do the reverse mentoring, that is the one. Secondly, if we are able to show at least to the top management what exactly are the benefits in terms of the monetary as well as non-monetary, then they are ready to accept. Thirdly, there are always change agents in the organizations who are there. If we reward, if we bring them in front and present it to the management, this is the thing, this is the work which these people have done, and if we give them you can say, I'm talking about the reward, a recognition part of it, not reward part of it, recognizing them in front of all and all that, then it also gives them a kick, a management. Yes, this is the thing which is running. Let me also at least peep into it and try to understand what exactly is happening.
Something like star employees.
Star employee,
best
or
employees.
best employee, or the best things which got implemented and all that.
Interesting approach. So now that we are seeing, the HR practices is so many things can happen. Now, what do you see in next 2 to 3 years? See, a lot of things is getting automated, right? Earlier, the attendance used to be done in person, then uploaded via Excel, then databases, then slowly. Now we have face recognition is working, biometrics, some work, some fail, lot of mix and match. Now, next 2 to 3 years, you are seeing AI is getting involved into a lot of those applications. So what is your thought process for next 2 to 3 years, like how HR should evolve, HRMS should evolve around this? Because पहले HR के rules या policies को implement करने के लिए एक person की ज़रूरत ज़्यादा पड़ती थी. A group of people would be needed. Now it is mostly driven by some kind of an AI tool that is happening, right? So ऐसे situations में what are the next 2 to 3 things का कुछ? Yeah, one by one. Everybody can contribute towards it. Yes.
I am talking from my own experience. Okay, so first of all, I am a little expert on productivity. So wherever I worked, I have not kept my HR team a bulky team. I have always worked with very lean team. So since I have worked with very lean team, there is no, whenever the things have come, we have adopted the change, we have implemented the change. So there was no need for us for a reduction of the employee. Okay. Secondly, we have always redeployed the people. Whosoever were there, we have trained them and redeploy to the next level of work, whatever is coming. So if AI is coming, we are doing the automation and all that. But since the team is very lean, it doesn't affect us, if you're talking about that. In the days to come, I'm very sure this AI is going to take away a lot of jobs in HR also. IBM is one example which has done. And if I take another example, IKEA is there, which has used it very nicely, redeploy all the people from the back end to the customer service, and they may have made a revenue of another 1.6 billion. But there is another case of Oracle where 30,000 people have been fired, and very next day CFO is getting appointed and earning a 300 crore. Yeah. So it also depends on the values which an organization is bringing on table. If the organization values are very strong, they will redeploy the people and all that. And we can do that because it's not all of a sudden which gets the shock. We are aware, AI and everything, if you're talking about, it is, coming from the last 2-3 years. So there was a sufficient time for us to retrain our people, and people are trainable. I always believe in that, and people are trainable. We can, train them and redeploy them.
So your thoughts on this?
So my thought on this, see, what we see AI as a threat, right? We always see that, and we always, this is point of discussion, ki AI say, what we talk of, sir, like we said, Oracle did this, or IKEA did this. What we are talking this sitting in Pune or grass industry, I'm not talking of the 10 big OEMs, AI is not taking any jobs as of now. Yeah. But in future they will take. But it's not time when we should start talking this. There's a time when we should start looking at this as an enablement tool, this as an augmentation tool. That we have a sufficient time to tell them This is enabling you, right? And everyone has an opportunity to pick something where he can be redeployed. It's a very good idea, right? Because now the people has that capabilities with AI that they can go and explore and understand that what they probably can do as a redeployment. You have to start this discussion within your organization. It's not a threat actually.
So training, skill developments, this kind of an
Everything.
elements.
Just brainstorming first thing. That this is something, see, even if we don't give them a topic, this topic is already there. They're thinking what will happen if this happens, right? कि होगा तो कितने लोगों का जाएगा, किसकी job, क्योंकि see, the people's thinks alike, right? It's not different. तो जो threat है, जो fear है, वो सबके दिमाग में है, वो ऐसा ही है. So you need to actually help them to let's discuss this. I give you a very the real example that we do, not related to ERP. We are an ERP company. So whenever anyone resign in our company, anyone, we have a notice period of standard 2 months. As a management, me or HR, first HR and then me, we discuss them whether he is going to stay or he is going to go. And in the first 5 days, we decide whether he is going or he is staying. If he is staying, then topic is over. But if he is going, the next thing we do, we announce that he is going. We announce this to everyone. And we say, we have a standard practice of doing an operational meeting every day on the floor. We are 70-member team, so everyone. We announce that he is going, and he is going on this day, this 2 month is his notice period, and this has to be his best period with us. And on the last day, he gets gift, he do the cake cutting and do the handshake, and he goes as a brand ambassador for us for his life. So what happened, यदि मैं नहीं भी, see, when anyone resign, उसका सबसे मजा उसे तब आता है जब वो सबको बताता है I've resigned. जो resign करने का जो thrill है ना, जो मजा है, that I resigned this organization, वो खत्म हो जाता है when I don't tell anyone. It means this person is staying. Right? So वो thrill सबके साथ है. I've worked with organizations, right? जिस दिन मुझे लगता है मैंने resign किया ना, सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने colleague को बताऊंगा, छोड़ दिया. Now I'm free. So you as a management has to be part of that. यार तू क्यों free है? Let's enjoy it. Right? See, no one is come here to stay with you for life. And if you see this, then it's a challenge for you. If you see any employee staying with you for life, then it's a challenge for you, sir. So you start looking at different way. So I mean to say, when you see a threat, let's address it upfront. Discuss with them. And let's create a platform, very transparent, and create a synergy in organization. You will see the organization is blooming like anything. They start feeling, if your team start feeling that they belongs to this organization, not only you are an honor. You are nothing if there's no one working for you. You depend on them, they don't depend on you.
So that's actually a very beautiful example. What happens with, HR is a very intricate thing, right? You know, it's very sensitive, the culture changes, a lot of things happen, and every company has a different policy.
Yeah.
Wherein, not to specify any brand name, but like IBM used to say कि ये तो national company है, आप इसमें एक बार जाओगे तो retire होके निकलोगे. Wherein on the other side, you're also seeing firing part of it, right? So I think traditional changes are gonna, some changes are gonna happen like this for multiple companies.
For sure.
I would like to just understand, we have to implement into that system also. It has to be accounted for. See, the thought that we have, like we're gonna set off 1,000 team में से चलो 10 लोगों को हमने select किया, who are gonna help us decide the best practice for this, or who will at least get it approved the best standard operating procedures for something. Say maybe leave policies है. अभी simpler example, sandwich leave policies. Employees are amazingly smart. आप कितना भी कर लो, मैंने बोल दिया नहीं चाहिए सैंडविच, नहीं होगा सैंडविच लीव पॉलिसी, वो मस्त कोई ना कोई नेशनल हॉलिडे निकाल के फिर भी कर ही लेंगे, राइट? बट नाउ इसको टेक्निकली भी इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, फिर कटिंग नहीं करनी है किसी की, बट डिसिप्लिन भी होना चाहिए. ऑल ऑफ दोज थिंग्स आर गोना हैपन. सो ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट्स आते हैं, इसको टेक्निकल इम्प्लीमेंट करना इन्फोर्स करना ये भी बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज हो जाता है कभी कभी. इन चीज़ों में फिर कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, या इसके लिए कुछ एडवाइजरी आपकी साइड से?
So देखिए, if policy is decided by them, they will stand by this. That's what we suggest everyone. You know, when you give them HRMS solution, they don't just take the application with you. They want you, they see you as an expert in HR, right? So they say they want you to help them with some policies, right? One of our client, I can give you an example. They have got a policy. They give credit to everyone, every employee on first day of month, 120 minutes, right? And that goes in their wallet. It's like wallet. They can spend it. They can come first day 120 minutes late. They can spend their time, no deduction. But if they come next day even 1 minute, half day deducted, right? And then when half day deducted and he only came 1 minute late, half day mean 4 hours, 240, 120 already 120 credit he gets in wallet. So it's his own money. Getting my point? His own money, he can spend it. He knows that on 10th of the day, he will need 2 hours for his son's birthday. He can manage that way. He feels he is empowered at the beginning of the month with certain money in terms of time, which he can spend. Very beautiful concept that we liked working in that organization, and then we implemented it many places. Right? So it's the same thing that we do. यदि आप कैलकुलेशन देखो तो कुछ भी चेंज नहीं हो रहा है, लेकिन what is changing is mindset. He feels that management is giving me 120 minutes upfront in my wallet to use it, and the application shows that these many minutes left. You spent today 10 minutes more. So nobody is blaming you, nobody is blaming them. They're their owner. So it's like coining the same way. When it's
approach methodology is something.
Yeah, implementations. See, the experience that we get in implementation helps improvement. Right. So that's what we learn with the people.
Okay, I'd like to know some pointers from the audience. See, HR can be conceptual and a lot of other ways, but some technical pointers also. Any HR product owners here who have built an HR tool recently? None. Okay. So getting an ideation is like what kind of a tool you see as an ERP module in HRMS. So attendance हो गया, automation हो गया, biometrics आ गए, face recognition आ गए. इसके अलावा कुछ ऐसा tool जो आपके साइड से advisory हो कि HR related applications में आने चाहिए. अगर कुछ suggestions होगा तो I'd like to take some. Yes. Recruitment. Yeah, but can you specify more like what are you looking into? And I would request you can take the stage. आप खड़े होके आपका नाम बताइए, आपकी कंपनी बताइए, so that everybody gets to know and शायद one-to-one discussion हो जाए, कुछ business हो जाए, you never know. Please do, sir. Okay.
तो 4 महीने में HR ने क्या किया और जिसका रिक्वायरमेंट है उसने क्या एफर्ट डाला उसके लिए, वो ट्रैकिंग करना मुश्किल होता है. और जब बिजनेस पूछते हैं तब तो बोलता है मेरे पास रिसोर्स नहीं. तो कंट्रोल करने के लिए रिसोर्स अगर टाइम पे हायर होता है तो सब चीज़ें स्मूथली हो सकती है. इसके लिए दोनों का ट्रैकिंग करना जरूरी है, कहीं पे दिखना जरूरी है.
रिक्रूटमेंट ट्रैक्स के बारे में सिमिलर एलिमेंट एनीबॉडी एल्स हैज एन इनपुट फिर? यस.
My suggestion is that to implement pre-boarding module in HRMS. Because क्या होता है कि whenever we offer to someone and he or she have some notice period to join our organization, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि 2 महीने का उसका नोटिस पीरियड है, 2 महीने बाद ज्वाइन करेगा, लेकिन तब तक उसके बाद एक और ऑफर आ जाता है, एक और आ जाता है, तो जो बेस्ट होता है उधर चले जाता है. तो प्री बोर्डिंग मीन्स हम उसको इंगेज करें, हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में उसको पता चलता रहे, ताकि उसको लगे कि ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मेरे लिए बेस्ट फिट है, उसको कहीं और देखने का टाइम नहीं मिलता.
So I will add one more thing. See, pre-boarding is like dating before getting married, right? So this is very interesting. You know, if you don't do this pre-boarding, your joining possibilities will be 50%. So you have to make it very, very interesting. How we have no clue what else we should do. But this is something we should be thinking of. This is a long period now.
Actually, sir, things have changed. You know, we had buyout options previously. So monetary, मैं बहुत straightforward बात करता हूँ कभी-कभी कि कल्चर यस इम्पोर्टेंट, बट जब तक वो एम्प्लॉय देखेगा नहीं ना कि मुझे 15 लाख का पैकेज है या 18 लाख का पैकेज है, वो 18 के साइड में ही जाएगा. वो 6 महीने एक्सपीरियंस करेगा, फिर वापस से 15 पे आ जाएगा या शायद उससे ज़्यादा मांगेगा. ये ऐसे बहुत सारी चीज़ें आती है, राइट? तो मॉनेटरी इज़ नॉट ऑलवेज अबाउट जस्ट मनी या सैलरीज, बट फिर अभी उसे एग्जिस्टिंग कंपनी में भी सर्व करना है, नई कंपनी में भी प्रीबोर्ड करना है. कल्चर यस, कॉन्सेप्ट्स यस, पूरा नर्चरिंग, लीडरशिप, फ्यूचर पर्सपेक्टिव्स आपने सारे दे दिए. बट फिर जो अभी बायआउट वाला ऑप्शन जो थोड़ा कम हो गया, मोस्टली हेड हंटिंग्स वगैरह में ज़्यादा यूटिलाइज होता है उस तरह से, राइट? उस चीज़ में आपका क्या सजेशन रहेगा कि शुड दैट पॉलिसी बी कंटिन्यूड बायआउट्स में?
सब मुझे लगता है वो पॉलिसीज़ तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल अब के टाइम के हिसाब से है. बट आई बिलीव कि जो इंगेजमेंट है ना, यू राइटली सेड कि पीपल गो फॉर हायर पैकेजेस, राइट? बट इफ़ यू समहाउ क्रिएट दैट काइंड ऑफ curiosity with them that your organization is not competing with others in terms of HR practices, right? Then people tend to join you, even if a lesser package. People, you know, you have to talk something different, right? I've seen that people after package, they look at how you handle people. So your employees reference works here. So I've seen resources who came to us, join us on a lower package. Why? Because someone told them that for learning and for these things, this is the best place, right? So if you are able to demonstrate this more, then people can actually stick with you either or can join you more. So for that
getting
purpose,
a referral program is a good thing, then I would say.
Yes.
So
Definitely.
employee referral program can be one of those outputs which can be taken care of, because when an existing employee is referring, you know, for a new skill, for learnings, anything, culture, lot of other things, I think that becomes a very good retention element for the employee, right?
And people don't leave organization for money. They start looking at money because they are fed up with someone individually. People
That's
leave
actually a good
leave
point.
people.
Yes, yes.
Right? So if you don't give them this opportunity, then they don't itself look at. People become very comfortable when they are comfortable in organization. When they are uncomfortable, they look at salary package कि यार कितना मिल रहा है, इतनी जान लेने के बाद भी इतना मिल रहा है. Then they start comparing it.
Right.
Right.
Dharmen sir, you had some things to mention.
So I wanted to add the same thing, the referral programs, and it always depends कि how the brand ambassadors you created in the past for your organization, the Glassdoor reviews, Ambition Box reviews, that help a lot.
Yes.
And if your people are talking about your organization, good things in the market, and the other people are hearing out at multiple platforms. Now, most of the generations are available on the social media, right? And if they are seeing some cultural activities, some events happening, employee engagement activities are happening, continuously they are posting on that. So that creates a huge difference in the market, especially for your hiring.
Ma'am, obviously we are short on time on that. We would, yes, please. Could you be a bit louder, please? Thank you.
Business consultant. I am specifically the person who is with the client and the organization. Right. I am specifically building the software sector with the client and getting deployed by the developers. So recently with our one client, we experienced the new thing that he suggested that implement the HRMS with the geolocation integration. Okay. Why? He is having the multiple policies like this employee wants the work from home policy, okay, we will give it. One employee asking for the hybrid, we will give it. But what about the accountability? If one employee gets the work from home, then what is the possibility he is getting the work done in the home? For that, we do the one thing that we will stay quiet and make a point that we will monitor in a smooth way. Like while the employee get logging to the software, it gets actually the geolocation where it get logged and how much he spending on the software. What means is that the मतलब जो दोनों साइड है वो भी फुलफिल हो गए. जो मतलब एज अ ओनर उसका जो अकाउंटेबिलिटी उसको चाहिए था वो एम्प्लॉय ने दिया एंड एज ए एम्प्लॉय उसको जो कंफर्ट चाहिए था वो भी. तो जियो लोकेशन इंटीग्रेशन से प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हुआ.
जियो लोकेशन यस दोनों साइड्स
का है. सो एक जियो टैगिंग है, जियो लोकेशन है. सम पीपल आर नॉट वेरी कंफर्टेबल लेटिंग देम नो कि वो कहाँ से काम कर रहे हैं, राइट? कुछ policies hai.
We'll add one thing, sir, please. Thanks for your this idea. I think this is in almost all HRMS nowadays because this is right. So this is in all HRMS. I can vouch this. I will just add on one thing from HR perspective on work from home policy. In India, we don't understand what work from home is. Work from home does not mean that your employees is supposed to work from 10 to 6 at home with laptop and working. This is not what work from home is. इससे better है office आ जाता हो. Work from home is for the purpose that he gets some flexibility. उसके घर पर कोई ऐसी situation है where he will not work continuously. He cannot start at 10. उसके घर में आज उसकी wife गई है, बच्चा है, तो he will work according to that, but he will manage your work. So we has a very wrong perspective of work from home policy in India. वो work from home हो गया because of COVID. नहीं तो इंडिया में work from home भी नहीं होता. So work from home के साथ जो benefit है, जो हमें समझना चाहिए. See, it's an perspective that need to be changed. At some places even HR is very strict. Work from home का मतलब ये है कि जूता पहन के आपको 10 बजे बैठना था, 6 बजे तक बैठा रहना था, तभी work from home है. हाँ, लॉगिन देखना है मैंने. वही जो आप कह रहे हो जियो ट्रैकिंग है, दैट्स नॉट एक्चुअली मेंट फॉर वर्क फ्रॉम होम. दैट्स एक्चुअली वेरी डेट्रीमेंटल फॉर ए रिसोर्स इवन. क्योंकि मैं जब ऑफिस में होता हूँ, आई एम नॉट दैट क्लोजली मॉनिटर्ड. आई कैन वॉक, आई कैन टेक ए कॉफी, आई कैन गो. सी, जब तक हम ऑफिस में हैं, जब तक हम किसी के पास जाके अपने कुलीग के पास, जो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है, उसके साथ जब तक बात नहीं करते, मेरी प्रोडक्टिविटी नहीं बढ़ सकती. हाउ कैन यू स्टॉप मी गोइंग एट होम कि मैं आप घर पे गया, मेरे को लैपटॉप पे ही बैठना है. So that's a mindset change that we need to do to increase productivity. This will not at all increase productivity. हम कहते हैं इतने बजे से इतने बजे तक बैठे रहो.
Ma'am, I would like to ask you to summarize the HR practices that we are going to go for the cultural part of it. Because you mentioned, where we were discussing also, so you mentioned a lot of about cultural impacts, right? I would like you to sum up on that so that, you know, we sum up the meeting on a very nicer note.
Right. So we talk a lot about culture. Culture is not what the management decides. Culture is what the employees as a whole follow. So culture the employer might think my culture is that everybody logs in at 10, follows the software, does things, but unofficially it might be that 10:30 तक चलता है. देन हाँ, ये वाले मैनेजर को ऑन टाइम रिपोर्ट करना है, वो वाले को फ्राइडे का मंडे हो गया तो चलता है. सो इट इज़ वॉट योर एम्प्लॉयज़ बिल्ड एंड यू कैन इन्फ्लुएंस दैट, यू मस्ट इन्फ्लुएंस दैट, बिकॉज there are cultures of mediocrity, there are cultures of excellence, and when you want to attract high performers into your company, you need a culture of excellence, because मार्केट में जो हम बोलते हैं हमारे बारे में, जो इन्फॉर्मेशन जा रही है, लाइक वी से थ्रू सोशल मीडिया, थ्रू एम्प्लॉय रेफरल्स और थ्रू एक्स एम्प्लॉय, लाइक वट एवर एक्स एम्प्लॉयज आर सेइंग, दैट कल्चर इज गेटिंग defined, that culture is getting shown to the world. So high performers are obviously going to be attracted towards you if your culture is right. If they realize that this is a culture where my intelligence is going to be appreciated, it's purely performance based, I'm going to get promotions, I'm going to get recognition, they will be attracted towards you, and that's, as an HR, that is absolutely what we want. But if they realize that this is a place where mediocrity is accepted, where sort of there's a bureaucracy or chalta hai attitude hai, so that is not going to be accepted. Then you will get people who want that, who don't want accountability, because फिर चलेगा, फिर थोड़ा ऊंच नीच हो जाएगा तो भी चलेगा, कोई पूछने वाला है नहीं. So culture, according to me, it comes from the owners obviously, and the kind of people you hire to propagate it down to the last person, that matters a lot.
Okay. So on that positive note, I would like to conclude the session saying with, see, HR, because we had a very good discussion on the panel behind with the teams and everywhere. HR is not only about some attendance management, shift management, work from home, keeping a track how many Jiras you solved, KTs you did and stuff like that. It's all about people. The type of tools, because we are technical guys here, right? We have our software products running for HR peoples. Try to integrate some of those functionalities which are human, human involved processes, right? Learning, leadership coach, referral programs, team building exercises, culture changes, and similar those elements. So this is the whole type of agenda that we want to have our panel discussions that, see, HR सिर्फ और सिर्फ attendance के लिए मत करो, payroll के लिए मत करो. Try to get in those small elements also which will retain your employee well, which will motivate your employee well, right? So the tools who are like, if you are an HRMS builder or tool or software that we have built, maybe, add up those particular notes also, right? So this sounds like a good touch, right?
So one thing I would like to just pass to the message with regards to the AI. So I think we all should emphasize to our team members and to upgrade their skills around the AI. AI definitely going to, is creating a threat or the fear about the job, leaving the jobs. But it happens at the time when the computers were going to introduce in India, the similar kind of phase is going on. So the solution is only, we have to sharpen our skills, we have to learn about the AI, we have to enhance our skills. We can help our employees, our colleagues, wherever the companies can organize the sessions for them, or they can promote their employees to learn more on the AI part of it. And that's how they can continue with their roles. They can, because the AI will increase the efficiency. That will add the value in the company, that will add the value in the person's career, and instead of losing the job.
So I think we all can say in the HR training modules that we have right now, upskilling and upgradings, we can try and introduce some good AI tools which will help them to keep their jobs or maybe improve on their particular jobs rather than just simply, have a inculcate a fear ki AI aega replace karega. Maybe certifying themselves in a good tool will allow them to, scale up better. And if one example is set, I think it will go for a longer numbers, right? I'll take your permission because today we are short on time. Okay, we'll conclude this session here. Thank you for being a nicer audience. I would like people to get involved in the discussions more and more as much as possible, right? Look forward to you for next more sessions. We have one more sessions and there are going to go panel talks as well. Look forward to it. Yes.
Thank you. I will request Mr. Pavan More, moderator of this panel discussion, to felicitate all the panelists. First of all, Mr. Dharmendra Singh, Vice President, Spine Technologies India Private Limited. All the panelists have delivered very good discussion on the topic of ERP beyond technology, people, change and adoption, human resources. Mr. Neeraj Bharatiya, Vice President, Human Resources and Administrations, D-Decor Home Fabrics. Then one more panelist, Mr. Pavan Rastogi, Director, VTS Infosoft Private Limited. VTS Infosoft Private Limited's Director, Mr. Pavan Rastogi. Also, Dr. Deepika Jagtap, MD, Abhinav DG Comp Soft Services. Let us give a big round of apologies and thank you to all expertise for the panel discussion, all the panelists. One group photo, please. Thank you. Now we are present here to listen a very good lecture by Mr. Deepan Trivedi. He is a keynote presentation now. Mr. Deepan Trivedi is Engineering Head, Source Pro Infotech Private Limited. Deepan Trivedi is a technology leader with more than 20 years of experience in SDLC and enterprise IT solutions. He brings over 15 years of expertise in ERP customization, implementation, and delivery management, enabling organizations to optimize and scale their business processes. Currently serving as engineering head at Source Pro Infotech, he has also held key roles such as product head and project manager, delivering impactful enterprise solutions across industries. He is recognized for bridging the gap between business needs and technology, ensuring successful ERP transformation. So we'll welcome Mr. Deepan Trivedi. Deepan Trivedi is a engineering head, Source Pro Infotech Private Limited, and subject of Mr. Deepan Trivedi's lecture is AI plus ERP, driving industry 4.0 transformation. Yeah, please welcome. जोरदार टाळ्याने आपण दीपनजींचं स्वागत करूया, मिस्टर दीपन त्रिवेदी. And I will hand over mic to Mr. Deepan Trivedi. Presentation you have? No.
Good evening. As I'm introduced, I'm repeating it. My name is Deepan Trivedi, and I represent ERP solution providing company Source Pro Infotech. It's a privilege to be here among people who are not just a ERP user, but shaping the future of the ERP platform itself. At Source Pro, we deliver complete integrated ERP solution enabled with business intelligence and AI, conversational AI capabilities to the engineering manufacturing segment across the India. So our typical clients or niche segment we serve is discrete manufacturing, the machine shop operations, heavy machine manufacturing companies, fabrication shops. So those are the domains where we deliver the ERP solutions. And we are a 20 years young company, and we started delivering this solution. If we talk about the pre-COVID era, we were having around 80 plus clients. Few of them were multinational companies, German collaborations, Canadian collaboration, American collaborations. And post-COVID, we revamped the entire product using the web technologies for increasing the reach and providing the industry standard and state-of-the-art UX and UI to our clients. And today we are serving to around 200 plus clients across India in the same domain. And we diversified a bit into the FMCG and spice manufacturing kind of a business also. The thing is, in our organization, everybody talks about manufacturing. Though we are a technology or a software company, the person is in sales, pre-sales, quality, development, engineering, support, or implementation. Everybody talks about the manufacturing. And that is how we are having a very good penetration rate in the SME and MSME business scenarios. Our typical clients or the customer range is very vivid. We have at the bottom side 5 crore, 7 crore turnover people, and at the top we have 500, 700 crore plus turnover clients. So, thank you. So that's the vivid range we are catering our product to this market. We have a common product which is offered as a subscription-based model on our shared cloud based on the industry standard data centers. The same product can be used for the exclusive cloud hosted for a particular client, and we also provide the on-prem solution.
The entire application is integrated, and we have add-on modules to facilitate the complete ecosystem of any production or engineering company. Like we have a PLM integration, we do a digital signature integration, which is a server-based integration. So we get, our clients get rid of those USB pen drives based digital signing. We have tools and calibration modules for the machine shop operations. We are having a plant maintenance module for complete maintenance of the shop floor. And these are the satellite modules we work with, integrated with some of the leading Indian banks for payment automation and those kind of things. Around 300 plus notifications are online on real time. So as and when some events are happening in the application, the notification in terms of email, WhatsApp, SMS, or the on-screen, those things goes to the relevant client. So people gets or remain updated on what's happening on the ERP solution or ERP product. Of late, we introduce the BI capabilities. So we are not only giving a canned BI dashboard or analytics for the individual departments or the individual people or the managerial or a director dashboard. We have embedded the entire BI studio where using our exposed data sets or data cubes, power users can create their own dashboard analytics on their own, the way they want to analyze their data. And it is a very easy and simple citizen data science platform where you don't need to be a statistically expert person to design your own database or data analysis or dashboards. So this is how we are, and we introduced the AI capability in recent past, and we introduced the conversational AI to start with in our ERP platform. When we introduced this AI, conversational AI component into the ERP platform, the first challenge or first thing we need to check about is who is going to query using the conversational AI. Obviously, all data should not be exposed to everyone. So we have to bind the conversational AI chatbot with context, authority, and user boundaries. So we have to start first identifying the users, that who is querying. Depending on the user's persona into the application, the relevant area will be either allowed or not allowed, and if allowed, then what kind of keywords they will be allowed to use, ask. So we keep on developing, and we keep on updating our AI engine for becoming more and more smart of identifying that people are not misusing it. So this is what we offer as a product to the market, and our median age of our clients is 10 plus, 11 plus years. So people are using our software since more than 1 decade. So that's how the longevity of the data and the trust comes into the picture. If we talk about AI and ERP combination and the impact on it on the Industry 4.0 transformation, it's a subject by itself. We cannot confine this subject to a particular product or particular feature or functionality. So if we talk more on it as a subject in general terms, then it should start with a simple but uncomfortable question, that most of the companies today are suffering probably not due to the lack of the data. They have plenty of data, plethora of data, islands of data, but they suffer or they bleed because they are not able to act on it fast enough. Though we have BI, though we have dashboards, though we have all the graphs, charts, everything is there, but if there is no one or there is nobody acting on it on a real-time basis fast enough, then those information goes into vain. So this seems to be in SME and MSME segment largest problem. Again, though you have analyzed data, there needs a person or somebody has to take a call on it, that how they want to act on this data. So we live in a world where machine generates data, systems store it, dashboards visualize it, but very few organizations are making decision on it on a real-time basis. And that exactly is the gap where AI can transform the industry 4.0 with a combination of ERP and AI. So that's the area where AI can contribute. Now if we talk about the evolution of ERP, before we talk about AI, AI is kind of a, I would not say newborn baby, but still an infant stage. So ERP evolved as a record-keeping system to start with in those early days. Unfortunately, I am coming from that era where I used to develop the software on DOS-based screens, where individual departments having their own applications, and there was no consolidation. Somebody has to work on it overnight for doing the consolidation thing and all. And then those systems evolved by integrating the department and became the process management platforms. But still, they were more of a record keeping or data collection application. But then with the service industry rising into the world, there comes a need of a real-time happening or real-time transacting application. So ERP then becomes a transactional backbone of the enterprises. If we think about insurance companies, telecom companies, where everything goes on real-time basis. It's not a backdated or off-dated in a day and somebody is entering into the data. But today ERP is undergoing its biggest shift. Yet to go, but it has already started. So it's no longer just a system of record, but it's now day by day becoming a system of intelligence. Traditional ERP will tell you or will tell us what has happened or what happened. But a ERP which is powered by AI will tell us what will happen, will tell us what we should do next. So that's kind of an intelligence people are expecting from the ERP solutions, because they have a lot of data. They have data from each and every corner of their organization. So this shift is basically not only the intelligence, but it is a digitalization from intelligence and going towards autonomy itself. So things will become automatic or autonomous because of this AI. Now if we talk about Industry 4.0, what exactly Industry 4.0 is? Usually the answer we will get is Industry 4.0 is about IoT or robotics or smart factories or the MES solution. But these are probably tools or means to reach to Industry 4.0 level. Industry 4.0 is about creating a closed decision loop, where data gets analyzed, interpreted, and the decision is taken in real-time basis without any manual intervention. So when machine, system, everything all together with AI react with or interact with each other on real-time basis, then only this closed loop system can come into the picture. So what will happen typically is machine will generate the signal, ERP will process it, AI will interpret it, and at the end of the this process, either automation task is completed or some exception will be flagged instantaneously. So this closes the loop of something happened and something should happen next, or it should stop there. So this is very important to happen under the Industry 4.0. But this should happen without delay, without any human intervention. And in this entire loop, the ERP should sit into the center, because ERP is having entire data and the history of traveling, data travels from where and it should reach where. So ERP becomes a very inevitable backbone in this complete closed loop cycle. What we should expect in ERP through AI? So there are multiple things we can think of. First is it should be adaptive. If we take an example of adaptivity in AI, first thing we come to our mind is a planning. Instead of a static forecast, now organizations are using real life data, the basic changing demand patterns, the suppliers risk, everything is there either in their data or in public domains. So based on that and using this, supply chain can be no longer a rigid thing. It has to be adaptive. And it should keep changing depending on the other parameters changing inside the organization or outside the organization with external or internal stakeholders changing their positions. So that is something. First expectation is AI should be able to do this. Second is it should generate or do autonomous operations. Let's say, take an example that MRP engine has executed, the shortages or the demand supply is balanced out, purchase requisitions or the procurement requisitions are generated. Now, why one should wait for somebody to come from purchase department and look at those requisitions, find out the vendors and create a purchase order? AI should identify that how many times which items are placed or sourced by which vendor, who is the one who is cheapest, who is the one who is having the finest quality, or who is the one who will be able to give us in the least lead time. And based on that, either on a preferred supplier or this logically derived supplier, purchase orders can be created automatically. Same way, if my machine is sending a signal that some vibration is noted in the machine, it may hamper my production. Immediately, the docket for the plant maintenance or machine maintenance should be generated. My production plan should get adjusted automatically. So these are the actions which AI in form of departmental or the process agent can be performed instead of somebody is acting or reacting on it. Of course, there can be layer that whether you want to do it automatically and roll it out in your production, or you want it to be prepared as a draft for you to review or somebody to review and then roll it out. That's a kind of a security or control we wanted to put. Other thing is, if something is not happening, like machine is not giving the proper production through a sensor, or you are not getting the deliveries as per the delivery time, those exceptions can be flagged instantaneously, and supply chain should be rehealed automatically based on this exception. That is also an expectation from AI. Third could be the conversational AI. Why should I go to a dashboard which is obviously a complex one? It shows me a lot of things which I might not be interested or not important for me to know right now. Instead, I will start querying my exact question in my language, not only English, any vernacular language we use during our regular discussion or regular conversation. So those conversational AI capabilities will start giving you the quick answer, and the most important is data backed answer. It is also giving you that why this answer is there. It will give you the data along with the response, so you will be able to verify that whether you should rely on this or not. So that's another expectation. Another thing is we can think of a financial intelligence also, as we have a lot of data in ERP that who are my supplier, what's their payment terms, what their credit days, when actually we ask for the material, when they deliver, when we pay them, same way customers. So analyzing this data with some intelligence, we can predict a cash flow prediction, we can have a fraud detection, even we can do automated reconciliation with banks, supplier invoices, And though it asks for a lot of standardization, but world is moving towards that. As today we have multiple sessions with Bharat Connect. They are coming up with a uniform platform for all the organizations where data will traverse between the application having single truth. So this kind of platform will obviously bring this reconciliation part on a second job. So nobody will be able, should be sitting on the desk to do this kind of reconciliation. It should come automatically. So finance or any department becomes more proactive rather than become reactive if this kind of automation is provided and infused into the ERP by AI. So AI will definitely help us doing all these things, but it will not replace the people. It will not remove the people from the cycle. It will make them more effective or more productive. Think of a scenario there where there is a purchase department, there are 5 people, every day they are spending 3 hours or 4 hours in just creating the purchase order, authorizing it, printing them and emailing it to their vendors or suppliers and doing the follow-up. If these things are automated by AI, then those people can contribute more towards more vendor development, finding the good deals from the market, finding other options for their material procurement plans. So they will be contributing more toward the expansion of the business in beneficial way. Not necessarily we need to remove the people or people's job will go. Everywhere it will not happen. So the threat AI is not giving to everybody. Maybe some clerical jobs may go, but you can reutilize them depending on their skills. So now in this context, if we bring everything all together, this scenario to India, where do we stand in Indian context? We are positioned very uniquely in terms of Industry 4.0, fortunately, because we have one of the strongest IT ecosystem in the world. We have, though slow, but rapid adoption of cloud. People are now started trusting the cloud. Not everybody, not everywhere, not everything, but people are slowly moving on the cloud. The fastest growing SME or MSME manufacturing base is something India's success story. Coupled with the government's initiative for Digital India and Make in India, everything seems to be in favor of going fast for Industry 4.0. But still we have few challenges. And those challenges are in this SME or MSME segment, either we don't have systems, still data is in Excel, or we have multiple systems, or we have legacy systems where data is very fragmented, or data islands are there. There is lack of uniformity or lack of validation performed on the data. As and when required, those data is created. And this segment is very cost sensitive. So these are a few challenges which will hinder the rapid growth or rapid progression in Industry 4.0 in India, it seems. And this is why we are not evolving gradually in India. Actually, we are leapfrogging. So cloud and AI native ERP solutions actually are enabling SME and MSME companies to enjoy the intelligent AI-powered, BI-powered ERP solution, which usually or previously enjoyed by the enterprises. But with the adoption of cloud and AI, now those things are available to those small players also, who are equally and probably largely contributing to the manufacturing domain itself. So in India, though we are progressing very slow, but it is not evolution. We are actually accelerating to go towards the Industry 4.0 using the ERP and AI, with AI or without AI, but ERP adoption in SME and MSME is fast growing. With this, we come with some challenges also. These challenges are in terms of where and how our data is lying, what are our processes, what is the mindset. See, AI is, without a context, it is a blind engine. So if we don't have a proper structured data which tells the truth, AI will give you bizarre results. Because for the manufacturing or the any organizational thing, we will be analyzing our data. There will be limited data we will be plugging or pushing or pulling from the public domain. Public domain data is not always reliable. So more and more people will be taking decision on their business data. So if in our system our data is fragmented or not revealing the truth or the meaning properly, then this AI can become a monster. So we have to have at least some good amount of usable data. May not be having a perfect data if you want to adapt AI into ERP. We should have some usable data. Then AI will definitely give us some satisfactory result. Second thing is, the myth is AI is plug and play. No, AI is not plug and play. AI need a proper context and proper data boundary. If you don't put a proper context and data boundary to AI, again it will give you any information in a fashion which will confuse us more. We will not be able to take decision or a concrete decision on that. So AI has to be introduced with a proper context and data boundaries with authoritative controls who can use what, where and when. Otherwise, that also can create a problem. And ERP implementation, usually in previous years or years ago, it was considered to be a IT project. But nowadays, no longer ERP or whether AI enabled or standalone ERP is no longer an IT project. It has to be looked by the stakeholders as a business transformation process. Otherwise, it may give failure. But what is the biggest risk here is, if you have good data, if you have set context, if you have set proper boundaries, stakeholders are involved, everybody are taking good control of the transformation, then also if we have the processes which are not mature, which are not proven, which are partial or I would say bad, then again AI will create a large or much higher level of problem. Because the moment we introduce AI to automate this immature or unprofessional or invalidated processes, it will make the mistakes much faster and in multitude. Because every time it will make that, keep making that mistake. So SOP and the process automation, process validation, these are the things has to be done prior plugging the AI for any process automation. So that's something is the biggest risk, and which is a prominent risk in SME and MSME company, because they are growing sectors. They are not so organized, they are not having a large team who can control the processes, who can establish proper SOP, protocols and those things. So that's a risk there. But all said and done together, in future, what AI can drive us or what AI can deliver us? We can have a self-healing supply chains. Consider or think of a scenario where I am having an inward supply for my supplier and I got quality rejection. Now there are multiple scenarios. Either I have to re-procure it. What if my lead time is higher than my delivery time? What if my supplier is not able to deliver that again with those required quantity? What if the same material is being used in other production orders, but those delivery lead times of orders are ahead of my existing production order lead time? What if the same material is having in my stock, but it is under my minimum inventory level? I cannot use it. So these are various combination and permutation which AI can execute and find a proper solution, that whether it should be procured or it should be borrowed from another production order which is having a later delivery lead time than my existing production lead times or delivery time requirement. So these are the automations where AI will be very helpful, and it will keep our supply chain self-healing mode and go unattended mode. Second is zero-touch operations with the great facilities of IoT integration and MES systems. Now nobody is required to do a daily production report entry or the production report entry. Usually in those days in factories, or probably today also, every day, every evening when the shift ends, the supervisor or production supervisor start punching in the data, who produced what, how much time spent, idle time, non-idle time, those things. So if you have this kind of IoT systems in place where machine is sending us the uptime, downtime, who logged into the system, how much produced, what's the consumption, what's my energy consumption, because otherwise in ERP it's always a notional cost, but here you will be getting the actual cost. So zero touch operations is something which can be achieved using the AI. We have real-time financial ecosystem. As we talked, we can have a predicted cash flow, we can have projected fund flow, we can do reconciliation with banks using the AI engines. So these are few things which definitely give ERPs niche edge over the traditional ERP systems. But has to be very wise, and person has to use very precaution before exposing their data or processes or to the AI or AI to their executives. Because in the center of all, it will be AI native ERP platforms. And that's inevitable. It has to happen. Everywhere it is happening. So there is no point in resisting that, no, we will not have AI because it's having their flaws or something like that. So at the end, if we want to conclude, what is Industry 4.0's winning factor? It's a speed, it's a pace, it's a real-time act on the data. The companies that will not win who are having the most data, but the companies who act on it faster using BI, AI, or any automation, they will win in Industry 4.0. And very soon the best decisions using the AI will not come from humans, but they will be designed by humans. Those frameworks, those logics, those iterations, those things will be from the humans. So AI is a self-learning mode, but we have to keep pushing the learning abilities to AI modeling or AI engines. Otherwise, they are as dumb as any other machine. So the real question is, should we adopt AI in ERP? No, that's not the question. That's not the question, because it's going to be reality. It already started becoming a reality, and it is going to be reality in future. The real question is how fast we can move from the system of record to the system of intelligence by cleaning our data, by setting up our processes right, and by educating our people using the AI wisely. And how do we verify the results and keep the AI model learn more and more so that they can give us the correct result. So this is what AI and ERP future we see. And with this, probably I think I am done with what all AI plus ERP combination can contribute to the Industry 4.0. Now, a lot of things we discussed on this subject, we are already implementing in our platform. So I'm not here to sell my product or market my product, because everybody has to do this. There is no other option. Whether product A, product B, or product C, AI is going to come. So that we already started as a conversational AI. Very soon we are coming up with the agentic AI. And as the future goes, we'll start putting in more and more features into this. So this is what Industry 4.0 looks to me with EI and ERP combination. Thank you. Yes, sir. That is what we discuss. See, if you are using AI on a public domain, let's say you are querying something on Gemini, on Google, there the authenticity of data is not the liability of AI engine, right? So whatever people are contributing to the internet, it will consolidate, do some algorithm and will give you a result. You need to re-verify it based on your understanding or your wisdom. But sorry, if we are implementing ERP with AI, then the context is very narrow, because you are querying, you are asking to the questions where your organizational data is lying in that model. So the question has to be replied with a proper answer, it has to be correct. Where it couldn't get correct, if my data is not correct, if my data is not clean, if my data is having multiple meanings, sometime this, sometime that, then this may happen. Otherwise, the basic rule of AI is, if it is matching, it will give you that data.
What about accuracy?
Sorry?
What about accuracy?
Accuracy depends on two things again, the data quality and the data size itself. If you are having a data set or data for, let's say, 3 months, 4 months, 1 year, the pattern or the statistical analysis performed on that data set will be different than if you have 10 years data. So that will be more patterns or more spotlights will be visible to AI. So it again depends.
It's again I'm using AI for that, the data cleaning.
You can do that. It can finalize or identify the anomalies also. But we need to keep training our AI model. Simply asking AI will not help. So that's the key.
Thank you.
Sir, one question. Which basic tools we used for AI in ERP?
See, tools are many.
Some basic.
LLM models which you want to, or engines which you want to utilize, that is important. So you have probably very few options today. Either you go for Azure agentic AI, you go for Cloud, Anthropic is there, Meta is having their own engine, then we have Gemini. There are multiple options.
One more question. Does AI overpower ERP in future?
I don't think so, because AI needs raw material to frame its answer or reply. That raw material comes from ERP. If I'm not feeding ERP the data, from where it will get answer?
So we are on right track.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Deepan Trivedi. We'll request Director of Exponomics, Mr. Sagar Ahivale, to felicitate Mr. Deepan Trivedi, who is Engineering Head, Source Pro Infotech Private Limited, and he delivered a very good informative lecture on the subject of AI plus ERP, driving Industry 4.0 transformation. Thank you very much. सांगली जिल्ह्याचे डिझास्टर मॅनेजमेंट ऑफिसर सन्माननीय रफिक नदाफ या ठिकाणी उपस्थित आहेत. त्यांना विनंती आहे, कृपया आपण मंचावरती यावं. त्याचबरोबर एक्सपोनॉमिक्सचे डायरेक्टर मिलिंद हडप सर, आपल्यालाही विनंती आहे, आपणही मंचावरती यावं. आणि सागर सर आणि मिलिंद सर, आपल्या दोघांनाही विनंती आहे, आपण रफिक भाईंचं या ठिकाणी स्वागत करावं. खास सांगलीहून ते आज आपल्या या प्रदर्शनाला भेट देण्यासाठी उपस्थित आहेत. We'll welcome on the behalf of Exponomics Events Private Limited, Mr. Rafiq Bhai. Rafiq Nadab is a District Disaster Management Officer, Sangli. Thank you. Now we welcome Mr. Satish Aralkar, founder of Vedant Solutions LLP, and he is going to deliver their keynote lecture on the subject of cloud ERP built for industries, manufacturing and healthcare based practices. We'll welcome Mr. Satish Aralkar. Also, Mr. Deepak Nagar is going to join them. Deepak Nagar is along with Mr. Satish Aralkar is a management consulting team. So we'll welcome Mr. Satish sir as well as Mr. Deepak sir for the deliver their keynote lecture.
हे केलं का कनेक्ट Hello. Good evening, everyone. So, thank you for attending this session. So, today I will be talking on the cloud ERP. What are the options available in the market? And we all aware that there are lot many ERPs available in the market, but we will be mainly focusing on the my experience with some of the ERPs. So I will share that. So I will be talking on the industry challenges today, then supply chain automation, that is our vision, and ERP Next benefits. So mainly I will be talking on the ERP Next, what are the benefits and how it will be different than any other ERPs. So I'll start with my experience. So I'm a SAP consultant, started my career with Tata Motors, and for 12 years, I worked in the manufacturing industry and in the shop floor and learned many manufacturing business processes. And after that, I got the opportunity to work on SAP implementations in SAP 3.1H. And after that, started implementation for my all indirect materials divisions. And then later on, I decided to move my career into ERP consulting, that is a SAP consulting. And I moved on to Satyam Computers and then moved to IBM in the consulting. And later on, I moved my career into ERP Next. So before switching from SAP, I have explored many opportunities, and the analysis I have done whether ERP Next is the right choice for me. But you will find that taking the decision on SAP consulting to ERP Next, so small, just my experience is that when I was working with SAP, one of my customer in UK, so I was looking for in SRM, I was looking for the alternate to save the licensing cost for the suppliers. And there I came across ERP Next. The beautiful is that I like the UI. In 2017, it was the different UI for what today we have. But the concept of the ERP Next was the different. So after coming back to India, I explored more on the ERP Next. Then I met all the conferences in ERP Next, all the consultants, and later on I took the decision to move into the ERP Next. So before moving, I was in IBM, and I was managing the accounts for ECC to S4 HANA migrations, some of the projects I worked, and I was managing this factory model. So I thought that there might be some time that we can think of moving from SAP to ERP Next, and later on we built on the services. So what is the challenge today? In the market, we have all the ERPs, SAP, Oracle, Microsoft Dynamics, or any other ERPs. Those are built for all the domains, all the applications it has been built. It is not fit to use. I found ERP Next is the fit to use, and it is requiredly very lenient on the implementation part. So what is required is we need the business partner who is having the particular domain experience and who can help in the implementing, understanding the customer's requirement, and then implementing as per their requirements. So my vision, the entire end-to-end is that when any transaction happens in the supplier side or from the customer, so it has to be flow from the suppliers, from the getting the material into the organization and processing it and then sending it to the customer. So all the transactions has to be linked to each other, and it has to be only entry will be done at one side, one time, and it will be verified or checked, or any one or two fields will just getting added into the ERP, and there should not be more data key in. So that is our vision. With that vision, we are integrating with existing ERP, we are integrating with supplier portal and customer portal. So mainly the challenges here is that the ERP Next is on the single platform, unified platform. We can deploy it at, I will come to the next slide, but the deployment options we have, many options we have for the deployments. So what are the challenges are, we have the very high cost about the ERP. You have the mandatory upgrades, you have to face the mandatory upgrades, and we have the, because of this forced upgrade, we have to pay for the upgrade cost. Then the heavy charges for the consulting, maintaining the consultants of the, any ERP consultants are very huge cost to maintain it. So what are the, so why this ERP Next is the beautiful product is that it is the only product which is the 100% open source. You download it and you start using it. If you have the domain knowledge, technology, you can implement it on your own. So you don't require any help from the implementation partner as well if you have the in-house team. But for guiding the end-to-end process or relook for your re-implementation, you need the implementation partner who is the very strong in the same domain. So some of the main features I have published here. Some of the main features I liked is that it is there is no licensing cost, or it is 100% open source. So there is absolutely no hidden cost after once you download, once you start using it. Secondly, it is if you are thinking of implementing the paperless organization, then this is the right choice. You can, for each document, you can upload your PDF or the unstructured data, or you can take the photo of the invoices or the print, and you can just upload it. So these are the benefit of the ERPs, and I will say that one of the best is that the long term, if you are looking for the long term solution for the stable platform, is I would recommend that the Frappe ERP Next is built on the Frappe, and this is the stable platform. So this will be a very stable platform, and we have, if you want to build any more applications along with ERP Next, so you can definitely build the applications on the ERP Next. So we have the cloud. When we are saying the cloud, and it is we get the two options. One is the SaaS-based product and the cloud-based ERPs. The best part is that we can rapidly deploy it the way we want it. So that is the main advantage. And when we go for the Frappe Cloud, so there are the pre-packaged, all the applications are pre-packaged, so we can deploy and we can start the server at very less time. So on the deployment, we have the options. All the options are open. We can deploy on the Frappe's cloud. We have the private cloud. You can select the AWS or Google Cloud, or you can have your on-prem server. If your SAP is on-prem and you have the infrastructure already ready, so you can utilize that infrastructure and you can start using it. So beyond the ERP Next, what we have developed is these are some of the samples that you can integrate your machines, or you can see the capacity of the machines dashboards, and you can reassign the job cards from the one machine to another machine. So these type of applications you can develop it. And also you can, so this application we have developed for the dispatch automation. This is used from the dispatch section to the customer. So this is what we have done here is we have automated the entire dispatch process, where the wrong part number, wrong quantity which we can avoid by using the QR codes. So the QR codes are getting printed on the work orders. And also you can track the entire what is going on my machine. So this job card or the work order, it goes to all the machines and you just need to scan it. So we already get all the information or your workstations in the ERP Next. So you have to just, when this card will get passed, it will just scan by the either mobile or any handheld device, it will scan. All the information will be captured, how much time it took for the one operations. So this is the dispatch. We can just track the boxes as well. So unique box numbers for the part number. So based on this ERP Next, we are using the layer of AI. We can directly use it, and using this AI layer, we can develop the dashboards the way we want it. If you want the consolidated dashboards for the CEO or the directors, then we have the consolidated for all the models, you get the dashboards, or you can define the dashboards, design the dashboards based on the modules. So I just thought that I will give the small information about the ERP Next. If you have any questions, so we will have, Deepak and myself, we will answer all the questions. So I will hand it over to Deepak.
Thank you, Satish. It was a fabulous presentation on the technology that is available now, open source, right? What I'm going to do now is ask some basic questions. When a company decides to invest in technology, they're not only investing money, although this is open source, but you still need to invest in getting the implementation done and customization done. You are investing money, and you are investing your time, resources, emotions behind it. So what kind of ROI you should be expecting? What should be the ROI? Can somebody tell me what kind of ROI should we expect from implementing such a powerful technology? Right? What I claim and what I believe, that any investment in technology should lead to multiplication of bottom line. Do you agree with me or not? How many people agree with me? Right? Does it happen in reality? There are so many stalls, hall A and hall B. Make a small attempt and go and ask in each stall, are they making this promise? I asked, just before this, there was a presentation by TCS IN. I asked that question to them. They didn't have an answer. But I believe that they should promise. Any ERP implementation should lead to multiplication of bottom line. It should do a lot of other things. The customer should be happy with you. Lead time should go down. Your reliability should be better. Whatever you promise, you should deliver on time, in full. And people working in your company also should feel the power of technology in making their day-to-day life easier. And what Satish showed, this has been delivered by Satish and his team, making the dispatch easier to manage, right? But does it add to the bottom line? So if you look at supply chain implementation of ERP and MRP and all, these are the realities. There are shortages, there are surpluses, there are a lot of expedite expenses, declining ROI from technology implementation, and lot of use of Excel. Even after implementing a big ERP, whether it is SAP or ERP Next, Excel sheets still continue to exist in companies. Do you agree with me? Should it happen? It should not happen, no? So what I believe is, before implementing any technology, you should take a step back and think what power you are bringing into your company and how you should behave in light of that power. Just give an example. You are used to riding a bicycle. If you just have a bicycle as a mode of transport, your work distance will be around 10 kilometers. Beyond that, it will not be possible for you to go. There is no city bus, there is no public transport. So with cycle, your limitation is 10 kilometers radius in which you can work. But suppose a public transport like metro comes in, or you invest in a vehicle, four-wheeler. If you continue to work within 10 kilometer radius, then there is no use of that investment. it is not helping you to earn more money. Suppose the opportunities are beyond 10 kilometers, you're not getting the benefit of that. So if you have a four-wheeler, you can start looking for jobs which are beyond that, or maybe start looking for a market beyond 10 kilometer radius, or maybe up to 100 kilometers or even 1000 kilometer radius. So your limitation goes away by implementing a new technology. So unless you think like that what limitation we had earlier and what kind of assumptions that we had created, what kind of policies we had created, and if we don't challenge those policies and assumptions, investment in technology is waste. And this is what is happening in 99.99% of the companies, right? So why does this happen? We have a hypothesis. The hypothesis is that all the companies today, whether they are manufacturing or services company, they work in an environment of VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, right? And what is their response to this environment? The traditional response to this environment is they should improve forecasting in order to get better plans. Do you agree with me? Do people invest in improving forecast? Right? Otherwise, in this kind of environment, how will they manage? How will they plan, and how will they track their execution and all those things? So this is the normal 99.9% of the companies think that if they are able to get better forecast, they'll be better off. But the reality of the forecast is, forecast will never be accurate. Whatever you do, whatever investment you do, whatever technology you put in behind forecasting, you will not get a right, accurate forecast. They'll be wrong. They'll be, the longer the range, the more wrong they are. The more detailed, the more wrong they are. So anyway, if you want to forecast beyond a week, 4 weeks, 13 weeks, 6 months, 1 year, the forecast is not going to be accurate. So instead of putting effort on improving forecast, there is a different direction of solution suggested, and it has been around for last 10 to 15 years. It is called demand-driven MRP. It is a way of stepping back and looking at your business and say, what is it that we can do differently? Once we have a technology like ERP and MRP, how can we act in an environment of VUCA with the help of new technology? So what these people propose, this is created by an entity called Demand Driven Institute, and they say that you model your company for variability. You create buffers by strategically positioning, decoupling inventories in your supply chain, in your bill of material, size it in a proper way, and make provision for dynamically changing the buffers. So what it means, so creating a model is like this. Say if I have to go from Pune to Mumbai, do I demand an accurate image of the road from Pune to Mumbai? Is it possible? No, right? So that is what people try to do when they want accurate forecast, right? So what do? We have a vehicle which has a headlight. Headlight is able to illuminate your road to a certain distance, right? And with the headlights, you have shock absorbers. So with headlights, you can see what is coming in on your road. You can dodge any potholes which are there. And even if your vehicle goes into the pothole, your shock absorbers protect you from that. So this is like that model. Create a buffer model, which is like shock absorber. And the buffer size is based on very short duration forecasts. Duration to the tune of lead time of the product or of the manufacturing or your procurement. So once you do that, once you create a model, buffer model based on these concepts, you are in a position to run the company, the planning of your shop floor and materials requirement in such a way that you will never run out of the stocks, and you will never carry excess inventory. So the shortages and surplus are converted into always available inventory with minimum possible inventory. So once this happens, Once this happens, you are in a position to think about increasing your profits, cash flow, ROI. So basically, building blocks are, you try and bring simplicity in your operation structure, you put buffers, and you focus. So focus in the places where it actually controls the whole operation. So bottlenecks are the places where the flow is controlled. So you focus on the bottleneck and manage flow, smooth flow through the bottleneck. So applying these kind of principles, we have created with Vedarth a planning engine, a materials requirement planning using these principles, which has helped companies to plan their production and supplies in such a way that they don't have to depend on very long range forecast. They can work on existing orders and they can deliver in short lead time, always on time, right? And globally, using these principles, the results have been fabulous. So what are the areas in which the results have been published by people? Inventory reduction, service level increase, lead time reduction. And the tune of inventory reduction is 30 to 70%. 70% is best in class reduction overall. And in different industry segments, this kind of inventory reduction, service level increase, lead time reduction has been experienced. So the thing that I wanted to convey was that before you think of implementing any new technology, step back and see how you can reimagine your business, how you can reconfigure your business. Yeah. Okay.
So thank you everyone for this. So open for the question answers. Any questions on ERP Next or the DDMRP?
What traction are you seeing for agentic AI on top of ERP Next? Are customers asking for that?
Yes. So the customers are asking for the AI application, and ERP Next is, since it is a open API. So we have already built some of the applications on top of the ERP Next.
I think they acquired Raven, right? So Raven is coming out with their own engine.
Right. So Raven, it is already integrated, but there are other applications as well, so which are built on, or we can also, anyone can build, or the client also can build the AI application on top of this. So there are some in the community group, we have developed in the application that when we are using ERP Next, so there will be the help. You can ask any questions and the data will fetch from the ERP Next. So that chatbot and applications using the questions, what are my sales order, what is my sales for today, you get the entire all the records, as well as you get the graphs.
In the marketplace or you?
No, it is partners built it. The available in the market is the Raven is the application which is recently acquired by Traffic.
Right.
Yes.
So if there is a line where we should stop suggesting ERP Next or any similar ERP and ask to SAP or other players, or anything like where we should stop suggest SAP and ask them to?
Actually, this is good question, but I will not say that we cannot say that there is a limitation of ERP Next. As of now, I'm doing it from last 7 years, 7.5 years I'm doing implementations. I have not seen because this is expandable. So there is no limit for the size as well. And recently, PSU it is a Indian, since the ERP Next is the Indian product, the government organizations, they started asking for the replacement for SAP ECC to ERP Next. And there is a drive going on for the accepting the Indian products now.
Integrations will work with other document management systems.
Yes, it is. So we, I would, yeah. So the DMS is not designed as the document management system,
but it is very well designed to capture the documents at each document level in ERP Next. So for example, if we are doing the GRN, if you want to capture this vendor invoice, then you can just take the photo and just upload it. So the document, it will save it, but controlling the documentations, versioning, that workflow is available in the, you can check the Frappe drive. So this is a Frappe drive. Say, for example, like a Google Drive, we have the Frappe drive as well. You can explore. So this is the new application, it is released. You can, similar to the Google Drive, but we can define the workflow as well. Any other, yeah. Okay.
So
the server size.
server size and how much memory house?
Minimum server size is you need the 40 GB. Minimum 4 GB RAM is sufficient. 40 GB disk is sufficient, and 2 core is sufficient for this. Yeah. So best, I would recommend you that you explore the plans on the Frappe cloud. So, and recently they have released the Hesner as the option, and also from last 3 weeks they have released, it is available for us like an implementation partner, but in Navi Mumbai they have the center, which is now you get in the Frappe cloud, you will get the option like AWS, Google Cloud, and similarly you will get the Frappe as the option, and the servers are in Navi Mumbai. Okay. So you can connect with Frappe Cloud and give that option to, yeah, sure. And if you have the infrastructure wise, if you, definitely they will work with you. Yeah, so what they have done, so I'm not from the technical side, but they have built a layer called Frappe Cloud. They provide the service, same like SAP, the OSS service they provide. They provide the warranty, the product warranty they provide, and that is where they charge for the Frappe Cloud. At the bottom, you will find it is AWS or any other cloud service provider. So you can connect with them. If you want, I can help you. Any other questions? Good. Any questions for Deepak? Yes.
You have written a migration tool or something?
We built the migration tool, and
Tally or from which ERP?
So from any the Tally connectors already there are available in the market. So two-way connectors are available, and there are two partners who have developed this Tally connectors. The data migration is the big challenge. The two challenges we face regularly is the first one is the data migration, getting the data. So main data is the item master, product master, vendor master, customer master, and the bill of material. So these are the core masters, and the transactional. At the time of cutover, the transactional data, moving the transactional is also the challenge. But in build, there is a tool called the import master is there. So on top of that, we have customized the flow within the Tally. It is not like a carve out that company wide we can take it, but it is similar to the carve out. We have the tools. We have the bank integrations as well, and they're directly from the bank transactions. So we have the API. We can build it with ERP Next. Only top like ICICI, HDFC. And there is a third-party integration called Stripe, so where you can integrate with any other APIs. Also, we have the Razorpay integrations available. Out of the box, it is available. Yeah.
But what does the roadmap look like, please? What are they investing their time in building new functionality around ERP?
All right, very good question. So I would like to say that I'm with ERP Next right from 2017. I have seen, and the roadmap is that same like SAP, we have the proper roadmap, and we are building this in the, basically when we are saying that we are the partners community, as well as I'm the community member who gives back to the community this knowledge of the SAP knowledge. So similar, like me, we have the many people, those who are giving back to the ERP Next, this functionality to be built. But the roadmap is that we are building, so currently we are on version 16, which is a very stable, and from version 15, it is enterprise ready, where we can directly deploy from SAP ECC to ERP Next. So that roadmap, because ERP Next also is widely accepted in the large organizations, like Reliance is using this. You might have seen the Zerodha, they have built the application, the entire company is built on the Frappe framework. So similarly, there are many companies and the government organizations are interested. So it is inclined towards the similar to the SAP roadmap. So Odoo is
very popular also.
yes, and I have done the comparison earlier as well. So Odoo is also the open source, but the community version you will get it. But if you want to go for the deeper, then you have to get the licensing paid version, and the licensing is there. Licensing cost is there is a vendor lock-in that you have to get with Odoo only. If once you implement, you are with Odoo only. But there is no role in the ERP Next. There is no role if you don't want to get involved, the Frappe to be involved in this. So it is our choice. If you want the product warranty, then you can get involved the Frappe. But without involving Frappe or any partner, you can also implement at your own.
The entire model is only hosting, they're making money out of that.
Yeah, there are three models. One is the major model is the Frappe Cloud, and second model is the training. They are also into the training, same like SAP models, and they are going SAP way. Only the thing is that they are 100% open source. This is a little different model to get the money. But second part is the training part. Third one is the in the enterprise package. So you get the number of hours and you get the package support. Yeah. So it is not only the product warranty, but it is the OSS service also you get it. So these are the three models available as of now. And partnering, so mainly their focus is on the Frappe Cloud, getting into the Frappe Cloud. Any other question? Last question?
Who are on 14, 15, so how do you manage migration to the latest version?
Yeah, so very good question. And the majority, usually it doesn't get any issue. If you are on Frappe Cloud, so Frappe takes care of the upgrades as well. So there is an option right from the version 13 till version 16, it gets support from the Frappe Cloud. But the majority challenges are the technology is getting changed, the security patches, so it gets updated, and that is where we also required for the upgrade, right? So we need the more functionality, and this is how we handle the upgrades as well. But usually we get the, first 2 weeks we handle the challenges in the upgrades as well. Yes. So IoT integration is also we have done. And on top of that, the handheld devices. So we tried with the video I have shown. it is on the mobile. So what we have done here is that we tried with IoT devices as well as the handheld devices with the gloves, and so that the person can lift the box properly. Using the more technology, what we observed is that people are more uncomfortable by wearing any hand gloves or any devices, or the devices also. So that these devices has to be charged. They have the screens. So maintenance of the devices also we have taken into consideration. So 36 locations we have replaced with the mobile. We allowed people to use the mobile in the shop floor. All right, thank you very much for attending this.
Thank you, Satish sir and Deepak sir. Please be here. We'll request Director of Exponomics Events and Private Limited, Mr. Milind Hadap sir. Please do come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Satish Aralkar, who is a founder of Vedant Solutions LLP, for the deliver a superb lecture on the subject of cloud ERP built for industries, manufacturing and healthcare best practices. Mr. Deepak Nagar also joined them, and he also delivered a few different things about these subjects. So we'll felicitate Mr. Deepak sir also. त्याचबरोबर या ठिकाणी आमच्या एक्सपोनॉमिक्सचे डायरेक्टर सागर हिरवाळे यांच्या मातोश्री या ठिकाणी उपस्थित आहेत. सुषमाताई, आपल्याला विनंती आहे, कृपया आपण मंचावरती यावं, आपले आशीर्वाद आम्हाला हवे आहेत. मिलिंद सरांना विनंती आहे, आपण सुषमाजींचं या ठिकाणी स्वागत करावं. एकदा जोरदार टाळ्या वाजवूया. सुषमाताईंचे आशीर्वाद आपल्या सर्वांसोबत आहेत. एक फोटो. धन्यवाद. काय आम्हाला आशीर्वाद देणार का?
आशीर्वाद तुम्हाला आहे. एवढं पोरांनी पुढे.
हो, कौतुक आहे. खरं आहे. यानंतर आजच्या आपल्या या दुसऱ्या दिवसाच्या सत्राचा समारोप एका पॅनल डिस्कशनने होणार आहे, आणि या पॅनल डिस्कशनचा विषय आहे ERP ट्रान्सफॉर्मेशन ॲट स्केल, लेसन्स फ्रॉम ग्लोबल एंटरप्राइजेस. आणि या पॅनलमध्ये आपल्या सर्वांशी या विषयावरती संवाद साधण्यासाठी उपस्थित होत आहेत सनवन टेक्नॉलॉजीज प्रायव्हेट लिमिटेडच्या डिरेक्टर श्रद्धा कुलकर्णी, त्याचबरोबर लिमेंडो इंडियाचे मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर प्रसन्न अमनन, VP ग्लोबल स्ट्रॅटेजी अँड अलायन्सेस फायनान्स अँड ऑपरेशन्सचे व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर प्रशांत गंटी, आणि सॅप सेल्स अँड ॲनॉक्स डिजिटल टेक्नॉलॉजीचे रिजनल हेड प्रियांक पांचोली. We request all the panelists to do come on the dais. Also, moderator of this panel is Mr. Pavan More. I will request Mr. Pavanji also to do come on the dais. सर्वांना विनंती, एकदा जोरदार टाळ्यांनी आपण या सर्व पॅनलिस्टचं आणि मॉडरेटरचं स्वागत करूया. श्रद्धा कुलकर्णी, डिरेक्टर सनवन टेक्नॉलॉजीज प्रायव्हेट लिमिटेड, विल वेलकम मॅम. लिमेंडो इंडियाचे मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर प्रसन्न अमनन, विल वेलकम ऑल्सो. Prashant Ganti, Vice President of Global Strategy and Alliances, Finance and Operations, as well as one more panelist is SAP Sales Anox Digital Technologies Regional Head, Mr. Priyank Pancholi, will welcome you, and पुढची सूत्र पवन मोरे यांच्याकडे. Hello, check.
Oh no. I get a different chair now. Welcome everyone, good evening. We have multiple sessions today, from ranging from ERP discussions, HRMS. The whole ideations of the panel is understanding the industry dynamics, understanding future elements around it, problem statements maybe, or some case scenarios that we can always discuss. And for the fellow audience, you can be a part of these discussions. If you have any questions you would like to ask, yes, for sure, please raise up your hands and you can always get. I would request that whenever you rise up, please do stand up, tell your name, tell your company name so that you get a nicer visibility so that questions are promptly given to you. Okay, so welcome dignitaries everyone. We'll start with some of the ideations. I'll give you the title, ERP Transformation at Scale, Lessons from Global Enterprises. See, everybody who's here has implemented, been a part, or leading the groups which are at a global level. These are large-scale ERPs, large-scale enterprise applications that we are talking. So we have something like Zoho, we have SAP, right? The whole element of these applications will be at the level which are global scale, heavy levels, multiple crores transactions, good complications or something. So I'd like to start with a very simpler ones. Okay, sir, I will take your opportunity. Defining large-scale ERP transformations. Global ERP transformation projects are far more for software engineers. What truly defines a successful ERP transformation at enterprise scale? Please take this.
Thank you for the question. So very briefly, my name is Prasanna again, and to coming back to your question, I think from a large scale, from an enterprise scale, the success goes back to three major things in my opinion. First is it goes back to clarity. I think being able to, from an enterprise point of view, being very clear who owns what, who is doing what. So all that sits on the execution side, but it still becomes a very necessary step. Yeah, maybe that is and if you would look a little bit before it, then I think it goes back to really understanding, are we ready for it? A lot of us have aspirations, most CEOs have, in terms of where then business should be in the next 5 years. But that is one part of the game. The other part is, do you have people, process and data ready? Can you stitch them together, to get there? So I think that is the pre-part, which is super important. A lot of time, because of many reasons, it kinds of takes a little behind seat, and that creates a problem. The last part, I think, again, doesn't get much mentioned, but as part of transformation, we need to prepare for the transformation as well, which involves culture, which involves other dynamics which we are often not necessarily talking or maybe even tracking. So I think that becomes super important.
Prashant sir, I'll push up the next question, and I think you are a better person to answer that as well. So that is standardization versus localization. Okay, we are seeing Zoho grazing heavily in India. The detailing would be large enterprises often operate across multiple countries, multiple business units, compliance environments are separate. How do organizations balance global process standardizations with local operational flexibility?
Yeah, that's a great question. So one is, I think at the outset itself, each organization is different, each organization has different challenges, but there is a set of processes, set of regulations that are standard across organizations or probably across specific industries. And then those regulations are standard at a local level for the country. So one is you pick up the solution that actually from a regulatory standpoint, from a typical core standard process works best for that, evaluate on those merits. Then there could be, even when you take up, so one is so you pick up a vendor that works across the maximum countries for you, that is one, or works best for that country. So you need to see, because if your operations are heavy in India, and there is a solution that works extremely well in India, there's no point in embracing a global solution that works poorly in India. Does it work very well in India? And then you can pick up the best local solutions. Or if the solution works globally best, you need to find a balance between what edges you localize versus what core you standardize. So ideally, pick up that maximizes your standardization and that works across maximum number of countries, gives you the maximum benefit. And whether that is one thing, and then, see, today the regulations are going faster than the technology itself. We speak about AI, right? Because we work, every time there's a GST council meeting, there's something change in the software, correct? And this is not just in India. Probably US is the one country where the federal government does not impose those changes at the local level, but there's a county level tax changes that happen on it. Your system should scale for that. So to what extent the system's future proofs or ability to quickly bring those changes is a big decision that I recommend enterprises take upfront. So standardize the core, localize the edges is what I would suggest.
Ma'am, next question would be pointed to you. We would like to know how do you let me phrase it, like, see, cloud ERPs, modernization, SaaS-based products. So slowly a lot of companies are transitioning from a traditional based ERP to a SaaS-based products. Larger ones, smaller ones, SAP is moving around that. Now, when you're working with manufacturing, like we were discussing, how do you see the cloud ERP and modernizations working for you? And to specifically tell you, many enterprises who are moving from legacy ERP systems to cloud-based platforms, what are the biggest lessons learned during modernization journeys? So whenever you have transition or something like that, what is the success or any kind of story that goes around that?
Nice question. This is a practical challenge that we face today. So basically, legacy ERPs, when they are transitioning to cloud, first thing is people generally have a myth, you know, like replace, or in our IT world, we say lift and shift model. So that is the thing that should be completely avoided. Whenever we are working with a legacy ERP, by default, a legacy ERP sits in with a heavy customization. It has been working throughout your organization since a very long time. That's why it has become a legacy ERP. And so when you're moving to the cloud, the first thing that you should take care of is, like, whenever you are going to any of the clouds, first thing is that you should reevaluate your entire things. It should not happen like in 10 years your business must have also changed. So it should not happen just like it's a lift and shift to the cloud ERP. Yes, this is the best edge or best time that you redefine your process, you adapt to the new things, and then you decide. And of course it's a decision, like ERP is a people process technology stuff. So one is your technology, one is your people who have to take into confidence, right, from the CEO or whoever is, you know, leading the ERP program from the organization, and the departments involved. So everybody should, you know, reevaluate and then move to the cloud instance whenever they are doing.
Okay, so what kind of challenges we might face? Evaluation is one, financial is second. Transformation and culture, like we discussed, that adaptation can be a bigger challenge because the old employees, non-technical employees, or who are used to a certain ecosystem, might all of a sudden modernization might be
Pushback.
very, it can be a pushback for them, challenge for them. So what do you encourage in such for a large scale audience? See, when I say large scale means oddly a 2,000, 3,000 kind of an employee working strength with back office operations up to say 500 or 600 kind of an employee strengths. And then there are field staffs, there are labor staff, not exactly labor, I would say, blue collar staff, people who are working. So all of a sudden you put large systems like SAPs, Zohos and enterprise. So what could be reservations that time, and how do we challenge them for a large scale implementations?
Reservations, firstly, from the people, as you said, people are hesitant for a change, especially the non-core team. So the core team is usually convinced, and that's where the decision comes up. So here we recommend a phased approach. So we don't recommend a big bang approach of a go live that, one fine day you shut down the old system and one is started. So we recommend a very much phased approach. You go phase-wise, department-wise. And that's where people acceptability comes into picture. A lot of training is recommended. A lot of hand-holding support is recommended. And that's where we have seen that if you do a good training, if you do a good handheld of the users and a phase approach, it will definitely succeed.
So next question to you, I would say. See, whenever large-scale migrations or large-scale enhancements are happening, data is of very crucial impact, right? So the subject is, question is basically the data migrations and system integrations. I would like to expand on that. In large enterprises, ERP transformation involves integrating multiple legacy systems, massive data sets. What strategies helps to ensure smoother migrations and interoperability?
Thank you. I think your question is summary of all three parts. Yes. Because I can relate the question with data when I connect with your large industry verticals or large scale of industry. I can connect the standardization and localization aspect. I can also connect with the cloud and the modernization you can come up. And today we are living in a data world. Every day we consume so much of data. It could be a personal, it could be a professional, it could be a knowledge base, okay? So I will keep it on this top of ERP. Data has always been a crucial on every industry, every organization loves their data. I need my data on the newer landscape. I want to carry my 15 years of legacy on a newer landscape. But if I put it on a first question on a large scale industry have their complexity of data, their specialized formats of the information. If I put in standardization and localization, we always follow to have a standard data set. I have my own standardization, ma'am have their own standardization. It's very difficult to address such scenarios when every person has their own standardization. So
I would say, see, let's put it something like SAP ACC. You have a SAP experience.
Okay.
SAP CCC migrations to SAP HANA, or maybe SAP ECC migrating to Zoho kind of thing. So
So
two different technologies, two
So
different ecosystems, and very big layers data sets.
So I'll put it one more layer over here. SAP ECC to S4HANA and S4HANA to Rise or Grow. So the world is different in that layer. Okay. Yeah, there has been a different challenges when we move to ECC to S4HANA. When the S4HANA to Rise or maybe Grow landscape. When we shifted to ECC, we generally see the data sets they are carrying. We see in a data sets of around 1 TB, 2 TB of data sets. They have done many customization based on their requirement or based on a person need and everything. And that eventually destabilize the actual core of the data. And so when we move to that layer, we definitely need interfacing aspects where how can I use the previous legacy data in a newer architect, newer engine, and get the more benefits of it. So where SAP plays a role in giving certain analytical aspects of Fiori, dashboarding, so that they can have the flavor. SAP says, leave it legacy behind, create a new picture. As Madam said, when we move a newer landscape, newer technology, we would like to have a new modernization, what we can adopt, because my industry or maybe my version of industry are working 20 years old operations. And today we might be working differently.
But so bill goes high. every time we say कि we want to innovate towards the newer modules, there is a transition phase, obviously.
So
there is
I'll-
a timeline and the bill goes high.
So Pawan, I will put it that way. How many time you change your mobile?
1-2 years or whenever it breaks.
I'll put it 3 years, you know. Every 3 years you want to change your mobile. I will put it why. Anybody can answer why you want to change your mobile in 3 years.
That's an interesting question. Why?
System, other points.
Better camera quality.
Battery life is very crucial. If you're having Apple, that's a nightmare. Anything else?
Processor changes, performance efficiencies.
So that if we want to change a product which we are carrying every day, and we want to run our organization within 10 years old landscape, 20 years of architect, and data might be not relevant at that point in time in our organization, it's a legacy. We aren't saying it's a wrong data or not right data to carry, but it's a legacy. We learn from the legacy. We carry the information. We don't carry that burden for next year. So that is the area where we want to work on the data sets or maybe in the interface aspect, looking to a new aspect, new vision of the data processing, learning from the legacy, carrying the best of that legacy and giving to the newer generation. And I'd put it that way on a data aspect. Sir, as being an Indian, we are very good to innovate so many things. We are very good to have it, so many technologies in around for us. We have seen so many transformation, whether it's a financials, whether it's a technology, or maybe you can put it on a day-to-day operations. But we are very bad in documentations. I'll keep it reason behind. Even an organization, if I go and ask, do you have a SOP to operate? You will hardly get. Running a 1,000 CR of company, if I put in question that, sir, do you have a SOP to operate your organization? Do you have some set of information processes which you follow to operate your organization? 80 to 85%, they will say, no, we have it separately. We do it our own way. There's some people are managing these things. So that is the data.
See, I really appreciate that fact, but then how do we compare where they are ready systems, right? So the patience level of the audience as well as enterprise applications has significantly changed. Today, see, SAP evaluations for 6 months, then blueprints, then implementations, or maybe numbers can be different, right? The numbers are increasing. Wherein say Zoho comes pre-built. I'll compare like this, Zoho comes pre-built. Or maybe I have a specific ERP specific for a, say, a pharma or maybe a manufacturing giant, something. So 3 different kind of parallel streams working. And we want to close faster. Because if I say 6 months of a timeline, they are like, no, I want to go live earliest possible. So how do we fare for both of these kind of three ecosystems basically?
The question is very right because SAP learns from their legacy as well, their burnings, their mistakes, I would put that way. And that is the reason now the SAP comes with fit to standard approach, quick adoptions. As they're saying, we are leaders in terms of providing ERP into industry. We can say that majority large names or bigger names are using SAP as a product in their backend as an organization level. Okay, why can't we prescribe them? See, you are in chemical, these are the process has to be over there. I'll give it to pre-built. I can show you at the second week of when you buy it SAP, I'll give you hand over the landscape, and the second week you have the instance and running. Give me the data sets. Within 2 months, I can get live. That is there. But the dependency comes on the data, which we have the question, that data. We do not have a standardization. The second question we have put it within, sir.
Prashant sir, I would ask you to counter this one because this is how it gets interesting for large scale ERPs.
Yeah, I mean, if you can come again on that. See, one is, I'll take a little diverge from this. Typically, what happens is, instead of businesses going for the processes that work best for the business, they always go for the process that is limited by the system they adopt. Now, if you take, with say cloud, your data is available anywhere, anytime. So typically, your computing is anywhere, anytime. Now, with mobile in your hand, your IO layer is anywhere, anytime. These two coupled together make computing continuous, correct? But how do we do our financial and operation process? We still talk about end of month, end of year, then we prepare for that, correct? So, but if you follow what's happening in the computer science world, this goes back to the very first chapter in your computer science textbook, the Jacquard looms, how you do punch cards, how do you do batch process. That's how the system processes are. So many cases, we don't blame the businesses as such. Their entire workflow, everything is tuned to the limitations of the system they adopt. And what also happens is, so that's how typically even your go live, typically many cases when you buy into a old fashioned or system that is that, there's no go live, you die with that, typically, correct? So, and many cases, again, of course, cloud has benefited. You have a lot of low code, no code, quickly build apps. It's like, I take a good analogy if I doing a housewarming ceremony or doing, so if I go to my friend's house to invite him. So I thought I'll just invite him and his wife. He stays with his parents. So I have to invite them also. Then I see his in-laws coming. Then I have to invite them. Now that's how your applications also proliferate. You go for a legacy system, it doesn't do one work. Somebody wants to do it in a different way. You buy that application, then plug it onto. So suddenly you have 300, 400 applications. An average Fortune 500 company uses 400 applications. Correct? So and you need to do audit for all those things. Somebody will come and say, no, microservices are cool. I need to do all these microservices. Then you need to maintain them. So your audit scope gets increased. Your maintainability can be, then your team size, everything gets bloated. So you need to figure out how do we adopt systems that actually don't allow you to go live quickly. They give you the sophistication without the splurge, but the time to value is quicker. Predominantly, whether the system is designed keeping your customer in mind, whether your employees in mind, whether your ecosystem in mind, how does it affect their value? How does it impact their experience? Work backwards from that. And of course, we talk about AI a lot. You will find, but recent surveys show that 90% of the CFOs have not realized any value from AI.
That is happening. But
that's because you slap a semantic layer on top of a chatbot on top, expect the chatbot to tell you how the business is doing. Underlying you are not changed.
Smart chatbot.
You need to address the ugly stepchild, the ERP first.
Yes.
Without the data quality being good, you won't get good answers from that. Okay? Yeah.
That really is there. So this is an open question. See, large enterprises, believe me, the companies who are turning 500, 1,000 CR, 2,000 CRs companies, traditional ones, I'm saying, they are also big manufacturers. See, the owners have a way of working. Okay, owners have aged, they have aged 50s, 60s, they have set up some SOPs in place, and they have custom ways of doing. They have their own credit lines, they have own margin lines, they manufacture in a certain way, simple. And it gets very tricky to change their mindsets around that, no, I'll bring you in and a bigger ecosystems like some ERP. Okay, larger one, anything. Because they have used Tally. We had very good examples with Tallies. We have with other, custom-built ERPs. Now we are telling them, sir, you have to standardize. When you started with the ecosystem, you were maybe at 100, 200, or maybe 50, whatever crores. Now you have gone 500, 1,000. So benchmarking is there. Complication has increased. But the owner is like, nah, my work is happening. So scaling could be in a multiple ways, right? So they have increased their numbers. The production capabilities have increased. But the traditional ERP methods have not changed. Now you have to convince the particular customer, sir, you get into global standards, you do this, that, everything. In the previous session we had that the owner never opened the ERP skin also. Okay, how do you challenge or how do you cater to such segments when a traditional guy building up his 1,000 crore, because we want that client, and he has to be convinced to transition towards a global ERP.
So I'll quickly answer this. I'm not sure how many people were there in the Bharat Connect session in the afternoon. That was a very good session. My colleague was also there. I don't see a bigger behavioral change than UPI anywhere in the globe. So right from the coconut guy to my milkman, everyone accepts UPI payments. How did, without any push, how were these people convinced that they need to move to for them that is their ERP technically. Correct if I'm an individual. So there's no need. I'm accepting cash, which is, I feel that I can smell the paper, I have it. How did I get convinced about this system? So there are good lessons there. So one, for example, we need to figure out, understand the pain points, immediately showcase some immediate augmentation the value. For example, see, for example, even AI, right, technically works with modern ERPs better. The data is in one place, you're able to query this, it's an API driven system. Olden system, typically to get API access itself, you need to talk to someone, they will have to open, they will charge several crore rupees for that access, it doesn't work. So this has happened actually. So, and then if you want to, typically, you can also see what your competitor is doing. If you want to change your pricing, whether you are able to quickly respond to market needs. Does your existing system allow for that? Now, and you actually explain scenarios. For example, the Bharat Connect session had that, I think Shailendra explained it very well. For example, he mentioned, even yesterday when I was with one of our system integrators, you can even, I get an email of invoices, I need to copy that, punch it into my system, then I need to send it to someone, the supplier has to enter, then he has to pay. That everything goes for a flat if it's proper. That's you showcase the value, create the trust in that system. Then, so you have to show the business value, and then you have to create that market pressure. So more people adopt, they make more business because then that owner who does not want. So there is this bell curve, right? You figure out who the early adopter is, then the early majority you go, then the late majority. Leave the laggards. If they are not going to move at all, then don't forget. But everyone else, you figure out the niche where the early majority lies and then work it out.
Okay. Ma'am, this is to you. So, see, modernization we already discussed. Okay. So how are global enterprises integrating AI, analytics, automation, and predictive intelligence into ERP? And what are the transformation roadmaps for this? Because whatever the custom product that we have built or we have specific for an industry, now we're transitioning towards a new age technologies, which we have to. So how do you foresee, like what are your roadmaps around that kind of an integrations or developments?
AI definitely has a very good roadmap. However, the integration of AI, as one of us said, it purely depends on the data. If you don't have your data in place, what will the system predict? Or what will the chatbot predict? So definitely AI has a future and it has to be integrated. It will reduce your man pressure, like billing, everything. So AI is one, like Bharat Connect is also, I can say it's not AI, but it is a kind of a functionality where automatically your data is getting into the picture. It is automatically getting into your system.
A modular approach, ma'am, say maybe, see most predictions, most forecastings that happens mostly maybe happening in accounts. So do you feel that accounting or books module that we have basically could be one of the first open windows for getting into AI analytics and predictions basically, forecastings?
I cannot say first, but everything is getting into AI. Like from manufacturing production, people say, give me my productivity, how much will I increase, decrease if I do this, that. All planning is across everywhere. It is mostly from the CFO, CEO perspective. Mainly the one is like books are recorded. But if you go to a production manager, for him, the efficiency is in his production planning. If he's able to plan more effectively, like, sometimes if it is a manual planning, some machines may be left unused. For him, it is more important to use each machine every minute. that is where his production efficiency will increase. Otherwise, at one of the machine, he will have 10 jobs sitting in a queue and other will be like completely empty. So if he uses AI in his planning, yes, it's effective. So AI is across everywhere. It's not only limited to books, but across everywhere.
Ma'am, I'm saving the RFPs being drafted by AIs and being handed over to us for building up custom ERPs or maybe solutions in ERPs. The clients have become so smarter. And I'm talking large scale, not a small scale. A good turnover company, gentleman, actually goes online, types out, these are my problem statements, finds a nicer solution, but only thing is he is not able to implement it. And then he's coming out. So what do you do in such kind of a situations? This will be to you and Prasanna sir to you as well, both.
I didn't get the question.
So ma'am, chat GPT, simple,
Okay,
I'll say.
okay.
So what the client says is that maybe my supply chain is not working efficiently and something. Now the gentleman maybe types out a questionnaire, okay. We will be talking some of those pointers. So he types out a questionnaire, he gets a nice prompt, a nice answer for that. And it's a 40-pager document. I have a very nicer example for that in one of the products. So he sends me that 40-page layout and he says, Ki, now you do. I know these are my problem statement. Believe me, the gentleman has not even read the 40 pages. And it's a problem statement for him. You have to code for it. You have to solve that particular problem statement, and then the next phase of development happens. So earlier, we used to audit, we used to suggest. Now that doesn't happen. The client sends us the RFP directly, something like this. So any situations like that, fun part?
Definitely, clients RFP, like initially, yes, client used to give one problem statement and we used to send them lengthy SOWs.
Yeah.
Now it is a completely around way. Client gives us the RFQ, a lengthy document, and then we have to build a solution or propose a solution for it. But that way, we cannot use ChatGPT. The client has used definitely. We have to do the fit gap. That is a manual process that we really have to do. Some of the fit gap, yes, if we are using global solutions, SAPs, yes, the ChatGPT may do the fit gap for you and suggest, okay, these are the many efforts. But I would suggest, like, if it is your own product, you have to do the fit gap.
Prasanna sir, what's your thoughts on that? You happen to be smiling very nicely. I think,
No, I think
you have received something like that.
No, thank you for the question. It's a very nice one, and it's good. I mean, on the first case, it's good that customers are evolving, which means we also have to evolve. So that I think goes undoubtedly without saying. But I think to come back to you specifically, I think the way, at least from our perspective, where I come from, we approach it, from why, right? We don't start with the software at all. I think sometimes you don't even need a software. There are businesses even today, sorry we are speaking in an ERP Expo, but who are making crores of rupees and they don't necessarily have, an ERP. Because there are some industries. No, but I'm just saying, I mean to, in a nicer way, I just mean that some industries don't have that kind of regulation. They don't need that kind of, they maybe not be pressured to have one. And they could sustain. It's not the right or wrong, but that is where the situation is. Coming back to you, so therefore, in this case, I strongly believe it needs to start with why. Right? We really need to establish that clarity. An approach, as you said, somebody can always put down what needs to be done. But I think it becomes our job to ask, is that why? Is that right? No? And that is where we come in. So I believe, so we cannot, as whatever we want to call ourselves, as trusted partners, as solution providers, we really need to ask that why and be sure, more than the customer, that is actually right. And one way to go about that is definitely to speak to different stakeholders in the business, simply because many times they themselves cannot be speaking to everybody. And I think therefore, those insights are then coming from those kind of specific discussions or activities. So therefore, I would say definitely we need to push back in terms of, but at the same time, we also need to no doubt leverage and develop our capabilities on the AI as well.
Okay. Now leading to the same discussions what happens, and this is an open-ended question for everybody. The tool is, you are given a tool, you have to use it wisely. So people just started, frankly. Cyber security and compliance. When we work in large enterprises, now the data is being just dumped on any kind of AI tools, not to name specific ones. and you have no idea where the data is going. Is it encrypted, not encrypted, who's watching you, or anything like that. So as an ERP systems become more global, okay, and they are connected, how are enterprises addressing cybersecurity, regulatory compliances, and data governance challenges for large-scale ERPs? And it's open-ended for everyone. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So I think this is among the, yeah, sure. So biggest questions that come up regardless of, typically not even for large enterprises, because this topic is about large, and even for medium-sized companies, regardless of the size, where your data is stored, what are the guardrails around the data that you have, who processes the data, who has access to data, how secure the data is a burning question that every business has, and rightly so. And so I would, obviously today, there's, when cloud solutions initial days, people used to take a leap of faith to adopt, but as for example, we are a supplier of cloud solutions, we always believe that that is like a bank. You're putting your money in a bank. The data is equivalent to the money that you put. So we need to treat it's sacrosanct. So I cannot access my customer's data. If I access, I wouldn't be in this job. Now, but you shouldn't just take my words for it. What are the guardrails that I have put in as a business? That's the important question. Now, that apart, it's even, and of course now, data is very critical, because if you want to get any value out of the AI, you need to have data. And what kind of, what AI tool gets access to the data, because we only heard about machine learning, right? There's something called machine unlearning. Machine cannot unlearn the data. So once it goes to an LLM, it's there for perpetuity. It doesn't unlearn. So you need to be careful. Now, so with things like you take GDPR and all coming up, right? It is what are the processes that you have to ensure that you are PI, personally identifiable information, you are clear who has access to it, or do you have proper segregation of duties in place? These are good practices any case, regardless of whether you are going for an online system or offline system or whatever it is. And for larger regulated industries, we always had these compliances. But now with the proliferation of tools, with data typically not imprisoned within your systems, data is free to flow, it's kind of becoming extremely important. The entire trail of data, where it goes, where it presents, who smells it, has to be tracked.
So do you feel data localizations are going for self-hosted or similar kind of an approaches which used to be previously? What do you feel about this?
So I think one is, I believe for most industries, most customers, cloud would be an ideal option, because the kind of investment a cloud vendor makes into making the data secure, because that entire investment, learning that over a period of time we would have gathered, we would have amortized over a large set of customers. That's extremely difficult for one single customer to this thing. However, if you are in a highly regulated industry, and that's what it demands, things like defense networks, then probably you need to figure out, you need to make that investment in this thing. Now, that is one. And then furthermore, what is happening more is, what we see at Zoho is a lot of countries demand data to be within their borders. Data sovereignty is becoming, whether it's self-hosted or not, that's a different thing, data sovereignty. So you need to have your data centers everywhere in a lot more countries. So the data center management, that investment, if you are a cloud provider, you need to willing to make, or you need to find the cloud provider yourself. So that is one, and customers need to know for example, if a business adopts our solution, that means they are we are custodians of their customers' data. Then they need to know where their customers' data is hosted, where it goes, all those things. So that part we have to make it clear for them. Yeah.
So Prashant has covered up so many points in terms of cloud world, challenges in terms of cyber world is facing it as a user we face. Okay, I can connect the law we came up in India. Then sir has highlighted to have my data in my country. We have our very live case in our hand that way. There's a one large conglomerate having main data centers in Japan. Entire landscape of around 40 plus countries are staying in the Japan location. And the government has just 1 month or one month down the line have issued a gazetted note, 11 point something. They have raised that notification that such industry who have a plant operation in India and registered in Indian continent. So they have to kept all the data over here, very specific to finance also. So the challenges come, my single instance having the global data, global informations, and to carve out that part of India and putting in that area, it's also been a cost. So going with the compliant way, giving the respect to the rules and everything, and putting a security aspect, it coming at a cost. And it cost is like, it's very heavy sometimes to a customer to bear it. And sir rightly said to put up a security parameters as being an individual as an organization and putting in a cloud layers, they are much more effective because they can invest more in that layers. They can put it more barriers onto that, your data, because I've gone through that journey from on-premises to third-party hyperscaler and the product provided hyperscalers.
I have a very fun, not exactly fun I would say. So in the SME purposes we are talking about the biryani story which is highlighted. Do I need to explain the biryani story? Yes. Recently, incident happened that biryani vendors, they were audited. They had the deletion of invoices. Yeah. So maybe 5 years back it was not possible to track that. Today it is. And it did not stop at one. It went out for everybody who was a biryani seller, right? So we were talking about larger ones, we are talking about smaller ones in bigger numbers. How do we cater to data securities? Because if my data is localized, it is open for audits. As a business owner, it's a concern from the business owner that if my data is auditable, if I can be tracked, and if such a scenario happens, how do we respond as an ERP providers to such a place? Open to all.
So right now, tracking, if you put in tracking aspect, I give you, I'll give you an open scenario and then we'll come out to the tracking aspect. I have seen one of the conversation having in the US with in Google, where the attorney is asking very specific blunt question to that. Can Google track me that I'm sitting over here and moving at that location and I can track that I moved from here to there? It's that the answer is getting by the Google? No, it's not given. So we are tracked by somebody, some way, okay? Now keeping a data on cloud, keeping a data on certain system, putting in certain applications, okay? It is how audited is a matter of fact. Who is auditing that data and how the data is utilized maybe for government aspect or maybe certain scrutiny. That is the main factor. As we are also in SAP ecosystem, we also govern with the data. We also do the segregation of duty, what are using which data, how the data is utilized in certain area, okay, how the external data coming to my platform, how my data is going to the external part of the applications, that everything has to be audited. Which piece of data I can expose to the exterior world, which information is good to expose to the other people. That is my selection, that I have to select. If I'm keeping proper guard, if I'm putting proper ecosystem for that security, I have that control of the data.
Yeah. No, I think most of it already has been covered. I still think that I would believe data from a point of view. See, if you want to, there are two reasons why what has happened. Now, one is the system let it happen, which is a provider issue, or we can say. Second, there will be always hacks or things, or you can also say frugal things that someone might be able to work around. Now, both of these to some extent are, you can say, controllable. To some extent, you can always have a new one popping up. So I think this is where the reality is, and I think it goes back to ethics, it goes back to what should you stand for, and therefore that will revolve around what we should be doing. So I would put it like that.
Actually, they have covered all the points regarding data.
I have one last question which I really want to get. For large ERPs. So one last question for this. Lessons learned. See, large ERPs are not easier to implement, right? There used to be saying that out of 10, 4 would be successful, 6 would go out, and a lot of other elements, right? So looking back, what is one major lesson or mistake from large-scale ERP transformation projects that organizations should learn from before starting their own new journey for transforming towards larger? So what is that one lesson learned that you would want to advise, or you might have said? Yes, please pass on. Yes.
That is the one question, and there's a beginning.
I want to moderate here. 2 lines.
So I'll give you more saying everything to yes, and keeping a key in your hand.
My lesson would be clean the data before you move. Don't carry over the burden.
Yeah, underestimating the value of data quality, and and how whether it augments the connectivity across does it augment the collaboration? The third part is, don't see ERP as just a back-end system that it's a completely uncool system. Your ERP decides how quickly you can onboard your employees, suppliers, everything. It has an impact. Yeah. So
my lesson is to continuously, as you're going through that process, continuously check yourself. Why am I doing this? If I'm doing this, I should be able to make decisions faster. Things should be much more clearer, and it should help me hitting my top and bottom lines, right? So that's a continuous thing that you need to do. Not at one fine day, not when it's too long. That's how I would put it.
Stage is open for audience. We have good dignitaries who have implemented larger solutions. Any questions, please do rise up. Please mention your name and company name, and you can ask that question. Stage is yours. Anybody? Please, sir. Yeah. So please rise up. I would really want to know the name, and for everybody. We know, yeah. I know.
Myself Sagar. I'm from Green Solution and Greenix Group. So my simple question is that I use ERP in last 3 years, and I want to replace it to another ERP. What is the challenges? First question. And what is the precaution I had taken to change the ERP system, or taken a new ERP, new supplier?
Any counter question? Because we answered a lot of them, but any counter question for the same?
I would ask, obviously, I don't want to sell my solution there, but so I mean, we are here to help you. So obviously and we have also our partners also here who can help. So one is,
Sir, that is not help, because I want to change it.
Correct.
What is the taken precautions
Yeah.
over there to changing process?
So the
This
precaution-
company to this company, because again this is my data and that is
Correct.
important for me. We
So-
are talking about the data is important. We know what is the importance of the data.
Yeah. So first precaution is, I would suggest, who are you with the, I mean, why do you want to change? First start with the why. So, and if you're clear that you want to change, then who's the right solution? Whether the preservation of the data that you're transformation, whether, for example, that's a question that you need to ask, where it again comes back to some of the questions that were answered, right? Things like data governance, data security, where your data is hosted, and more importantly, with the regulations, the pace at which regulations are changing, whether your new system can keep a pace with that. So whether it's actually quickens up your business or slows down your this thing. You can have a keep question there. You can ask ChatGPT to generate the questions, it will generate. It's easier to ask questions today, get difficult for a supplier to provide all the answers. That's our job that we have to do, correct? And then you're asking about the challenges. Typically the challenges revolve around change management. How ready are your people? So sometimes, for example, somebody who decides, if first of all, if the executive support is there within the organization, if the executive support is there and you are not happy with your current system, it's time to change. But you also need to get the, what shall I say, buy-in from your colleagues also, because ultimately, I mentioned an important word, the operative word is employee experience, whether it actually overall uplifts the employee experience. Because if they are not ready, then you're not going to derive the maximum value of the new system. So yeah, I think those are important things. That
Employees should be more should be responsive or acceptable towards the solution that is. Because ultimately your team is going to do that. And data security is, if you trust your employees, I think your data is already with them. So transition will happen when they are ready to support you.
So, sir, I have one question to you. When you started first journey with your any ERP you are using right now, is it the IT transformation or business transformation you have started? So, the project lead by the IT or lead by the senior authority or maybe a senior person who's owning that project?
I think that is more of an owner view.
Yeah.
He is feeling the need of it. Yeah.
So you feel that lead, but
No. My team is feeling like that it is not a. Again, why I am asking this question? Because I have another question to all of ERP guys. Because we are taken any ERP from any supplier. What happened in scenario? Because I am a MSME guy. So there is a lack of the training, awareness. That is a more challenges to us. So because all the suppliers selling their product, and at the time of the selling, they display all the things. I have all the reports in my ERP, but I don't know what to see in my report. That is again question. Because why it's happened? There is again lack of the training, understanding of the reports, something like that. Again my second team, third team, again like that. So as a ERP guys, you are developing good product in the market, but there is some lacunas. There is no proper the training model over there and understanding the procedure, how to operate it, and how to easy to anyone to operate this system.
So maybe you joined a little bit late, or maybe I have highlighted one option about discussion on that, creating a SOP, creating an operating procedure, something as an internal which we follow in organization. I'm not talking the ERP side. I don't have any system in place, but I've created operations. I just complete once, and then after I'm executing this aspect. The problem maybe you are facing right now, you have a journey with your ERP, 3 years, 5 years, whatever the days you have spent. The question the sir asked very specific, why you want to change? Where is the main impact is happening? When you want to shift, the thought happened that I want to shift that moment. and which product suits to me. Yeah, that is the big question right now. For you, getting in that interaction right now, which product suits to me, because I have my journey, I have my learnings, I have my understanding about the X product. Now I want to switch, but I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and options are there. So that's the reason I asked about the first step when you taken, that was a IT transformation or a business transformation. See, whenever we buy a ERP, there's a two concept into that which I believe. I have a pain and I take a medicine, I am relief. But I have a thought of next 5 years, I have a vision for next 10 years, and for that purpose, to achieve that vision or maybe goal, I'm taking steps, I'm taking some decision right now, which is impacting to me. That is my business transformation. But आज मुझे वो report नहीं मिल रहा है, I have problem with manufacturing, so I take a pill, I'm happy, I'm relieved. That is the main call. Maybe I have seen that the failure or maybe dissatisfaction happens in the ecosystem. And then people saying, I am not happy, I am not getting the actual output which I want. There are ERP used by so many people. Leave it to the brand, leave it to the custom, or maybe it's provided by your ecosystem. They have their experience. You are not the only customer. They have a 20, 50, 40 customer using that product. So that, I would say that a very strong platform they have built. Okay, it's adoption aspect, you rightly, and the challenge you adopted in terms of where the transition happened. You rightly highlighted training is more critical.
Again, this is a question you are saying about only the me and my company. I'm asking the question about all the ecosystems. There is a lacuna.
Sir, I'll tell you. I'll like to, because it will go on and we'll have a longer meeting. But sir, training for ERPs and training programs are very crucial. Okay. All the ecosystems we are talking. So there are SAP certifications, SAP certifications, individual modules as well as smaller ones. There are endpoint user managements which we are working, like, you know, somebody who's just an end user, there are certification for that. Somebody who's a development user, there are certification for that. Now what happens is Zoho has a good training program that is going around. Tally has a good. Now you see, you will hire an accountant in your company, but if he's a Tally certified. The simpler one. Simpler way, if you are taking an ERP like Zoho, then you have to be a Zoho certified. If you are taking somebody like an SAP, you have to be an SAP certified. And yes, there will be price increase. You'll take an SAP guy, he'll charge you 6 lakh rupees. That's fact of the story. You take a Zoho, he'll change.
SME only, sir. I'm not afford to anyone to the certified person. Because this
sir, it is very cheap. I'll tell you.
Organize this event.
Yes.
What is the concept behind this? So this is awareness. Again, the awareness of the SME sectors. So as per we are our team. All are the equal. We need to take the initiative.
Take that and then one final.
Yeah. We take the initiative for the training of the SME sectors only. Yes.
Yeah. I would like to answer that. First thing, as whenever we are taking a new ERP or we are changing it, first question is, of course, people ask is why. Then when you get the answer, okay, this is not working fine, then answer it like, yeah, okay, just take top 3 points, why do you want to change or adopt an ERP? Whether it is like, if you're changing, if it is like current ERP doesn't support, then second is ERP has 3 terms which has to be successful for any go live. People, process, technology. So one is the ERP itself, if it is not technology functional. Okay, second is the people. As you rightly said, currently I see, okay, support is a problem, which is most of in the stuff, like people are not trained. And second, people, process. Whether we are following the correct process or the wrong process, and whether ERP is depicting or not. And for any ERP project, at least in my experience, the actual ERP project after the system has gone live. Till ERP goes live, it is the vendor who is working. But after the ERP goes live, the customer or the person who has implemented the ERP really starts working. Because till that time, at least when we are working in India, we see, okay, we train the purchase team before go live. But till the time they go live, they really do not touch the system. After go live is something, okay, they start touching the system. And here, as a owner of any company, I would say you have to make respective departments or people accountable. Okay, you are the purchase person, it is your responsibility to use the system and go live. And that is where people come to us after the ERP goes live. Okay, madam, मुझे और एक training चाहिए, आपका एक session arrange करवा लो. That is the most crucial part, and a ERP project actually for the industry begins after go live. The first, we called it as a hypercare support, a typical. A hypercare support is the most critical support which is needed to a patient has just recovered. After the recovery, he needs good support for him to survive. So that is something, a critical support for the ERP to really have a success, go live, that is we call. And 1 month, we call it as a typical a month end, a year end. And we encourage clients to take a fully paid support for at least a year so that they go through all the cycles. Like first month, okay, 1 month end, 1 year end. So that is where the support and training comes in picture. And we encourage that you should have a good support team or you should have at least a good connect after go live with the ERP company as well, so that all your questions are addressed.
You have to trust an ERP. You have to hire, you have to trust. You buy a vehicle, you trust. But then if the vehicle is for your luxury, leisure, adventure, it's your choice. But then you need to learn how to drive it, otherwise it will crash somewhere. Either you do it yourself or something. So examples are like, you will have to take the trainings, either yourself or your team. You'll have to keep them motivated for taking revisions, maybe 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, yearly, maybe add some monetary. I'll always tell you, add some monetary so that, when your appraisal comes in, if you are skilled in this, maybe we will give you some small hike in your salary. That way, the employee is motivated and they will adapt to the systems. Plus, efficiency increase is always there, sir. They will see, if they were processing, say, maybe 20 invoices in a day, adding a good ERP with a proper training, tomorrow you'll say, sir, tally, I'll put F1, 1 invoice, done, sir, 40 invoices processed. So, it makes mix of lot of things. And for any SME, not just for a last time, any SME, this is still going to be a same process. So this is one conclusive part of it.
Yeah, last one for sir. See, I think the definition of training itself we need to change. So much of what we call training is today helping people input data into the systems, finding where what it is. Instead, start with the question that is relevant for your business, whether how can you ask the system the right questions? How can you find the right information? How do you augment the expectations from the system as well as from your people? Much of the discussion around training is, it's about typically we expect how to input an invoice, how to input it. That's the primary discussion, because today in this age of AI, that's all going to, because typically if the interface that you are going to interact is a part or a conversation with this thing, the muscle memory you train people on inputting transaction doesn't cut anymore. So you have to train, or rather instead of train, educate and your people about asking the right questions, and how do you actually, the outcomes, how do you verify? And keep pushing that more and more. So that's how we need to change ourselves. Yeah.
So this discussion really can go on and on, because exactly. I would like to start summarizing over this particular part. See, larger ERPs are not easy. They are really not easy. It takes proper planning. It is like, we say it's 80% planning and 20% implementations. And now, even after implementations, yes, when we say training or adaptation is equally very much important. Support is needed. See, it is needed. Otherwise, you'll not be able to use it to the highest efficiencies that you might have targeted. And yes, the output is efficiency. So if you're doing, say, 1,000 unit production in a day, after a good ERP implementation, you'll go to 1,300, 1,500 odd. 21 दिन में नहीं होगा double. The point is, you will be able to increase the efficiencies to say 20, 30, 50%, and then you have a new benchmark going around. Next year, you will say, I want to increase on 20%, and that's how you're aggregating and accumulating over those profits, right? So this is how it is going to be. Planning phases, yes, we learn from the giants here that like how, what kind of challenges we might face, what kind of numbers we look at, how the concept has to be implemented for the teams, right? So this is how it is going to be. I really thank everybody here on the panel for this intuitive discussions, because I feel even though questions were very fewer, but the discussion can go as much as long. So really thank you for this intuitive discussions. Really like those the inputs that you have given. Thank you everybody here in the auditorium for this. I would really want to stop. I would want more questions, but time is of the concern now, right? So thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we'll sign off for today. So we have a small token of mementos here. So please, I will ask you to wait for that.
Thank you all the panelists. I will request here Mr. Pavan More, who is a moderator, to felicitate all the panelists. Mrs. Shraddha Kulkarni, Director of Sun1 Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Prasanna Amnan, MD of Lemendo India. Mr. Prashant Ganti, Vice President of Global Strategy and Alliances, Finance and Operations. And Mr. Priyank Pancholi, who is a Regional Head of SAP Sales, Annex Digital Technology. Mr. Priyank Pancholi. Subject was transformation at scale, and when we are thinking about the scale, lessons from global which is useful to our local enterprises. One group photo, and I will request Mr. Sagar Hirwale sir to join all the panelists for a group photo. So we are discussing about the lessons from global which are useful to our local enterprises also. So this is a very important and useful, fruitful discussion all the panelists you have. So thank you. Thanks a lot. And I'm happy to announce that tomorrow also at 11 a.m. we are going to start our keynote presentation as well as panel discussions. So please be here at 11 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. Thank you and good night.